Yesterday, we saw 2 teams get knocked out of the tournament, and now only 6 remain, but only one can be crowned the winner of today's EU and Asia Cup number 2. Hi, everyone. My name is Aya, and today I am joined by Dratnos, Jack, and Nagora. How are we doing?
Wonderful.
Good, thank you.
All good. Yesterday, I think we've had some pretty great games. If we look at the bracket here of the games that we did see yesterday, any in particular, Dratnos, you want to talk about, want to mention, you thought were super exciting?
I think Method EU versus Paint for Femme was a really good match to watch. Paint for Femme looked like they were absolutely competitive and could have won that thing against Method EU, so I'm going to be really looking for them to make a run through the lower bracket and take their shot again at the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see them face off against Reliance later today. Jack, what about you? Any highlights?
I think the region has really shown how competitive that it really can be. I mean, our top 6 is back once again. You know, they're still, again, top 6 in terms of time trials, also top 6 in terms of bracket play that we've seen so far. So Paint for Femme, as Dratnos just mentioned there, able to stand up to Method EU and take a game off of them. But we've also seen a bit of redemption as well for Deplete from Beyond. You know, after a disappointing first tournament cup, they've really been stepping it up this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. As have a lot of these other teams. I think they've definitely stepped up the whole level of competition today. And we're going to be ending the day, or we're going to be seeing Method EU and Perplexed face off also after that Paint for Femme versus Reliance. And we're going to be starting with Deplete from Beyond versus the boys. Nagura, what do you expect from this matchup?
I think this one's going to be really close, right? It's the number 3 versus number 4 seed, and we've seen both of these teams perform very well yesterday. We've seen Deplete from Beyond get a 2-1 versus Perplexed. I mean, they did lose in the end, but it was a really close game. They did get a win in this Warcraft manner, which was incredibly close, and they just had such a perfect run there. So just really clean runs by them. They did mess up a little bit in their shrine, which is going to be one of the maps or one of the dungeons in this map pool. So we'll see if they have a better strategy or just remove some of their mistakes this time around. But I think it's going to be close between those two for sure.
Yeah, so it looks like in this next map pool for this match, Junkyard and Siege of Borealis have been banned. Jack, any speculation as to why these ones were picked?
Junkyard across the board has just been receiving, ban after ban. I think it's partially the practice that you're putting into running it with the dungeon and the affixes in combination with that. Same thing for Siege. We've seen pretty much throughout the tournament where most of the players start figuring out what are the dungeons that are going to eat up the most time for us to practice and what are going to be, the biggest pains for us to really deal with. And Junkyard for a couple weeks and Siege have just been those dungeons through and through. I mean, Siege with all of the Sanguine that you have to be dealing with, any of the mobs running around all over the place, running in fear, running into Sanguine pools, dealing with the spotter as well. It's just a lot of work in order to get the job done, and a lot of teams, I think, just find that they can more efficiently practice other dungeons in less time and be more prepared for the tournament.
Yeah, and you guys were kind of speculating before we started the broadcast of whether or not these teams were actually picking these maps defensively, these map bans defensively or offensively. Dratnos, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, the Junkyard one in particular is interesting because, that's a newer dungeon, so you'd think that maybe teams that were, that would be a good one for teams that have existed for a long time to ban against newer teams because, relatively speaking, if you're a team that's been in the MDI for many seasons, you've got a lot of experience on Freehold relative to, Junkyard. But the newer teams are kind of coming into everything equally fresh. So that seems like something that might make some sense on the Junkyard ban side. Overall, I think it makes the most sense, like offensive or defensive banning. You just got to figure out what's going to be the highest impact, right? If you have a really bad dungeon or if they have a really good dungeon, that's got to be the best thing to ban.
Definitely. Well, we are going to be hopping into Freehold, a map that is definitely well practiced, hopefully by both of these teams. It is Deplete from Beyond versus the boys.
All right, as game number 1 gets underway, I'm really looking to see who's going to be stepping up on this one, Nagura. We've seen Deplete from Beyond and the boys have strong performances over this weekend, but I'm not really sure who's going to be able to pull out the series.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Deplete from Beyond play against Perplexed. They did lose that matchup, but Perplexed just had an incredible fast time as well, as they were close to 14 minutes. So I think Deplete from Beyond definitely does have a good strategy. The boys we haven't seen at all in Freehold yet. Seems like both of them are running the exact same lineup though. So we see one Hunter, one Rogue, 1 DK. Interesting to see that there's a rogue, very likely because of the explosive, but also because you need to go ahead and trigger that Ring of Booty event preemptively to not lose any time later.
That's right, both of the teams pulling bosses around the exact same time. Seeing a little bit more trash percentage taken care of onto the side of the boys compared to Deplete from Beyond. Overall, not too terribly serious of difference that we've seen so far. Watching the team split up at this point, and probably going to be expecting the Hunter to do a lot of the baiting. And one of the things I remember seeing from previous seasons when we started seeing more Mistweavers coming out, for example, Hunter really wasn't that meta, so you didn't have anybody else to start running out and baiting any of the iguana that would come out from the bird. So you'd have like your Mistweaver just sitting out there, and we'd sometimes also have the rest of the druids. And it would be so stark of a difference to see how much damage you lost by having your healer running out and not being able to be in melee full time.
Yeah, definitely. Just having the Hunters, especially Freehold, just one of those dungeons where so many things need to be baited by a ranged person. So the Hunters definitely make the job of the healer a lot easier, and it's also just an overall damage increase, as you mentioned. And now we see Deplete from Beyond. Deplete from the boys. They pulled some.
The boys, or
they pulled some trash on top of Sky Captain Crag, which probably will make up for the percentage that they're behind compared to the boys. So this is going to be a very even matchup still, as the percentage of the boss is very equal, and with this trash going down, they're also going to be equal in enemy forces.
That's right, and making sure they're getting themselves caught up. We are having a little bit of lag issues right now, my friends, so we are going to be working on that to get it all fixed up for you, but it's not impacting the players at the moment. It's just going to be from the broadcast side, and we'll be working on that as quickly as we can. Deplete from Beyond and the boys tied up and just, once again, running in tandem together as they're both about to be killing the first boss on this one. Are you expecting to see some more of the obelisk kites that we've seen out of a couple of teams so far? It's been a really big risk, but I guess we have to see if, I guess they're going to clear out a lot of space in Harlan Sweets Island.
Okay, so we've seen different kind of strategy this time around with these new affixes here. We've seen the kite strat come out of... Oh, Eagle actually went down at the very last second here from a powder shot plus a pool spawning on top. Very unfortunate. Doesn't cost him too much time, right? Because he can immediately release as soon as the boss goes down. But it's still 5 seconds that matters when they're so close. So we'll keep an eye on that 5 seconds difference for later. But yeah, for the kiting strat versus non-kiting strat, I think when it's not bolstering or something like that that prevents you from pulling bosses on top of trash, then I think it's better to just do the awaken mobs with the boss if you're able to do all 4. Of course, it's very difficult to do, so if you're able to do that, I think it's better to kill them, because you can also pull trash on top and use the friendly fire from the bombardment to deal with the trash, and that's just so efficient, and that's something we have seen a lot in past MDIs.
We even saw it last week as well when it was bolstering, watching the team fully stop DPS just to make sure that they had all of the cannons aligned properly. That was always a treat to see. But now we got a massive pull coming in from Deplete from Beyond as the boys are working to get that same setup. But we're seeing Rads on the side of the boys getting harpooned over and over again as they finally get the same setup rolling here. And we're going to be seeing Deplete from Beyond spiking first as Curie is just destroying these trash packs. And they're all gone! They're dead!
Where did it go? Where did it go? Either way, we see the boys also pulled a little bit of trash on top, but Chai actually going down, Buck going down as well. The ladder is really low. They don't have a bell rest. I mean, they have an engineering rest, but it takes a long time to cast that. And Rats is in trouble as well as he goes down. This is going to be a full reset coming in, or maybe even a full team wipe if Petco doesn't have a Feign Death ready. And yeah, that's a disaster for them. They didn't manage to finish off most trash, but the boss resets, of course.
It seemed like they had 3 or 4 mobs left remaining that just enraged and just overwhelmed the group on that end, you know? Especially when you have to deal with any of like the harpoons coming out, whenever you have to, have any of the ads just lingering around and just causing a lot of extra damage. Now they have to deal with this Enforcer, and as anybody who's scuffed skips or had wipes on Eudora or something like that, having to deal with this Enforcer as you run back is just an absolute nightmare. Wastes so much time.
Yeah, definitely. They could have probably had the rogue pull it away and vanish, but they just didn't want to waste any time, and maybe they forgot that not everyone has got Shadow Meld ready in their group, or they didn't communicate it properly. Either way, they're gonna get slightly more percentage here from this Enforcer, but in the end still a huge time loss. As Deplete from Beyond, they're about to finish off Jolly and Raoul. They're close to 40% trash. So it's still similar in trash, but just one whole boss ahead at this point. And this tyrannical, so those bosses take a long time.
They really do. And Deplete from Beyond, accelerating on their lead. They're moving on their way to the Ring of Booty, so we expect them to be grabbing up most of these mobs in, growing into the ring, and getting some of the RP started for Lightning.
Yeah, that's why we saw earlier, I'm not sure if you guys saw, but we saw it that the Rogues were actually leaving the first boss early. So before the first boss went down at approximately 5%, the Rogues went away, they immediately stealthed over, they vanished off, they stealthed over to the Ring of Booty, started that RP event to be making sure that Lightning spawns, the pig spawns, and once Deplete from Beyond and the boys were dealing with the roll fight, the Dr. J was stealthing off again, dealing with that pig. The boys still have to deal with that since, of course, they had this whole team wipe coming in, so Naladra will have to do that on their side. But the Deplete from Beyond, they're already very low on Ludwig here. It is raging, so they want to make sure that the hunters dispel that raging effect of Ludwig, because Ludwig is a mini-boss and not a boss, and therefore he does rage as well.
Oh, and it very, very much hurts. And so that's the nice thing, to start seeing the hunters get mixed in more. They drop the soothe effect onto Ludwig there and a couple of the other mobs. And that's one thing we've seen a lot of times, is that you don't need to soothe every single mob. Usually it's like one or two that are really going to start causing a lot of problems. They have high HP, they live a long time, they absolutely clobber the tank. All those different things are extremely important. As you're seeing, Tank Breaker going down on the side of Deplete from Beyond as it's around 30%, while the boys are just trying to catch up here. They're not being able to pull in tons of trash in with the boss at the moment. They do grab the Crusher and what little enemy forces remain, but they're just significantly behind at this point. They've had to do a lot of inefficient pulls. They're working on Raoul and Jolly at this point, and Deplete from Beyond is just going to be making the most of this advantage they built for themselves with another massive pull before they get on to the Shark Puncher.
Yeah, this is a pretty huge pull they're doing here as well. One thing to note is that they also dealt with the Awaken mob with the Tank Buster. Now, this probably means that they're not doing the kiting strat, right? If you're doing the kiting strat, then you definitely just don't deal with any of the obelisks, and you have all four of them being kited by the healer. So if they killed the Tank Buster, that means they probably want to deal with the other three Awaken mobs and the last boss at the same time. Now they are engaging Trothag with a bunch of trash on top. This can be dangerous just because of raging, right? And you see all of these explosives going off as well. Everyone dropped incredibly low, but they did recover now, and yeah, you just want to make sure you save your AoE CC specifically for low HP on the mobs when they're raging, like your Ring of Peace, your AoE stuns, because it can be very dangerous if you have nothing to stop them hitting your tank.
Absolutely, and I think a number of these times when we look at raging, it's really how quickly can you just obliterate the mobs, stun the mobs the second they enrage, have your tank have his defensives up so that they just do not die. And you see Raz again having more issues with these harpooners. He's dropping incredibly low, trying to wrangle all this trash together before they start going into Ludwig themselves and trying to make sure they can build some kind of foothold back in this game, as Trothag's going on to 55% on the side of Deplete from Beyond. And the boys just got to be careful at this point. We've seen how quickly the pulls can fall apart when the rages go out, when people start taking a bit of extra damage from those effects. And it just seems like they're not finishing off a lot of those mobs as quickly as we're seeing from Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, also, at this point, they probably know that they're behind, that the other team did not wipe, and they had this full boss reset. So maybe they're even thinking about changing up their strategy. Maybe they planned on dealing with 3 Awaken mobs with the last boss, but maybe they're just gonna risk it and play all 4. Because that's probably the only chance they can realistically catch up, unless Deplete from Beyond has some sort of wipe coming in, or is just incredibly slow. So we'll see if the boys want to risk something like that and maybe just deal with all 4 Awaken mobs, because Deplete from Beyond, as we know, they already killed 1.
That's right, and I was seeing on the side of the boys just trying to be able to clear through the rest of the trash here, as Trothag's about to be going down on the side of Deplete from Beyond. And looking at like how this series is also going to be shaping up is going to be pretty cool as well, since You mentioned Freehold's our first map, but Shrine and Underrot to follow. You got to look at some of the confidence as well when we're coming into like time trials, because Deplete from Beyond had a significantly better time, like 2 minutes ahead. So going into the series, even though Igloo went down, Trothek's about to follow. They're looking really poised in this series at the moment.
Oh man, Igloo going down again.
That's the second time, right?
Time.
Yeah.
He died at the very last second of the boss fight. Again, not a huge time loss, but just 5 more seconds on the board. You don't want to see this happening, but in the end, it's a lot less of a time loss than if you, of course, see the 5 Zest from the boys, which caused a boss reset. Either way, they are moving on now, using their Shroud to skip past some of these mobs, and it looks like they are engaging the boss now, so they're doing a very similar strategy to what we've seen from Perplexed, where they engage the boss, deal with the awaken mobs, and then use the friendly fire from the boss's artillery to deal with the trash that they still need.
That's right, they're wrangling them all together at the moment. I like how they pulled Harlan Sweet right onto the caster obelisk to make sure they get everybody in together. Looks like they're probably just going straight in as well, since they have all the cooldowns up. They've got Bloodlust to follow. They're popping absolutely everything to further just destroy a lot of these obelisk mobs. And with all the chaos that's going on here, right? You mentioned it's much better if you have the boss at a lower level of percent, so you have any of the artillery barrages going on every single player, so they can kill them more rapidly. But then you also just have unholy DKs, and unholy DKs will just wipe the floor with a lot of these mobs. And since you're popping everything on the pole anyway, you might as well.
Most definitely. We see one cast go through here from the Void Weaver on Igloo. He's got the curse, which does increase his cast time, but not a problem, as you can see him just spinning around, doing 100k HPS on the whole group. Did manage to finish off most of the trash. The only thing left is the Void Weaver to deal with, and the Void Weaver, even if some casts go through, it's not too dangerous as long as you're full HP, right? You can, of course, you can interrupt the cast so it doesn't go through at all, but if it happens, if you don't have any interrupts ready, then if you're full HP, it does not one-shot you. So as long as you have a defensive ready, and it's also, like, you also know who it casts on, so you can be prepared by using a defensive, for example.
That's right, and since they're all melee or all physical damage dealers, there's only one caster, and that's the healer, so all the lingering doubt casts are going to be going onto the healer every single time, so they're also able to expect it and anticipate it as well. So it's just 94% trash left. They do have the option of grabbing extra trash packs in with the boss at the very end, like they do right now. Kind of early to pull the commander, but hey, at least they're at that 60% breakpoint, so they'll be able to quickly annihilate it. Looks like it was just waiting for the right patrol to be able to get some good value. So they get a really quick soothe out onto the officer, bring it down. They're at 100% trash, 45% left to go, and the boys just trying to be able to get back into this series, but not enough at the moment as they grab in all of these packs together. And they do drop a stun as well, and they interrupt the Ravager here.
And I mean, even if the boys would have not had this fight, I think it still would have been close, because Deplete from Beyond is such a fast strategy. I mean, they're at 14:06 now. We've seen Perplexed finish this dungeon in 14:11, so they just very slightly behind Perplexed, and I think Method EU had 14:03 or something like that, or 14:05. Either way, Deplete from Beyond definitely having a really fast strategy here. The 2 deaths, of course, shouldn't have happened, but in the end, it wasn't a big deal. And yeah, Deplete from Beyond finishing off Harlan Sweet here, winning the first game to 1-0, and the next game will be Shrine, as you mentioned.
That's right, and the boys working together to try to get Bob to grab all of those mobs, to kite all the obelisks away. Good strategy, but they just don't have the time, as Deplete from Beyond taking game number 1 in a convincing fashion.
Yep, that is going to make this series 1-0, and as this is best of 3, guys, they only need one more win to finish this off and send them forward in this bracket. Deplete from Beyond, pretty clean run, would you say, Dratnos?
Yeah, you know, there were a couple of deaths, but they were right at the end of boss fights, which is when it is the least impactful to have a death on your team, so other than that, the run looked pretty clean, and it was, you know, within 30 seconds of that time we saw from Perplexed, which, easy to imagine if those deaths hadn't happened, that would be around the exact same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there were just a couple of moments for the boys where it just kind of started to go wrong for them, Jack. Where could they have cleaned it up for them?
I think a lot of the pressure goes into how quickly they wrangle a lot of the trash mobs together. We saw on the side of Rads where it just took a lot of time for him to organize all the mobs after getting harpooned again and again, trying to bring all of the packs into Council of Captains, for example. And it seemed like once the mobs enraged, they just lingered around for a long period of time. We saw the same thing at the very end as they were making some space for Bob to start kiting the Obelisk mobs. Once they grabbed in the commander, they ended up dropping a quick interrupt onto the Ravagers, which you don't want to be doing. Both Ravagers went off next to each other and at the same time, so a lot of mobs didn't get hit by the Ravager cast. We saw a couple like double debuffs, for example, go up onto them. So it seems like there's a lot of extra time being burned that increasingly lethal when you're in a Raging Affix.
Yep, and it looks like they did, as Siege is banned for the next map, they are going to be going to Shrine. So those affixes are going to be Fortified, Necrotic, and Volcanic. Nagura, what do you think about those affixes? What should we expect from these teams in this next game?
Well, Shrine was a time trial game map. And we've seen the number 3 seed come out of Deplete from Beyond 16:55 on their time, while the boys got number 5 seed only 18:22. So it is 1.5 minute difference between those two teams approximately. But both of the teams already played this match also on the tournament yesterday, and we saw a lot of struggles come in by Deplete from Beyond, having 7 deaths over the course of the game, losing to Self-Reliance on that Shrine. So there's definitely a chance for the boys to win this, even though their time trial time was slower. And then I assume their strategy, if perfectly ran, it's also slower. But Shrine is just such a dungeon, so many things can go wrong, and so many bad wipes can happen where you just lose so much time.
Yeah, I mean, last time the boys did play this team, they beat Deplete from Beyond 2-1. So, Dranos, do you expect them to maybe be able to tie them back up?
Yeah, I mean, I think the boys definitely have some potential here. Even looking back into that Freehold we saw, like, I think things were going well for them in the first 5 minutes or so of the dungeon, first 3 minutes of the dungeon. They got, more trash count out of that first boss room. They were finished with the boss faster, and they didn't have a death there, so things were looking good for them at the start of last dungeon. If they could have kept that going, kept the execution high, I think they may have had a competitive time in the last dungeon in Freehold. In Shrine, there's a lot more that can go wrong than in Freehold. There's a lot more moving parts in Shrine, so I think that this is a dungeon where it's really going to test that out of both teams.
Do you think we'll see the new snapping strategy that we saw yesterday, or is it too early for that?
So this is the snap onto Lord Stormsong with the 12 enemies from the bridge. That was... Who was it who did that? That was... I think it was one of these two teams, but I cannot for the life of me remember which one.
Either.
Both of them played Shrines yesterday.
Deplete from Beyond, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So Self-Reliance.
Okay, so then
I believe we will
again.
see that. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to change their strategy. So yeah, Deplete from Beyond, we'll look out for that really cool snap into the third boss that I think it has been used a little bit before, but it's a rare strategy, and we're going to get to see them try and make it work again.
Do we feel like that saved time for them yesterday? Was that worth it?
No, not the way that it was executed yesterday. So yesterday it ended up they had some deaths on that fight. They had they lost a lot of uptime as a result of how they handled those mobs. But I think it has the potential to save them time if it's executed properly. Yeah.
Well, hopefully they cleaned that strategy up. I mean, if they do, given the boys' performance, like if they do, Deplete from Beyond does pull off that strategy, that snapping strategy, like where is the boys going to be looking to get an extra edge, Jack? Where can they find that extra time?
I think the boys really just need to be able to step up here. We had, I think, pretty high expectations for the boys going into this tournament since they did place third before. They didn't do too well in the time trials here, but it wouldn't be the first time that we're seeing big mistakes being made from the favorable team or the most favored team in Shrine or even in other dungeons. They need to step up. They need to really watch a lot of these early deaths that they've been having, and they need to make sure they're in a position to be able to capitalize on any Deplete from Beyond mistakes.
Alright, so we're already in the dungeon here, as we've seen both teams do this big snapping pull, as we've seen almost all the teams do so far, where you just gather up a bunch of caster mobs here in this first area. The tank jumps on this lantern and all the mobs snap to them. Rat's actually dropping pretty low, as he's got a lot of necrotic stacks and no dwarf racial available.
That's right, as they're just grabbing everything together. Deplete from Beyond's already finished his pack. The boys are going a little bit stronger. The boys are doing a little bit different of a pull, excuse me. And they are going to be ignoring that obelisk. So they're just going straight in towards boss, while Deplete from Beyond is dealing with the first of the obelisks. They're dealing with the caster at this point. And the boys, Shadow and Skip, they're already on to Aquasur, as they're just going to start mopping up a lot of the early trash.
Yeah, and the boys actually committed Bloodlust for that very first pull, that snapping pull, while Deplete from Beyond chose to save theirs, I assume, for the boss. And one thing that is also very interesting is that Deplete from Beyond was playing Hunter plus double DK in their time trials, but now they switched out the Hunter for a Demon Hunter, presumably to have more AoE DPS for the Unholy DKs because of the magic damage increase they provide. But Hunters also do a lot more consistent damage by themselves, as we see the boys running that Hunter and double DK comp. I wonder why they chose to switch it up.
Part of it might be towards how much they're expecting to buff Unholy DK damage, how much more value they'd be able to get out of it. We'd seen, you know, a couple different times where it would be a Hunter versus Demon Hunter, and that would be the primary difference in composition in a lot of these really high trash density dungeons as well. So I guess it's going to be the idea. I guess it's the concept behind it, really. Deplete from Beyond and the boys doing very similar pulls, grabbing everything so they can start blasting Aquasur down as rapidly as they possibly can. The boys just a little bit of a time and trash advantage right at this point.
Yeah, and Deplete from Beyond now also using that Bloodlust on this incredible pull, where there's just so many casters here that we need to be careful about. One thing that is good about the casters, though, is that they don't actually apply necrotic to the tank because they don't melee hit. So that's a good thing that the tanks don't have to deal with that. Also, one thing to note, Rentari is playing Iron Dwarf, so he's got the same racial, basically, that also removes the necrotic stacks. It just has a different icon, and you can see the icons, the defensives and the offensive cooldowns underneath the player frames at the top.
That's right. As we're starting to shape up here, Deplete from Beyond getting into that intermission first before the boys. And I'm not really sure what that difference is that we've seen, but it keeps on happening where Deplete from Beyond is just able to neutralize the mobs faster. It seems like their DKs are just pumping more every single time that we start seeing some of these similar pulls. I'm not sure if there's just the burst from the DKs is just delayed on the side of the boys, or pulls are taking too long to really get together. But it's been pretty consistent at this point, as Deplete from Beyond's grabbing a couple of the extra trash mobs here and bringing them back into Aquasur, which is dropping very low right now.
Yeah, we saw Igloo do a pretty nice pull here on the initiates. A small little trick that most teams are doing, this is also something that we've seen on live servers a lot. These initiates, if you go to the left and you just walk slightly closer, like one step at a time, then you can pull the initiates, you can body pull them without actually engaging the mini boss. So this is why those teams are doing that, because you just get a little bit of extra count, and some teams just do not want to deal with Heldis. We've seen some other teams pull Heldis on top of Aquasir, but we've also seen teams wipe because they had that boss there and just fortified. So the Heldis does do a lot of AoE damage when she casts her ability, so definitely not an easy pull to do on top of Aquasir.
Love the early cocoon coming in here, dropping it onto Rentari as Deplete from Beyond putting up another extremely large pull here, grabbing everything together and, again, just taking control of that rune that gets placed down by Rune Carver Sorn. And that's all you really need at this point, is just to get as much defensive value as you can. Don't leave the rune, as you saw Clicks drop a little bit low the second that he stepped out. And this trash pull is almost done. You know, Sorn is probably gonna be the last one that is left alive, but they've done an excellent job here mitigating a lot of the damage, making sure that they had favorable positions just to sit back and avoid a lot of this, as the boys going for something similar right now, but you're just seeing Raz getting absolutely pumped at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like they were actually doing the exact same pull. It looks like they're doing it slightly faster though. The Deplete from Beyond was struggling to finish off that pull because the ward on the floor decreases damage taken not only for players that stand in it, but also for the mobs that stand in it. And it looked like Rentari had a little bit of a problem positioning the mobs at the very end, and they were standing in that ward getting that damage decrease, and that's why it took them so long to finish off that pull. The boys, on the other hand, pulling even more trash on top just to make use of this ward. They pulled the trash from the outside in, while Deplete from Beyond finished off their pull inside and then moved out. So both of these teams neck and neck, and once they finish up this pull, they're going to be very equal in trash percentage.
That's right, but Deplete from Beyond's going to be skipping their way past the Guardian Elemental in the center of the bridge as we speak, as Deplete from Beyond is just about to move into the same position. So this is what I was talking about. The boys are a little bit behind from Deplete from Beyond, but they're in a good enough position that they can very easily capitalize off of the first mistake. And when you're in Shrine of the Storm, it's kind of just a game of who is going to make that error first, who is going to be in trouble first, who's going to be having the earliest mistakes. And right now we haven't seen too much of a threat from Necrotic at the moment for many of the reasons of just like grabbing very efficient pulls, like we saw out of Runecarver Soren, for example, being able to stand in the mitigation field. I know on Brother Ironhall, his field will automatically remove Necrotic. I assume Soren works the same way, but sometimes there's a lot of inconsistencies with those.
Okay, so this is an incredible pull coming out of Deplete from Beyond as they gathered up this whole room and also engaged the boss at the same time. Rentari had to use his Dwarf Racial almost immediately, but now he's out of the Racial, and look at the amount of stacks he's got already from Necrotic. They need to finish off this trash, and then Rentari somehow needs to drop these Necrotic stacks, else he's not going to be able to finish off this boss. Thankfully, the Initiates run away once they're low HP, so they're not going to apply any Necrotic anymore. And there we go, the ward did spawn, and he did manage to get rid of that Necrotic stack, but that was close. He had so many stacks on him.
Most definitely. And when you're going pull to pull, you're not having any of the racials at your disposal. You're just like, we need to hold on just long enough to be able to survive. And I'm sure they've had a number of times where they, have scuffed any of it in practice, go back, try again, and just absolutely grind it to perfection. Because the slightest mistake, the slightest bit of extra damage is just absolutely debilitating. And Tank's defensive power has grown so much this patch, but if you're just not able to push their health up, it doesn't matter how good your mitigation is.
There we go. The boys now also engaged the boss. It looked like they had reset it earlier. I'm not sure if it was an accident or whichever thing happened, but they now only engaged the boss. So definitely quite a bit behind to Deplete from Beyond, as they're already an 18% for both Brother Ironhall and Gale Color Fae. They're evenly cleaving them down, which does decrease the kill time. It makes it more... makes it riskier to not finish up Gale Color Fae first, just because she's the one who constantly casts that AoE ability. If not interrupted, does AoE damage to everyone and stacks up a debuff, increasing damage from more slicing blasts. But if you evenly cleave them down, as you can see, you just have a faster kill time, and that's what Deplete from Beyond chose to do. Now they're moving on to the obelisk, while the boys still fighting Brother Ironhall and Gale Color Fae.
Right, and significantly faster. I mean, Deplete from Beyond just working to make sure that they can continue extending their lead. And this is also the second obelisk that Deplete from Beyond is going to be dealing with. I don't think we've seen any just yet from the side of the boys. So at this point, we're just going to be looking to see how they're going to deal with some of those last obelisks. And so much of this dungeon just gets put on the end boss, and how well teams can perform there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, definitely. The difficulty with dealing with the Awaken mobs and also dealing with the boss's mechanics itself is just so incredibly difficult. We've seen so many teams just lose a player here or there, or even have complete team wipes coming in, because any small mistake there can cause either a death or a full team wipe. So definitely want to keep an eye on that last boss once they get there. But Deplete from Beyond is dragging that Awaken mob all the way to the bridge. There actually is a snapping spot where you can snap that Awakened boss on the bridge, but it doesn't seem like Deplete from Beyond is using it. They just dragged it along and killed it as they went.
Yep, and the boys still working on Brother Ironhall right now. They didn't opt to cleave anything down, so at that point they just have to take a lot of extra time to be killing it. We are also seeing a Deplete from Beyond running across the bridge. They're going to be ignoring those tentacles, so I guess they're going to be able to avoid some of the extra slam damage. I haven't really tested it to see if they're going to be able to completely avoid the range, I guess, of the tentacle slams, but they are going right into Lord Stormsong's hot tub, actually going near it. But they will be
so they're actually
doing
doing
really quickly.
They're doing a snapping pull, or that's what they did the last time around at least. Let's see if they try. We see their first aid coming out of Rentari, healing himself up a little bit. these are the classic mechanics coming out.
Hey,
but now
there
we
we
see
go.
the snap happening as he jumps into the water, snapping all of this bridge trash on top. This is a very dangerous pull, and we've seen them struggle the last time and actually have a wipe come in here. But this time around, let's hope they can pull it off. They don't have Bloodlust available yet, and of course want to save it for the last boss anyway. But keep an eye on Necrotic, on Rentari on the tank, because he's got no Dwarf Rage anymore. He's already used it. But all the trash is dead. Well, look at that. Look at that DK damage. Deleted the mobs.
Huge. And every time, I mean, that's what it's all about, is making sure that last dungeon, you kill the mobs before the raging overwhelms you. This dungeon, do it before the necrotic does. And Deplete from Beyond has done such a great job of having the burst when they really need it as well. Misty also ended up getting the debuff there. Really like seeing that transcend, so whenever he had to go down into Stormsong's hot tub to DPS himself, basically, he set up the transcend so that he wouldn't have to worry about swimming out at the proper time. And that's always a little bit of great utility to see. I love when Mistweavers get to use their transcendence more frequently.
Yeah, most definitely. We see the boys now manage to pull their Awaken up all the way up to the bridge as well. They're gonna release now. They need a little bit less trash at this point, as Deplete from Beyond needed when they were here. So they don't need to do this whole bridge pack anymore, as we see Deplete from Beyond snapping onto the boss. They should be fine with only the Dwellers and then the last few percentage they can get in the last boss area plus the Awaken mobs. Deplete from Beyond, though, they did this pull a lot better than we've seen them doing last time around. They still have some trash alive, though, and Chaya going down, unfortunately, for the boys' side.
Yeah, Rad's about to go down, as well as Bob is just going to be sitting back to get the res on most of the party at that point. Very disappointing to see, as this is just what's going to be causing them to lag even further behind, as the last bits of RP are done for Lord Stormsong, so they're going to look to engage the boss quickly, but they're just taking considerably more time, and it's just adding up every single moment, right? Deplete from the odds at 84% trash. They're moving on into the last boss room. No deaths on the board, and looking smooth.
Yeah, so now we'll see how Deplete from Beyond handles this last boss area. Correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't seen Deplete from Beyond deal with many Awaken mobs. We've only saw them deal with one so far.
Two.
They
took
did
the
the Void
caster.
Weaver. Okay. So the
Yeah.
boys was the one that did not do the Void Weaver, correct?
That's right. So
Alright.
the boys are just now working on. Well, I guess the boys also used it to cross the bridge, so
Yeah,
they took care of the tank buster. So they should have two. Deplete from Beyond should have two as well. They just ended up taking care of different ones.
True, exactly. So Deplete from Beyond, they are swimming very low here. Looks like Rentari is grabbing one of some of these eel packs. We've seen most tanks pick up a bunch of eel packs before they engage the boss, just to amplify the DK damage onto the boss. Now, these eel packs can cause a lot of problems, especially with necrotic, because the eel packs themselves, they leave a stacking bleed debuff behind, and on top of also applying necrotic to the tank, they can be very dangerous. And this is why we see them using the Ring of Peace and using the AoE stuns and whatever else they have to not get the necrotic on the tank, and they want to nuke them down as fast as they possibly can.
Yep, and I really like that pull out of Rentari. He made sure that he grabbed all of the mobs together, and part of the pathing is because of the uneven terrain and this last boss's room. They did an excellent job of making sure that everything was corralled together and everything slowly followed Rentari out of the water to avoid any sort of resets and then move into the boss. So it's that little bit of extra patience to make sure that you're able to outplay some of the possible issues that can happen with pathing. Very well played there by Rentari as he's kiting out that Blood of the Corruptor. Misty is there to support him as well. And overall, last boss dropped down to 66% in the very first phase. So Deplete from Beyond is looking extremely strong throughout their Shrine of the Storm run.
Man, and that looks scary. I mean, engaging this trash pack before they go into the other realm just to use his charge. Risky, because if any sort of casts, of course, go through from these denizens, then the healer will just immediately go down. But he knows, of course, that the cast was already started by the boss, and therefore the cast from denizens is not going to finish, because both or the whole team actually is going to get into another realm, and therefore the trash pack is just resetting. So well done to abuse that mechanic here by Rentari, as the blood seems to be going down now. So the most dangerous part of the boss is over now with their wake 'em ups going down. You still have to deal with this middle pack with the 2 denizens and the tank one as well, which we've seen some teams struggle with, just because the tank one does do a lot of damage to the tank, on top of also having necrotic. And of course, if you mismanage your interrupts, you can also just have some problems with your healers going down.
Yep. Speaking of, Bob dropping really low. Raz feeling the brunt of the necrotic as he's got 17 stacks and goes down. The rest of the team is soon to follow, as the boys are just falling apart here on Shrine of the Storm. Deplete from Beyond got out of their first intermission phase. They're taking their time, corralling all of the little eels together. Extremely well played by these guys. You're seeing, a little bit of the stutter stepping from the eels as they try to navigate here, but they are well poised and primed to be taking this game as they grab the middle pack, all of the eels, every single trash pack in together. Let's see if they're able to burn this boss for the last 60% of its HP, because it's just falling apart right now.
And all the DKs are alive, so sometimes we see these kind of pulls with the Bloodlust and the Eels, and the DKs just go down immediately because they either draw aggro or they get hit by a tentacle, but not for Deplete from Beyond, as they have 0 deaths. What a clean run by them so far, as well, Sif is going to go down, so they are able to one-face this. They still need 2% trash, so there's probably an Eel pack
it's the
that they still
Denizen.
have to do.
Yeah, if you see the Denizen in the back, he's lumbering along there. He's taking
I
his
can
time.
see it now, the tank one, yeah. So
Yep,
you just
but
need to
one
finish off
phase
the
is
death
set.
of Denizen, and there we go. What a clean run by Deplete from Beyond. And yeah, they're winning against the boys 2-0.
That's right, they're 2 seconds slower than their time trial best.
Wow.
Absolutely wild. Deplete from Beyond has stepped up to such a ridiculous level in this week compared to their first performance. They're moving on and throughout the lower bracket.
Absolutely a clean run indeed, and only like you said, only 2 seconds off from their time trials run. That's kind of like an ideal situation for them, Dratnos, right?
Yeah, that was blazing fast out of Deplete from Beyond. They had really everything go right for them this time, which last time we saw them in Shrine, they had a lot of things go wrong in their route. They ended up losing the Self-Reliance. This run looks like it's one that would be competitive with everybody in this tournament.
Absolutely, and they have unfortunately knocked the boys out of the tournament. That is a 2-0, and they're going to be moving on to the semifinals for Deplete from Beyond. And they were able to pull off some really clean pulls there, Janos. I mean, they pulled off that snap. That last boss, like you were saying, Jack, is kind of super important to pull off. Janos, walk us through some of those big moments in that last game.
Yeah, so this was all about Deplete from Beyond's ability to safely and successfully execute big pulls onto bosses. That was the whole dungeon for them was built around every single boss having huge moments of trash being pulled onto them, and then using those double Death Knights and the Demon Hunter Burst as well to quickly handle all those enemies, do a bunch of boss damage in the meantime, and prevent the necrotic from stacking up too much on their tank. While they were doing all that with all those enemies. So we saw it looking pretty good on the first 2 bosses. The third boss, though, they really cleaned up that snap onto Lord Stormsong. That's something that we saw go pretty wrong for them yesterday, and today 1 or 2 mobs managed to live through it, but otherwise everything was dead in the Death and Decay, and that's all it takes for that to be just such a fast time from them. So yeah, 16 minutes, 57 seconds. That is basically their time trial time, so really, really strong showing from Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is knocking out the boys who were placed 3rd in the first week, right? Deplete from Beyond absolutely struggled in their first showing that we saw, and this weekend they've been stepping it up to a whole new level and really want to be pushing to be that contender team, right? They're wanting to be that 3rd, 2nd, maybe 1st place team as well, to be pressing up against Perplexed and Mdi Eu, and that's great to see.
And for the purposes of making it to the finals, it's important to make top 4, which it's good to go longer in the tournament, and it's also good to knock out the teams that earned a lot of points in previous weekends, because that makes the amount of points you're going to need to earn to get that 4th place slot lower. So really fantastic outcome for Deplete from Beyond here, but the boys not out of it yet. They had that really strong showing last weekend. They are still going to be competitive once we get to the final cup of the season for that 3rd or 4th place slot.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of it, like we were talking about yesterday, towards the end of yesterday, so many of these teams are really shaping up super nicely and looking really strong. And it's already pretty early in the season. We're only on the cup. We're only on cup number 1 for this region. And Deplete from Beyond, they're in the semifinals now, and they're getting closer and closer to getting to the grand finals where every team wants to be to today. Nagura, is this a team that can make it all the way to the end?
I think so. I mean, of course, we see Mdi Eu and Perplexed be incredible strong in this EU region, but we see Deplete from Beyond. We see also Pain for Femme, who had an incredible performance this tournament. And I think there's definitely a possibility that these teams can beat Mdi Eu and can beat Perplexed. It's definitely possible, and I'm super excited to see the rest of the games today, because yesterday we had so many best of threes and we had so many close matches, and I just want this to continue. And especially the next game, Pain for Femme against Reliance, is also probably going to be a pretty close one.
Absolutely, definitely looking forward to that series. We are going to come to it after this break, and stick around because we're going to check out Pain for Femme versus Self-Reliance. We'll be right back. Before the break, we just sent the boys out of this tournament. Deplete Beyond defeated them 2-0, and now we are moving on to Paint for Femme versus Self-Reliance. And Paint for Femme and Self-Reliance had some pretty good games yesterday, Zyro. What can we expect from this next series?
Well, it's hard to say. They both had some pretty good games yesterday. Paint for Femme definitely played a lot better yesterday than they played in the previous Cup and Cup 1. Self-Reliance definitely left a lot wanting, though, compared to their first Cup play. Now, they did make it through their first lower bracket match, but we kind of want to see more from them.
Yeah, and it looks like Self-Reliance has banned the Motherload. No surprise there. Tuttles, walk us through maybe why they chose to do that against Paint for Femme.
So, I mean, if you guys weren't watching yesterday, basically Paint for Femme looked like they probably had the best Motherload in the tournament. They were even able to take down the likes of Method EU with their Motherload strategy. Bolstering Motherload is not exactly easy, and it's fairly costly time-wise. So, especially if you are not confident with your strategy going into Motherload, I think this is a sick ban. I think this is a great ban by Self-Reliance, and we were talking earlier on in the day about like offensive versus defensive bans. This ban on the Motherload by Self-Reliance is definitely one of those offensive bans. Like, they can't afford to play Motherload, even if they would rather avoid some other stuff like maybe King's Rest or Workshop or whatever else that may present itself in the pool. But instead they take that ban the Motherload. Honestly, really good play by them.
Have we been seeing more defensive map bans than offensive map bans?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I think generally, yeah.
Yeah, well, it looks like we are going to be going to King's Rest next and then Workshop, and it looks like Paint for Femme has chosen to ban Junkyard, and the affixes we're going to be seeing with King's Rest are Tyrannical Quaking and Bolstering. Given this map and these affixes, is there any prediction we can make, Zyro, about who may come out on top here?
Well, the fact that both King's Rest and Workshop are triple hunter dungeons, really it's going to come out to which team has the better hunter play, right? Who can be the most consistent and not die on that hunter that's so susceptible to seemingly random deaths. It is one of the least tanky range DPS classes in terms of their actual survivability, so it's really going to come down to that here.
Yeah, well, we will find out shortly as the game has been ready for a couple seconds here. Paint for Femme versus Self-Reliance here on King's Rest.
Alright, so we see our most favorite lineup here being played by both Paint for Femme and Self-Reliance, the triple hunter coming in. We see Self-Reliance dealing with the minions of Zul immediately. Also looks like Paint for Femme is doing that. We've seen one team skip them and then deal with them later, but that's a lot of a riskier strategy. Haruda unfortunately getting feared and engaging. But yeah, they even if they bolster them, they can just shut them off, right? So it's not a big deal. There we go.
Okay, so
Zedamel's coming.
There goes Zedamel. Yeah, Mikkel messaged me before the match day and wanted me to call him the Killer Cobra King. I told him no, but I guess I'm going to do it anyways. Paint for Femme there. You see Femme, he uses his Berserker Rage to be able to get rid of all those minions of Zul. They do, in fact, bolster other mobs, so that's a really good strategy by them. Self-Reliance is actually pulling these animated Guardians into this first pull that we're seeing inside of the King's Restroom. We saw this. We saw them do this in their match yesterday versus Couch Pepega. They got punished pretty hard for it. If they're able to make it work today, then it should be able to save them a little bit of time overall. But whenever it goes bad, especially in a bolstering environment, then your hunter will have to solo Bloodlust and then solo the pack himself. So there is some risk reward versus that. Paint for Femme has down their first pull of the dungeon though.
That's it. Like, I mean, okay, so I think most other teams, they pull the first two Guardians on top of the first boss and the second two Guardians on top of the Gauntlet. So I don't see why this pull that Self-Reliance is doing here is any sort of advantage over pulling them on top of the boss, because the hunters benefit from having 3 targets, right? So it's a damage increase on the first boss to have the 2 Guardians up as long as you don't kill them and bolster the boss. So I'm not really sure if this really is a time save, even if you do manage to pull it off like we just saw Self-Reliance doing. Maybe it saves you a little bit of time because of the way they dealt with the minions, but either way, Paint for Femme already on the boss, pulled their 2 Guardians on top as well. Self-Reliance still having to deal with the second trash pull.
Yeah, I think generally the only way that it would be a time save is if, like, we've seen teams bolster the Golden Serpent at 10% health, and at that point, definitely a time save. But yeah, like you were saying, it's not exactly going to be the biggest gain. Self-Reliance is letting their pack get kind of spread out here. You do see the Binding Shot going down, trying to group up the mobs as quickly as possible. That champion is not exactly fully stacked, so he may end up getting a few stacks of bolstering. Self-Reliance does a good job of being able to kill that off. Well, Pain for Femme is already at 50% on the Golden Serpent here.
Yeah, they have a lot of single target damage. Shelle apparently pressing the Hunter buttons the best in Pain for Femme here, as he's stopping the damage leaders, almost doing 160k DPS. Now, again, these are the 3 targets here, having the extra Guardians available to just cleave off a little bit to funnel single target damage to get their cooldowns back up faster. One thing to note though is that of course you want to be very careful to not finish them off too early, because this is a bolstering environment, and if you bolster a tyrannical boss, not only does the damage increase the boss gains, maybe kill you with the spit gold debuff or the tank, but it also just gives him a lot of HP, and it's just a huge time loss even if you manage to finish it off. So definitely want to make sure you do not kill those Guardians too early. Self-Reliance, on the other hand, chose to do the Guardians with the trash, and therefore they're not pulling it on top of the Golden Servant here.
Yeah, it definitely does seem weird, especially since both teams did elect to use a solo Bloodlust on the Golden Serpent, right? So ideally you would still pull the constructs into it. Maybe they were worried about their bolstering management.
Maybe, yeah.
It really doesn't make too much sense there. Pain for Femme has now engaged this King pack with all of these little agents that surround him. Hunters are incredibly good on these mobs, and the reason for that is because of how Binding Shot ends up working out. They can keep them rooted for prolonged periods of time, allowing them to stay stacked up, but they want to make sure that they're cleaving off that focus target, which is that King, as he does have, I don't know, maybe 50% more health than all the agents that surround him.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Also, that's one thing that makes other classes worse for bolstering environments, because some classes, they just have cleave they can't avoid. They're just not very good at bolstering, especially when you pull high HP targets on top of lower HP targets, because if you can't control your damage properly, then you're going to be in trouble in a bolstering environment unless you really pull around it. But it's super hard to pull around bolstering in King's Rest, because this gauntlet here, for example, the mobs just spawn and they're all engaged with you. You can't just like CC some of the higher HP mobs and pull the rest of it together. I mean, you can, but it's gonna slow you down immensely. So therefore, Hunter's just so good specifically for the bolstering environment in King's Rest.
And I mean, bolstering is not normally super impactful in King's Rest on live realms, but whenever you're trying to do this dungeon sub 20 minutes, then bolstering becomes a significantly more challenging affix because of the reasons that Naguro was stating. And it like, okay, so look at what Self-Reliance is doing right now. They're pulling the constructs into this trash bag. You would never do such a strategy in life. Like, very infrequently would you ever even think to do something like that. Yet, whenever you're trying to do this dungeon in such a short period of time, you have to be combining mobs that normally wouldn't be combined. Same with like the Machemba embalming fluid pulls. Like, that is a really easy way to get one very large blob on live. Yet in an MDI realm, you can't afford that, so you have to be able to be controlled the whole entire time.
Yeah, bolstering is just such an important affix to handle properly. You need to be really disciplined to make sure that you play around it. It's very similar to Sanguine. If you have Sanguine heal a bunch of mobs, not only do the mobs heal and it's horrible, but it also just incredibly elongates the pull that you're doing. Same goes for bolstering, right? Bolstering not only increases the mob's damage, but they also get more HP from each bolster stacks. So if you have a droplet pull, as you mentioned, with the fluids in Machimba's room, and you start AoEing before the tank gathered everything, or you kill one mob too early than the other, then all of a sudden the pull got so much longer just because you were not disciplined and you couldn't hold your AoE DPS abilities before everything was gathered.
You want to know something about how the seduction cast works from that queen that Self-Reliance just dealt with? So they were immuning it with the aspect of the turtle. However, if you're like behind the mob, like if you're a few yards behind the mob, like in melee range of it, the seduction cast cannot go on you. And if everybody is in melee range right behind the mob, then it won't cast on anybody.
Are you sure it doesn't cast on anybody? Don't you have to bait it on one person, and that's why they use the turtle? to bait?
You don't have to bait it on one person. They were just using the
Oh.
turtle to.
Well, but
They were
they
just
did
using
it
the turtle to not get into
to be safe, right? Because if some person
Yeah.
has to go out for like the whirlwind kite or whatever. then-
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the downside, is that there's a whirlwind cast. Like, you're out of melee very frequently. Self-Reliance is actually playing Samrek, Beckon, or Chaos, where we saw Paint for Fem skip that. Paint for Fem is already onto the Minchemba Embalmer room. They are playing all of these embalming fluids with the constructs. They have triple binding shot, and like a strategy that we've seen previously is that they will get all of those fluids low. They will bind them off in the corner, then drag those constructs away, and like chain binding shot those mobs, then like be able to deal with them. But it looks like Paint for Fem is just downing the constructs first, being very controlled with their cleave.
Yeah, see, this is what I meant with being disciplined with the damage, because if you pull this whole Embalmer room, not only do you not want to kill those fluids, but you also have the 2 Entomb casts to deal with. And this is why Fem is kiting it back and forth to the different tomes, because how these constructs work, they do the same cast as the boss, where they put one player in one of the 4 tomes in the side, but you can actually control which tome you're getting put into with the constructs compared to the boss. Because the construct will always put you into the closest tome to your player's position. So if you see the first cast go out on yourself, you can stand on one, and then Fem was moving the constructs to the other tome to get the next cast on a different one. Because if 2 players get put into the same tomb, there's an inner cooldown to get the players out, and therefore some player might be stuck in the tome for a long time, and you don't want that to happen. So this is why they were dragging them around a little bit, and now Machimba is being engaged. You see all of the players going to one of the tombs. You see the markers, the world markers being put down, and this is because they want to get the player out as soon as he gets entombed, and if you get them out immediately, Machimba will just stop casting any of his abilities for the rest of the encounter.
Yeah, so you saw Paint for Fem. They were doing something similar to what we saw from Perplexed yesterday, where they're just going to instantly click. Ooh, Fem goes down, and Mewa's going to go down. This is going to be a full team wipe for Paint for Fem.
Yeah, this is going to be a full team wipe. There's no way they can recover from this. Yeah, this is the downside of using this kind of strategy that we've been talking about. Machimba does an incredible amount of tank damage. And if you use a strategy where you get the person out immediately and Machimba stops casting any more abilities, Fem will just get all of the damage from Machimba without any sort of breathing room, because you don't have the Drain Fluid cast anymore. During the Drain Fluid, the boss will stop hitting the tank for a little while, and it will also not cast any of the other abilities that makes him stop hitting the tank. And therefore, the tank needs to have incredible defensive management to stay alive. And Fem just unfortunately going down here as soon as they got everyone out of the tomes, still having all of his defensives ready as well. So yeah, unfortunate full team wipe by Paint for Fem, as Self-Reliance is now on Machimba on their side. And they have a cast go off, and Ruder going down. Oh my god, this might be a full team wipe for them too. Yeah, okay, so this is the downside. If you do this strategy, you can't have any of those CCs break on the ads, because they will just cast that AoE ability and you will just have a wipe.
Huh. That was...
now it's back to even.
Yeah, well, okay, so Self-Reliance was pulling the Purification Construct with Machimba there, which would have put them fairly ahead, but... Yeah, like you were saying, so the Mummy's cast is a disease, and it could be revivaled off if that mistake is actually made. But unfortunately, nobody got a kick on the ad. Harudra ended up dying. I don't even know what exactly, too. He could have been meleeed down by Machimba, like Negro was saying. Machimba... He has like probably the hardest melees out of any boss in Mythic Plus. Dude actually just bonks your tank pretty hard. Same thing that happened to Fem. Like as soon as the Entombs ended up getting canceled, Fem just got meleeed and instantly died. I assume maybe he didn't have block up. It could literally be something like that.
Yeah, in a way, this is a completely even match. The same mistake for both teams happening, really. I mean, tanks going down, one cast going through, and just a complete disaster there. This is the downside of not running a battle res class. Now, we do have the possibility of running engineering res, and so even if someone goes down, they can use a battle res. But the engineer res takes so much longer compared to a DK res, which is instant, or a res to druid's res. So if a tank goes down, the amount of time it takes you to get them back up, it usually is just a full team wipe on a boss. Because you need to go there, you need to cast, I think it's a 4-second cast or 3 seconds. It's just incredibly long, and there's so many things that can happen during that time when the tank is dead.
It looks like one of those pets from one of their hunters is on passive and wasn't hitting the boss during Bestial Wrath, which is unlucky.
Oh, that's not good.
Did you see Fem? Okay, so they accidentally got one of the mummies, and the mummy got parried. So, like, obviously they're trapping the mummies and paralyzing the mummies off to the side. One of the paras got broken, and Fem had to leap and go kick the mummy that got its para broken. So that was actually a pretty clutch play by Fem there at the very last moment. Now they're just cycling kicks on that Wicked Discharge cast, trying to be able to deal with that. Whereas Self-Reliance is playing the Purification Construct with Machimba. That's fairly scary for Harudra, I will say, especially if Machimba is no longer doing any of his abilities. He'll be meleeing Harudra a significant amount, putting him in a position where he could potentially go down.
Yeah, and he's out of defensive as well on Harudra side. No more shield well available, no more last stand either, no more shout. And the Harudra going down, this is another full team wipe by Self-Reliance. Yeah, as you mentioned, just the amount of damage coming in here on the tank, plus the Purification Protocol, plus they also had one of these ads because the CC broke. Same thing as for Pain for Femme. It was just too much to handle on the incoming tank damage here. Pain for Femme, on the other hand, did manage to finish off the boss. One thing to note, they actually used their Bloodlust because they knew that they take longer because of their wipe. They said, you know what, let's commit the Bloodlust here. We're just going to have it ready again for the last boss. So I really like that they adapted their cooldown strategy here because of the wipe.
Yeah, Mikkel there does end up resing Furrow. Furrow gets that mass res off on the rest of the group, and the rest of the team of Self-Reliance is ready to pull Machimba again. Whereas Paint for Femme, dealing with that raptor, they used okay, so basically they're trapping beneath where they're standing. So whenever that raptor leaps on top of them, the raptor will immediately get trapped and cancel his hunting party ability. That hunting party ability is actually fairly dangerous. The hunting leap, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Fairly dangerous. So the hunters from Paint for Femme were doing a really good job there of being able to stop that cast. So now you do have that Spectral Brute, and the Spectral Brute has a significantly higher amount of HP from those raptors. However, the advantage of those raptors is that they probably won't be in melee for prolonged periods of time, meaning that the Brute can just get cleaved down first, and then Paint for Femme side deals with those raptors secondly.
This Brute usually is a mob that we see teams not engage with in the NDI environment, but if you run a triple hunter comp, you can run the Brute no problem, because you don't lose any damage having to run out of this huge area of denial, right? The pets can send it, the hunters can outrange it. So this is why we see some of the teams actually deal with this Brute now and just drag it along, make sure, of course, you still need to play around bolstering, but well done by them anyway, dealing with this. They're up to 84% trash now, dealing with those awakened mobs. They're dragging it to that third boss, because, I mean, they do have a Shadow Melt, their whole team, so they could theoretically also just do a Shadow Melt pull, but just seems like they don't want to deal with all of their awakened mobs on the last boss.
I mean, the 4 awakened mobs on the last boss that we've seen from other teams is incredibly challenging to be able to pull off. And in conjunction with that, doing double obelisk there at that point, it is also fairly challenging in of itself because it is bolstering. So the scarabs can bolster up the tentacles from the blob, those eyes of corruption or whatever. So only doing Voidweaver Mouth here right there, while it may be kind of confusing for some, it doesn't really seem like that bad of a strategy. I find it... Why is Fem standing on top of this ledge like that? Is he able to dodge the Whirling Axe cast if he's standing right there, but then he gets hit by the bleed from them? Huh.
Maybe he just isn't like moving. Either way, I see tanks stand here a lot in this corner, just because it will reach the ranged later, and it will be easier to nuke the boss down. Now, of course, in a hunter environment, maybe it's not a big deal. So maybe you are right. Maybe he is doing it so it's a little bit of a damage gain for the tank, not having to dodge the swirl, right? I mean, it's a slight damage gain for your group because your tank doesn't do as much damage as another melee would. But still, every single second matters in these kind of competitions, and that's also why we see the teams not focusing down the explosive totem on Xanazal, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like Xanazal. The reason that they're not focusing down the explosive totem because it doesn't 100-0 them, and then with that they can just focus on the Earth Shield totem.
Yeah.
And then they just blast the boss, making sure that they don't get 2 totem phases. Because the second Earthwall totem would cost them more time overall, and like getting a second phase of totems would cost them more time than basically anything else. So they kind of just let the explosive totem go off and just let it happen.
Yeah, and we see Self-Reliance did manage to finish off Machimba now. 3rd time's the charm. Now they're moving on to that trash group. They pulled the first trash on top of these raptors. We've seen some teams actually just do this slower and pull the first 2 spectral casters with the Berserker by itself, just because these packs are quite dangerous. It looks simple when these teams are dealing with them, but the amount of things happening at the same time is crazy. You have the spectral bolts going off on the tank constantly. There's a huge amount of damage to the tank when they're not interrupted. You have the Frost Shock going out, you have the Healing Tide Totem spawn, Mikkel actually going down, unfortunately, Haruta having 2 stacks of the bleed from the Berserker, Furo going down too. This might just be, I mean, they're really low, maybe they can finish this off, but Haruta going down, maybe they can kite it out. But they're super bolstered, so this is gonna be a long kite, so I'm not sure if they can finish it off.
I suspect it's like maybe the Witch Doctor with that Frost Shock cast. Whenever that Witch Doctor is fairly bolstered right now.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that was what would be what is like one-shotting people. I wonder when they're gonna Bloodlust though. From Self-Reliance's side, it's kind of weird that they haven't used it yet, right?
So they actually have to commit a battle rest here as well, right? Because they don't have hunters can't out of combat rest, so they have to commit their battle rest to get Furo up, so Furo can rest his teammates. But yeah, I think the reason why they didn't commit their bloodlust was because they forgot. I think they literally just forgot, because if their route goes perfectly the way it did in time trials, then you use it at the start, and then you use it again at the awakened pool on the last boss. And they definitely had time to fit in another Bloodlust here with their double wipe on Machimba. And we see Pain for Femme also committed their second Bloodlust because of the wipe that they had. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used it there. So I think Self-Reliance, they literally just forgot about it because it wasn't in their plan or in their route.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That definitely makes a lot of sense. Self-Reliance here has started on the Council of Tribes, whereas Paint for Femme has already finished the full Council of Tribes. It's a fairly lengthy boss, especially on Tyrannical, probably in the it's probably in the 5-minute range on a Tyrannical 19. So Paint for Femme has a fairly hefty lead here. So yeah, I think at this point, if you're Self-Reliance, you're just kind of hoping that Paint for Femme has a catastrophic wipe on Desar, right?
Yeah. Which, I mean, it can happen, right? You have to deal with the Awakened mobs and the Tyrannical boss at the same time. Interestingly enough, I don't think we've seen a team struggle with the last boss in King's Rest yet. Which, I mean, in my opinion, it is very hard to deal with the boss and all of the Awakened mobs. Just because there's so much tank damage happening with the blade combo from the boss, and then you have Reban jump around with his frontal, and you have the tornadoes go out. But these teams seem to not really have trouble with these Awakened mobs so far yet. If I'm actually dropping really low here on Shadow of Sul, which is known to be a mini boss that does a huge amount of tank damage, it is not a fortified environment, so it's not buffed, but still seems to be doing a lot of damage to Femme.
Oh yeah, Protection Warrior not known for being the strongest magic mitigation tank. The only real strong magic mitigation that they have is through that spell reflection, which does give some DR to magic damage. But all in all, their shield wall is okay. Sure, they can pop Avatar or Last Stand, neither of which are super good. It's basically because you can't block the magic abilities from Duel. But Pain for Femme here is going to be pulling King Desar, and like we were stating, they're going to have some Awakened mobs to deal with. I believe it's 3. They killed Voidweaver Malthier a little bit earlier, so that will be one that they do not have to deal with.
Do you think they're waiting for Bloodlust? It's so long though. It's 1 minute.
Okay, so I think that they probably know that Self-Reliance is so far behind that they can just kind of chill and wait.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because
they're dancing.
It definitely makes sense for them to wait here. And I was, when I saw that they had cooldowns still, I was wondering they might actually wipe if they pull this off without their Bloodlust. But they were waiting because they knew they're ahead. Of course, this broadcast can be watched by the competitors too, it is in a delay, so they will not immediately know what happens. But because the Machimba wipe happened quite a while ago, they will know about this, and therefore they know that they have the time to wait for that Bloodlust. They did engage the boss now though, and Bloodlust is still on cooldown for a couple of seconds, so they want to make sure they deal with this properly, and they want to make sure they have their hunter pets available to taunt off that Spirit Breaker cast from the Tank Buster, so Fem is not going to be in trouble.
And here comes their Bloodlust for Pain for Fem. You do actually see some of the hunters, they're using their Feigned Death to be able to get that Quaking Leap to recast on a different hunter. It's just kind of delaying the damage that's coming out, allowing Mewa to be able to kind of top all of the players up in the group. I think, like you were saying, we haven't seen Dazar be overly deadly this season.
Yeah.
I think if Dazar was going to be deadly, it would have to almost be in a Grievous environment where like the healer's mana is kind of pressed, because we do see Mistweaver Monk's running through a lot of mana on this fight. Like look at where he is. He's almost at 50% mana right now on the side of Pain for Fem. So I think there is a way that they wiped this boss, but we haven't seen it very often this season.
Yeah, it also seems like those Mistweaver Monks, they have to commit so much mana at the start when the Wiggle maps come out, and then they just drain all of their mana to heal through that initial push, and then they just somehow get by with their slither of mana, and everything seems to be fine. Not like Holy Paladins, who just seem to have a 100% mana bar the whole time. I'm not sure if their abilities just not cost any sort of mana resources, but yeah, just complaining a little bit about Paladins. Either way, we see Pain for Fem now are on 100%. They are 100% trash now because of their Wake Ups that they finished off. So all I have to do is finish the boss, right? Which usually is not very dangerous, but we've seen what happens on Machimba, right?
I mean, with quaking, anything can happen, right? If your tank gets accidentally quaked by a friendly man who you thought was your friend, maybe he goes down. But once Tazala gets dismounted, once Tazala gets dismounted, basically Pain for Fem is kind of home free. Self-Reliance is now dealing with the Shadow of Zul, so they were in position. If they didn't have that second wipe on Machemba, I think they could have won potentially. Just that second wipe was so catastrophic for them, unfortunately.
Yeah. And it must be heartbreaking too. Now, I mean, they must know now that Pain for Fem also had a full team wipe on Machimba, and the fact that they followed up with a wipe on their own then is, you know, they basically know that if they would have played this dungeon clean without those big mistakes, they probably would have ended up winning because Pain for Fem had this team wipe. So that's always a heartbreaking thing to realize afterwards. But this is only the first game of the series, so once Pain for Fem finishes off this boss, there will be a second and maybe even third game of the series because the team needs to win too. Therefore, the next game is going to be a Workshop, and we'll see what happens. I don't think we've seen Self-Reliance play Workshop yet today, so we'll see what they have up their sleeves as Pain for Fem is finishing off the boss and go 1-0 against Self-Reliance.
Yep, that is going to be a game one win for Pain for Fem. Definitely unfortunate on the side of Self-Reliance. It kind of seemed to fall apart a little bit there. Zyro, where did it start to go wrong for them?
Well, it went wrong for both teams in Machimba's room. There was a lot going wrong, but a lot of different things going wrong. Some mismanagement of the mummies for Pain for Fem, whereas Purification Beam scoring a lot of kills on the side of Self-Reliance. So it goes to show that boss room, especially with these affixes, can be incredibly difficult for these teams to deal with.
Yeah, and you know, Pain for Fem did have 5 deaths on the board, and they still were able to pull off that victory. Titles, but it sounded like at some point Self-Reliance was maybe able to catch up.
I mean, okay, so Self-Reliance was behind throughout the very beginning of the run, and Nagur and I believed that it was due to just how they were playing those constructs. So Self-Reliance was actually playing their constructs with the first pull of the dungeon, where Pain for Fem was playing it with the first boss. It was just a little bit more efficient. So Self-Reliance was trying to battle back there, and then, like Zyro was saying, it just kind of all fell apart for both teams in the Machimba room. Self-Reliance's second wipe kind of sealed their fate, though.
Yeah, definitely hard to recover from something as catastrophic as that. And now we're going to be moving on to Workshop. moving forward in this series, these teams are going to be looking to play a lot more clean. How do you kind of reset from a game like that, Nagura, and try and play your best foot forward on a game 2?
I think you just need to try your best to forget about what happened in that King's Rest and just completely focus all of your energy into the next dungeon, right? Because obviously there's nothing they can do about this anymore. It happened, and I think this is a mentality that grows on you the more you are competing and the more you're in these kind of tournaments. Of course, we know Pain for Fam, they've been veterans, they've been around for so long, and they probably know exactly what they have to do to recover from these kind of mistakes. While Self-Reliance, on the other hand, they are a little bit newer as a team. There's some players who have been competing before, but maybe some newer players in this team, for example, Ashwell and Mikkel, who haven't been competing that much, maybe they still need to learn this kind of mentality on how to just shake off a loss like that and move on.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge mental game for a lot of these teams. We'll have to see how they move forward in this series. And Zyra, walk us through your replay that you have for us. It sounds like you have a little bit of insight into what happened in that last game.
I mean, there's not really too much of an insight as to what happened. It's pretty clear if you're just looking at the screen at what's happening. On the side of Pain for Fim, it looks like they just missed a Hunter Trap for some reason. They have all 4 sarcophagi covered. They have 300 traps and a paralyzed for the 4th one, and a mummy somehow ends up getting through and smacks down Pain for Fim with the boss melees, and he just goes down while they get that paralyzed on one of the mummies. And it's kind of unfortunate to see that just kills your tank so quickly, but that's, one of the dangers of this particular strategy. And then of course, on the side of Self-Reliance, the Purification Construct just absolutely clotheslines everyone in their group and takes them out one by one. It's just, there's a lot that can go wrong with Machimba. It's a boss that has a lot of particularly high single target output, and when you add any extra factors in, which could be in the form of letting those mummies through or pulling in the Purification Construct, it makes the fight a lot more difficult than what we'd normally see from just a team pulling the boss by itself. But that's kind of what you have to do in the MDI. You have to try to make these efficient pulls happen or make the boss easier in order to kill it more quickly in order to stay competitive, and we just happen to see 2 different ways of messing it up here.
Yep, indeed, and we are going to be moving on to Workshop, as we said, and the accompanying affixes are going to be Fortified, Teeming, and Quaking, and Tettles. This is a map that hasn't been, it's only been banned once, I believe. Is this kind of an easier map with these affixes?
I don't know about the term easier. It's definitely straightforward. And whenever you have to factor in how much time teams need to take to practice something like Workshop, you do have a good fundamental baseline. Teaming for a lot of dungeons will actually change up your pathing. So say Shrine of the Storm, that one's probably the most affected by teaming. You're going to have to pull a lot more mini bosses in that dungeon, whereas for Workshop, your pulls are almost the exact same, regardless of whether or not you have teaming or not. So I think that the teams just have a good fundamental understanding of how the dungeons work, so everybody is at an even playing field for how it works out.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to be playing Triple Demon Hunter on both sides as well. Or sorry, Demon Hunter, BM Hunter. And
I was surprised for a second.
I was going to say, wait, Demon?
No, I don't think we'd ever see that. Triple BM Hunter, excuse me. And Zyra, how are these classes going to be played? They're going to be utilized here on Workshop.
Same as we saw in the King's Rest. They're just incredibly consistent single target damage. They can deal with a lot of the particular mechanics that this dungeon puts out, being able to avoid a lot of incidental damage on Cujo, as well as just being able to do all of their damage on the move, makes them a very versatile class for this dungeon.
Most definitely. Well, there is a mirror for these 2 teams, and it is at 1-0 right now. Pain for Fem only 1 game away from taking this series. Or is Self-Reliance going to be able to tie it up? We will see as soon. The gates are opening and they are ready to go.
Yeah, all right. As you mentioned, we do see the 6 Hunters again, complete mirror lineup here from both of those teams. Not a surprise, to be honest. This has been happening, recently in the EU region. We've seen the American region last weekend. They were playing mages a lot, specifically for this dungeon. So I wonder if this is just going to be the new kind of meta that maybe the other region will also copy for their strat, or if they will stick to the mages. Because, it seems like this EU Asia region really does not like mages at all for this Workshop here.
Oh, interestingly enough, so both teams here take a little bit different strategy of how they deal with the first trash pack of the dungeon. Paint for Femme using that rocket barrage from those mobs to be able to kill those off. They stack up in melee and try to kill them off with that as quickly as possible. While Self-Reliance using the tried and true hammer method, where they just beat down the mob, making sure that they all bait underneath that hammer. Okay, so look at them right there. Even Harudra is standing underneath that hammer to try to get that extra damage, and you see No Mercy just gets clocked by it. So the more people you have baiting the hammer, the more damage it's going to appropriate to that, like No Mercy or Platinum Pummeler or whatever, allowing you to be able to do the fight just a little bit quicker. Pain for Femme, on their side, they're doing it as well. You have to make sure that you dodge out of the way of Quaking, though, because getting hit by a Quaking by your group mates is a good way for you to die.
Yeah, this is why Quaking can actually cost you a lot of damage here in this specific boss, because if you get bad Quaking timing exactly when you want to bait that hammer and you need to spread out because of it, then you're just gonna lose out on some damage because you have the missing players underneath. Looks like Pain for Femme dealt with No Mercy a little bit faster than Self-Reliance did on their hand. Mdi actually going down, unfortunately. I very highly doubt they will use their Battle Rest here, because once this boss goes down, he can just release. But still, 5 seconds on the board, something they don't want to see. Both teams also committed their Bloodlust for this first boss.
Yeah, so both teams end up downing the first boss within 2 seconds of one another. So pretty good. Both of these guys were doing a good job of being able to kite out and stack underneath that hammer to be able to get the most value out of the damage from it. So that was pretty good. Now Paint for Femme and Self-Reliance are both running down this, I don't even know what it is, trash area, I guess you want to call it. And they're going to be looking to pull all these waste processing units and these slimes together.
Yeah, this trash area, I've been looking for my Moonkin friends there. Haven't found any though. As Femme is moving on, gathering all of this trash group here. We've seen this Mdi actually going down again, unfortunately, on Pain for Femme's side. He's releasing immediately, and there's probably no healing required on this pack, just because there's going to be the immunities being used by all of the hunters to immune that explosion when the living waste goes down. Femme also staying alive, just kiting a little bit before his healer comes back. But yeah, just a bunch of mistakes here by the healer.
So Ashvale ends up dying for the side of Self-Reliance as well. So they're not out of the woods yet. Both of these teams with triple waste processing unit, or maybe it's 4 waste processing units on teaming, is pretty scary, just because you can't really pull this into the boss. And the reason that you're not able to is because that they do that frontal ability, and that frontal actually can go through the box. That process waste that you see on the side of Self-Reliance and on the side of Paint for Femme right now, it can go through the box, so pulling it with Cujo can be fairly risky.
Yeah, Shella also went down on Pain for Femme's side because he did have a double debuff, this magic debuff that's just taking damage. Unfortunately, Mdi wasn't there because he died and Shella couldn't be dispelled, therefore he did go down on his side. Thankfully, both of the debuffs did go on Shella though, because if they would have been on Shella and somebody else, maybe 2 people would have went down. So still, luck, to be honest, to have both on Shella. Either way, they did engage Cujo now, and Self-Reliance there, of course, ahead because they didn't have the kind of trouble that we saw Pain for Femme having. They are slightly behind in trash, 3%, but that probably doesn't mean a lot at all.
Quaking on Cujo is actually is so hard to play. So you did see on the side of Paint for Femme, they were using some of their immunities there to be able to just like have less people stacked up. You saw Femme was off like in the very back to not cleave the Quaking as well. It's really hard to be able to deal with on such a small box. So Paint for Femme and Self-Reliance both doing a good job of not cleaving a bunch of Quaking there.
Yeah, maybe there's even a reason to assign people to stand on top of each other, so you only get 2. So let's say if we get Quaking while we have to stay behind, just make sure that, let's say, Sebek stays on top of Shelle on the left side and Ricky stays on top of Mdi on the right side, you know? Because if everyone just doesn't know what to do and then you just overlap all of the Quakings, then you're definitely gonna die. But if you only get one other person's Quaking plus your own, then you should be fine. So maybe there's even a reason to assign this kind of stuff here. As Self-Reliance and Pain for Femme now as well downed that second boss, Cujo Harura, using that life potion to move on and immediately start this next event here, downing that Alarma bot.
Yeah, you actually, so we're looking at Fem's POV, but something that you could kind of see if you were watching very closely is Sebek actually disengaged to that lower landing platform, and at that point you're able to like jump up, like parkour up like this little lamp post to be able to get up onto the ramp. It allows you just a little bit faster way, a means of getting towards this area as opposed to running all the way around the conveyor belt, I guess is what it would be. And get to this area. So Self-Reliance and Paint for Femme are kind of neck and neck now because of Paint for Femme's ability to be able to take that conveyor belt slightly quicker.
Yeah, so the trash that they're behind, we'll see how they make it up later on. I wonder what they skipped. They probably skipped a little bit of the trash between the first and second boss. I guess that's the only thing you can skip. So we'll see how they make up for it. Maybe they deal with a little bit less trash on top of the third boss later. That's also a pull that we definitely need to look forward to and keep an eye on, because that trash pull on top of the third boss, that's something we've seen lots of people struggle with, just because there's so many things going on at the same time. Need to dodge all of the mechanics from the boss. On top of that, also interrupting the trash, dealing with the trash mechanic. On top of that, you have quaking as well. So we'll see how both these teams handle that one. But first, they need to still deal with this gauntlet here. And yeah, Pinterem is slightly behind as they're just now about to finish it off. I would say just a couple of seconds difference, plus the 10 seconds on the death timer.
Yeah, the 10 seconds on the death timer is a little bit more than I think that they are on the spider bot. They really did make up some of that time on that conveyor belt. I think they probably made up like 10 seconds doing that. So Self-Reliance here is pulling this bot off to the side. I've actually seen this as a strategy where you are able to allow the ranged DPS to like fully range in the very back of the area, but it also allows that spider to be pre-positioned so that once this gate drops, the whole entire group is able to just run all the way through and run as quickly as possible to hop into that pillar.
Yeah, and I think the reason why you do this, we see it on Paint for Femme side as well, is because of the quaking ethics. Because this mini boss's mechanic means that you have to use this very tiny slice of the room as the safe spot. And if you get quaking at the very same time as you need to stack up in this tiny area, it can definitely cause some issues with quaking, that people overlap each other and maybe go down, unfortunately. And that's why we saw all the hunters here on Paint for Femme's side outrange that mini boss's ability, just to not have any sort of struggles with space with quaking. Both of these teams now dealing with the Void Weaver awakened mobs. I think we've only seen one team so far skip this Void Weaver, and I think it was the limit, right?
Yeah, it was Complexity Limit.
And it didn't even save them any sort of time because the players didn't do the gauntlet first try.
I mean, I think that's why you'll very rarely see people skipping Void Weaver. It's just because it's positioned in a way where if you accidentally mess up that gauntlet, then you just lose all the time, and then you have to play the mini boss with the final boss. So it's just like, overall, it's probably just worth playing because of those reasons. Self-Reliance has pulled all their trash into Head Machinist Spark Flux. Paint for Femme looking to do a very mirrored pull here. This can be very dangerous, though. This is probably one of the more dangerous parts of the whole entire instance.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I've talked about this before. This can be a pull where things can go wrong super quickly and spiral out of control, especially because these teams are not running any Battle Rest class. No DK or Resolute or Warlock even to get any person back up immediately. We do have the Engineering Rest, but you need to be close to the player, and it's a very long cast to go through. And it's very difficult to stand still on this specific boss fight and cast a Battle Rest because of the amount of mechanics that are happening that need to be dodged. So that's why this can be very dangerous, but it looks like Self-Reliance dealt with the trash pretty well. They are now on 40% on the boss, and yeah, it looks like they did a really good job dealing with it.
Looks like on the Paint for Femme side, maybe one of our observers is having a little bit of lag there. Looks like the whole entire team is doing fine. 10%-ish difference between these two teams. So it's really going to come down to execution, I think on King Mechagon, for how these teams end up really hashing it out. Just the ability to be able to kill some of those awakened mobs just a little bit quicker than one another. It will allow you to be able to make up any time disparity. So Self-Reliance is able to kill Head Machinist Spark Flux. Paint for Femme, about 12% out. It's probably going to be in the range of like 10 to 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, we also have I mean, it's still a very slight difference in trash percentage, as you can see it. Somewhere between 1% or a little bit less. So we'll see if that actually matters at all, or if one of the teams is just going to go a little bit over percentage. But yeah, now they have to deal with these 3 spider tanks. There's 3 of them because of teaming. And I actually think that having 3 tanks here on teaming is better for these teams, because having 3 targets means it's a little bit of a damage increase for the hunters. So that's why I think teaming environment actually a little bit of an advantage instead of having only 2 mobs for Pain for Fem and Self-Reliance here.
2 targets, 2 damage, 3 targets, 3?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Self-Reliance and Pain for Fem both downing those tanks in pretty quick succession of one another. Pain for Fem actually downs the tank that will start the RP just a little bit earlier than Self-Reliance, so Self-Reliance has to stand there and wait a few seconds to be able to get that prepped. Pain for Fem is now pulled ahead.
Yeah, wow. So the way they dealt with those spider tanks literally just gave them the advantage here. It was such a close game before. They were, I would say, 5 to 10 seconds behind, not thinking about the death counter. And now they're actually ahead in dungeon speed. Again, they still have 2 more deaths, meaning 10 seconds in favor of Self-Reliance. It's going to be an incredible close game. Now, the next thing we need to think about after this trash pull is being done, of course, all of this trash pull can matter, right? Because depending on how fast you deal with this, every single second matters, and it also how you deal with the damage income. You see Ricky actually going down for Pain for Fem. Another death on the board, so 15 seconds in favor of Self-Reliance here, and they need to finish off this trash without Ricky unless they want to commit a battle rest.
I mean, those death penalties may be what makes or breaks this match, honestly.
Yeah.
That 15 seconds in deaths, these teams are very close together, so it's going to be kind of close to see what's happening here. So you do see all the hunters dismissing their pets. They're going to be looking to do a skip where they skip all of this trash. This is probably one of the most dangerous packs in all of Mythic Plus. So if you can avoid playing it, would be highly advised, just generally. Self-Reliance a little bit quicker on their skip because Pain for Fem had to res Ricky there. So now both teams are going to be on to King Mechagon, and Pain for Fem needs to be able to kill King Mechagon with 15 seconds quicker than Self-Reliance kills King Mechagon.
Alright, Self-Reliance now engage the boss. They also pop their Bloodlust immediately. Now, it's definitely very important how you deal with the positioning of these Awaken mobs plus the boss, because some of these mobs, they don't want to move that fast, especially the boss itself also casts a lot, but therefore standing still. The more gathered up you keep those mobs, the faster you're going to kill them. And you definitely want to make sure you interrupt, you don't want to deal with the fear as best as you can. You see Fura already used the revival to get rid of it. Mevo also used the revival, so now it's on the hunters themselves to use their turtle to get rid of the debuff, and then you want to have the single target dispel come out of Mevo to deal with the rest of the fears.
Yeah, so probably the priority would be the tank has like the highest priority for dispel, and then the healer has highest priority, the second highest priority for the dispel. Just a single target dispel that both of these teams healers do have. Ricky's dropping pretty low here, though.
Yeah, Ricky dropped incredibly low, did manage to recover though, but it seems like everyone had to use all of their defensives at this point. They're out of acceleration, they're out of turtle, so no more big defensives available for all of the damage dealers here. So they want to make sure they finish off this tank buster quickly, especially because the tank buster also needs to be dealt with the pets. They need to taunt off that Spirit Breaker cast. And that also costs you some damage, right? Especially if your pet goes down. It can survive with the defensive, but if the defensive is not ready and the pet goes down, you have to revive it, costing a bunch of damage. And this is such a close game. Again, Pain for Fem catching up here on the boss damage.
Pulled King Mechagon like 2 or 3 seconds after Self-Reliance, yet they phased the boss 10-15 seconds ahead. Now this is going to be a race to the finish here. That 15-second death timer, so if you guys look in the bottom right-hand corner, Pain for Fem has 4 deaths accounting for 20 seconds, Self-Reliance has 1 accounting for 5. So Pain for Fem needs to kill King Mechagon and the guy that jumps out of him, the Omega Buster and King Mechagon himself, 15 seconds quicker than that of Self-Reliance. So this is going to be a photo finish, I think.
Yeah, 15 seconds. I'm not really sure if they can make up for this, but it looked like they have a lot of single target damage. Specifically looking at the healer and the tank damage, if you compare the two, Fem is doing a lot of damage here in this pool. Also Mdi doing as much as he can. Ricky dropping incredibly low here, but did manage to recover. The Zap cast is Giga Zap, as you can see, does leave a dot behind. It ticks for quite a lot of damage, especially with the Hunters not having their defensives ready anymore. We see Shelly using the acceleration here, but they also want to make sure they don't get hit by these things from beyond that are spawning as well. And yeah, 15 seconds. As soon as Pain for Fam finishes off King Mechagon, Ricky going down.
Oh, Ricky goes down.
So it's gonna be 20 seconds. I don't think this is gonna be. Yeah, I think this is gonna be going to Self-Reliance, but it's still very close. As they finish off King Mechagon in a couple of seconds here, and then it's gonna be 20 seconds. Yeah, there's no way. Just these deaths by Pain for Fam, it was too much to make up, and it's gonna be a 1-1 between Pain for Fam and Self-Reliance.
Ooh. That was an interesting finish to that. I definitely was expecting that to go to Fate for Fem towards the end there. But Zyro, they kind of managed to turn it around last minute. Explain what happened in those final moments. Zyro? Tuttles.
I'm muted. I muted myself. That's all right. We're okay. I was trying to make sure I didn't talk over you guys at the end there. That's all right. That happens.
It happens.
Broadcast from home. Yeah,
we're all working from home.
Better single target damage from Pain for Fim at the end there really brought them back. And if Ricky didn't end up going down, they probably could have brought that within a few seconds. But really, you can't be upset with losing that map if you're Pain for Fim, because really they created all their own problems there. Just a lot of personal deaths, especially around Cujo. They weren't able to pull trash into Cujo because of the individual personal deaths. Now there was a little bit of unfortunate occurrences. Shelly actually got targeted by double debuffs twice, used his turtle on the first set of double debuffs for the damage reduction, didn't have anything available for the second one, which caused him to die. So things like that happening, that's kind of down to RNG, and it didn't really play in their favor. But the other random personal deaths throughout the entire dungeon, just that shouldn't be happening when you're at this level. And these guys are definitely better players than that. So I expect to see them bounce back in game 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, like you said, it's not a bad place to be in, especially if you can easily point out those rooms for improvement in that gameplay. And Tuttles moving forward into this next map, they are tied up. Only one game is needed to win this best of 3 series, and we're going to be going to Shrine. Where can these teams be looking to clean up their gameplay for this next game?
Yeah, I mean, Shrine of the Storm, ultimately, Shrine of the Storm is on such a knife's edge a lot of the time, but it was a time trial map, so a lot of these teams should have significant amounts of practice in this necrotic Shrine environment. I think that Volzith the Whisperer may cause the most wipes this season for all MDI teams, I feel like, just because we have seen so many different problems of just like either healers dying with promises of power buff, somebody getting hit by a tentacle, and then they miss the damage check, casts going off and completely wiping groups, people pulling triple obelisk into Volzith and then just incidental damage killing off the party. I think we've seen just so many different things. So being able to have a good strategy in the first 85-90% of the dungeon, and then being able to fight through that hardest 10% that's at the very end of it, that will be the critical point for both of these teams, I feel like.
Yeah, and on King's Rest and Workshop, we saw 2 triple Demon Hunter comps coming out of both teams. Nagura, are these teams kind of forced to play these meta compositions to be able to be competitive in this tournament?
Well, I mean, we've seen a triple Hunter comp just now come out in this second cup in EU Asia. We've already had 2 cups before, one EU Asia and one Amer, and we haven't seen that comp before, so I'm still not completely sure if this is going to be a comp that they're going to stick to, or if this is just going to be the flavor of this week, really. Especially because we have also had bowstring in King's Rest, and hunters are known to be very good at bowstring. So I still think we're going to see mages now and then come out in Workshop just because of the huge strength of mages. And depending on the affixes changing, I think it's just a specific dungeon/affix combination that happened this week. That's the reason why we see those 3 hunters. I very highly doubt it's going to be happening all the time. Specifically now with the Shrine, I think both of the teams are actually playing double DK Demon Hunter, so not a single hunter there either. Very heavily depends on the dungeon plus the affix combination.
Yeah, and that affix combination for Shrine is going to be Fortified, Necrotic, and Volcanic. Zyro, what is it about these comps that we're seeing for the team? They have the double Demon Hunter, double DK. I like Demon Hunters today, apparently. Double DK and the Demon Hunter. What about these DPS is going to be useful with this incoming affixes?
Well, the DK are just kind of like the de facto pick whenever you want to pull massive amounts of trashes into boss and get some free boss damage out of the cleave that you do with the double DK. That's really what we're going to see in any dungeon where you can really pull those kind of pulls off, because they just gain so much single target damage from that mass AoE. I feel like the meta, just to kind of extrapolate on what Nagura was saying right now, like we're in a really healthy meta right now in the MDA, probably one of the best metas we've seen in a long time. You know, we're long removed from the triple rogue or the double rogue Windwalker monk that we saw in the MDI last year. And these teams are now, instead of just going cookie cutter, okay, double rogue plus X for every single dungeon, they're now thinking, okay, this dungeon we want to do these kind of pulls, so we're going to run this comp. This dungeon, hunters are really good, so we're going to run that. This dungeon, actually, we kind of need a little bit of everything, so we're going to go rogue, DK, hunter. It's actually like a really cool thing to see these teams actually pick and choose their comp for each dungeon rather than just cookie cuttering the exact same comp throughout all the dungeons.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see a little bit more diversity coming out of these compositions as we're seeing this season sort of develop and what the meta is facing off to be. And it is now 1-1, Paint for Femme versus Self-Reliance, and they're going to be going into this map. One game is left to move them forward into the match series.
All right, so we see both teams doing this very similar pull here, where they get the tanks gather up all of the trash onto this lantern. Mevo going down again, unfortunately, for Pain for Fem's side. It's really not his serious here. Mevo going down a lot. Ricky going down as well. As long as Fem stays alive. But no, Fem going down too. This might just be a full reset here, which would be a disaster. Yes, it is a full reset. Sadek and Shelle following suit. This is a disaster because none of the trash actually went down, so everything is gonna reset.
18?
I mean,
drop it and retest it. Like that, they lost all of their offensive CDs. Fem has used that shield wall, that avatar, that last stand. They have literally everything on CD. They need to make sure that they stay composed and are able to recover here. Self-Reliance, they did a really good job on their first pull. They're snapping Void Weaver Malthier to that Accuseer room. It's like I was talking about in the pregame show, though. That last 10% of this dungeon, that Volzit, the Whisperer room, is a great equalizer here. But Fem goes down again, and Pain for Fem is starting to put themselves in even further of a hole.
Yeah, this is actually a really huge problem if you have this huge reset on this very first pull. Just because of the fact these mobs here, they are very dangerous. There's so many casters that have so many spells that need to be interrupted, and if one of them goes through, it can cause a huge disaster. You have the Templar that casts the shields that cause everyone to get DR, which is a huge problem, needs to be dispelled. Then you have the Mending, which is a heal that needs to be interrupted. And then you have the Water Blast, which do huge amounts of damage to the tank. And the reason why we see this huge snapping pull at the start is because the DKs have their cooldowns ready. They can nuke it down before you need to deal with all of the healing abilities and all of these water bolts. So you just reduce the amount of time you have to fight those mobs because of the amount of damage you can do on these huge AoE pulls with the DKs, and that's what makes these pulls a lot easier. But now they don't have the cooldowns anymore, and they have to pull one by one. And you see how difficult those mobs are if they don't die within a couple of seconds, because the amount of interrupts that they require.
Mm-hmm. I mean, fortunate enough, they do have 4 melee kicks in the rotation with the double DK single Demon Hunter and then the Protection Warrior tank. So they're all 15-second interrupts, allowing them to be able to get kicks on most everything. But now, looks like Pain for Fem's playing this dungeon like a live route.
They have to. I mean, there's no way they can pull all of these casters together without their offensive cooldowns ready. But Self-Reliance, on the other hand, they did not have any of those issues at all. They're still in zero deaths. Did use their Bloodlust for this Aquaseer pull. They pulled a bunch of trash mobs on top of Aquaseer, used their Bloodlust immediately to deal with it, and there's still some of the casters alive and one Templar, it seems. So they still want to make sure they interrupt all of the abilities that are dangerous here. And they also want to make sure Herudra is not getting too many necrotic sacks on him, as he does not have the Dwarf Racial available.
So Furrow does a good job of tagging those little blob ads, the yellow ones that you actually see off to the side here. And then he also goes and grabs those initiates off to the side as well to be able to just give a little bit more count for Self-Reliance. I suspect that they're probably going to skip Windspeaker Heldis. Because at this point, they would have already pulled it into the boss, right?
Yeah, I don't think they'll pull it. We've seen some teams skip Heldis before and only deal with the initiates and get the rest of the trash afterwards. I think it's actually good to not pull Heldis. I mean, of course, if you can pull it off, it's going to be nice because you also get the damage increase of the stone that she drops. But if it's super risky and you just have a full, someone going down will just cause a huge team wipe. I think we've seen Complexity Limit actually have a full team wipe because of that Heldis pull. So I think it might just be too risky for Self-Reliance to do it, and therefore they do skip it as they move past now. Pain for Femme, on the other hand, did manage to finish up their trash now. Finally, did use the Void Weaver to skip to the boss as well.
Yeah, Self-Reliance running all the way through here, pulling Runecarver Soren in the meantime, grabbing this 4-pack that sits right there. Harudra does have his Dwarf Racial available for him as well to be able to reset necrotic stacks, so he's getting everything grouped up. You do see that Chaos Nova coming out of Ashvale on that Demon Hunter to be able to stun everything. Then it's followed up by a Shockwave. Harudra is just standing in that minor reinforcing ward, and the whole entire pack just goes down. Harudra doesn't even have to use his Dwarf Racial.
Yeah, okay, so
What
I think most of the teams that do this pull, they use the Dwarf Racial here. So it's actually interesting to see that Harudra managed to save it. As they finish up this pull, as you mentioned, they're on 47% trash now, a huge amount of percentage gained by this pull. As a Pain Program did commit their Bloodlust on Aquaseer, did pull a little bit of a trash on top. They still need to deal with the intermission phase on their side, and they of course still need to make up a lot of time compared to Self-Reliance, who are moving on, doing that elemental skip.
Yeah, so Self-Reliance pulls off the elemental skip quite well. So the only team that I've actually seen not have to use their Dwarf Racial on Necrotic Shrine on that pull, we saw Method NA and Lighty. They forewent using their Dwarf Racial, and then they immediately did this enormous pull into Brother Ironhole and Galecaller Fae, which allowed, like, the Dwarf Racial allowed them to be able to facilitate the pull. So you see Harudra, he pops that Lightfoot Potion, he's running all the way through. He's looking like he's about to pull into Brother Ironhole and Galecaller Fae as well. They're letting the mobs get grouped up, bouncing off that Ring of Peace to try to get them stacked up a little bit, just so those DKs can pop off on all those initiates and get a sizable damage increase right on top of those bosses. So right here, as soon as you see the Death and Decays come down from these Death Knights, watch Brother Ironhole and Galecaller Fae's HP as all the mobs explode.
Yeah, and keep an eye on Harudra as well. With the amount of necrotic stacks here, now the Dwarf Racial has been used by Harudra to get rid of the necrotic stacks. And a good thing about Brother Ironhole and Galecaller Fae is that the ward that spawns on the floor not only removes the Slicing Blast debuff, but it removes all debuffs. So it also removes the necrotic, and you can just get rid of it by stepping inside that ward as a tank, which makes this pull immensely easier. I don't think they would be able to do this if the ward wouldn't be removing necrotic. So well done of making sure they use that ability in their favor. Pain for Femme, they did finish up Aquaseer now. Still have to do 2 trash pulls though before they're gonna catch up to Self-Reliance, while they're already, in fact, Brother Ironhole a lot lower than Galecaller Fae, which is very interesting.
I think it's probably just like how the cleave ended up lining up. I bet all the mobs were able to get on top of Brother Ironhole pretty quickly. Self-Reliance, that pull executed perfectly. They are putting themselves in a great position. But again, you just have to keep in the back of your mind knowing that Volzith the Whisper is so hard and very easy to wipe on. Paint for Femme is still chugging along even after all those mistakes that they had at the very beginning. They need to make sure that this pull goes perfectly and that they are able to get on to Brother Ironhole and Galecaller Fae and the Tide Sage Council as quickly as possible. But Ricky goes down.
Yeah, Ricky goes down. They do have a battle rest. It comes out immediately. It looks like they're thinking about taking it or not. There we go. Ricky did accept the rest. Now they're out of battle rests, and Femme is dropping pretty low. He's got no more Dwarf Racial available. He did have to use it earlier. And Meebo is going down. This is a huge problem. They don't have a battle rest available again for Meebo. So Femme just needs to make sure he kites out these mobs. The problem is as well that the ward, that the Femme can't stand in the ward easily, because then the mobs will also stand in the ward, and this might be a full reset, or at least they have to kite it out for a long time.
It looked like some of those Ironhole apprentices actually got stuck in the wall there and were casting their smash ability. Femme ends up going down, and without Miwa there, this is looking pretty bad. Self-Reliance is already killed Tidesage Council, and now they're on Samrek Beckoner of Chaos, which is the Fear guy, and they're going to be taking him towards that bridge area in front of Lord Stormsong.
Yeah, it looks like Pain for Fem is managing to finish off this pull here by standing in the ward, getting the reduced damage in. But yeah, lots of time lost here by Pain for Fem there. Now, not only 45 seconds behind because of the death timers, but also just immensely behind in dungeon speed. Self-Reliance, as you mentioned, is pulling that Awaken mob onto the bridge here to be able to just skip. They still need quite a bit of trash, so they'll probably have to pull some of the bridge patrols and also some of the dwellers. We've seen Deplete from Beyond do this snapping pull into the next boss's room. I very highly doubt Self-Reliance is gonna imitate that, because I don't think there was enough time to try that snapping pull. But I wonder if there's gonna be more teams doing this kind of stuff that we saw from Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, now Self-Reliance has killed Samrek. They're making their way onto the bridge, whereas Paint for Femme is sitting in front of that Tidesage Council area, trying to down some more trash. At this point, they need to really make sure that they are able to stay composed just a little bit longer. Femme goes down, right as I say that. I blame Zyronic and the caster curse. Paint for Femme is probably going to have another full team wipe, as they don't have any battle reses here.
Yeah, it is actually heartbreaking. It seems like they just couldn't recover from this first initial wipe that they had. Again, this first wipe they had was pretty crucial, just because all of the DK cooldowns have been committed, and if you have a wipe like that where none of the trash goes down, even though you committed all of your DK cooldowns, that's a huge time loss. And it just looked like they have not recovered from that initial wipe, which is sad to see, because there definitely was a chance for them to catch up even after that first initial wipe, because we've talked about Shrine being so unforgiving lots of times, and we've seen so many teams wipe to the last boss, having a whole reset, needing to go again. So it really pains to see Pain for Femme struggling so much to recover here. The gap is just getting bigger and bigger, and at this point, Self-Reliance, even if they have some sort of mistake on their side, they're probably still ahead just because of the huge time gap that Pain for Femme created for themselves here. So very unfortunate to see. Self-Reliance is dealing with the second Dweller pack here, and then they'll move on to the third boss.
I mean, it's just unfortunate for Paint for Femme, because we saw them have such a strong performance against Mdi Eu yesterday.
Yeah.
So we know the team that they can be, right? And they just had some unrecoverable mistakes at the very beginning of the dungeon that they're just frustrating. I mean, once you get off pace with how your cooldowns end up lining up, it's really hard to recover. Pain for Femme is positioning. You see Femme there popping a Lightfoot Potion. He does have his Dwarf Racial active. They're now pulling all the initiates into Brother Ironhole and Galecaller Fae of the Tidesage Council, where Self-Reliance is already down 8 to 82% on Lord Stormsong, a full boss ahead.
Yeah, so Self-Reliance dealing with the boss here. They're an 83% trash, so once they're dealt with Lord Stormsong, they're gonna have enough trash to move on to the last boss area. The last couple of percentages they need, they will get from the 2 Awaken mobs they have to deal with, and on top of that, there's also gonna be the Eel packs and the Denizen pack they can still do to get the last percentage. Their Bloodlust will also be saved for that pull, just because dealing with Awaken mobs and that last boss at the same time can cause lots of issues. Now, they only have 2 compared to some other teams who have been dealing with 3, but it's still just a lot of things happening at the same time, specifically when the tank and the healer are split from the damage dealers in their intermission phase.
Yeah, so now you have Lord Stormsong sitting at a nice 20% for the side of Self-Reliance. Kabuki doing a really good job of spell reflecting that Void Bolt back onto the boss, getting what is effectively free cleave. At an 83% trash count, they're probably going to have to pull that middle pack as well. We've seen some teams in the past not pull that middle pack into the boss because they, I don't know, I guess don't believe it saves any time, or it just ends up being more costly than it's worth. Self-Reliance here needs to make sure that they do Volzith without any hiccups and without any like boss resets, without any wipes, is able to just really seal the deal with this. They are incredibly far ahead, and the only thing that could really lose this match is just their performance on Volzith. Pain for Femme is going to be downing Tidesage Council here momentarily, trying to put themselves in a position where they will be making their way towards Lord Stormsong. potentially maybe be able to capitalize on a mistake from Self-Reliance if Self-Reliance wipes late enough into Volzith. It could happen, right? We've seen crazier things before.
One thing to note though is that Self-Reliance has been pretty clean, specifically in this shrine. We've seen Self-Reliance make some huge mistakes in other dungeons, but specifically for a shrine, somehow they are just very good in this dungeon. They're very consistent, not having too many mistakes. They've also won a game against Deplete from Beyond, specifically in this shrine dungeon, where they just played cleaner, and Deplete from Beyond just had 7 deaths, had a team wipe coming in. So Self-Reliance, with their disciplined play, just not having any of these huge mistakes. Maybe their strategy is not incredibly flashy, but just playing it cleanly, having 0 deaths on their part, right? Saving them so much time. Actually, they are not using their Bloodlust here on the pull, which is very interesting because we've seen most teams commit their Bloodlust on their Awaken pull.
Yeah, I mean, especially since we are in a fortified scenario, there's almost no need for you to save your Bloodlust for the long phase. Harudra goes down!
Okay, so this is a huge problem because they're already split, and they can still rest Harudra back up, but Furo is alone, and there we go, this might just be a full team wipe coming in.
Full wipe.
They have 3 deaths now. Yeah, I think Harudra had just too many necrotic stacks on him, did not have the Dwarf Racial available to get the stacks off, and this is a huge problem because the Awaken mobs that are not that, they will respawn, even though they killed them already. So if they engage the boss again, they will respawn. Now, the cooldowns are gone for the DKs, so they have their Bloodlust available still. I wonder if it was a mistake to not use it, and that's why the necrotic stacked so high, because the mobs were alive for so long.
He was actually pretty low on necrotic stacks whenever he died. So he Dwarf Racialed the Eels. The Eels got him up to 45 stacks, and he Dwarf Racialed that. He was only sitting at 10. He was sitting I think it was sub 10 stacks. I think he just got meleeed to death by the blob.
Maybe the Denizen.
The blob does hit really hard. Okay, in all fairness,
Denizen,
the blob's melees actually do a significant amount of damage to your tank, so that very well could be it. But I'm kind of surprised that he died there. I do wonder what exactly was the root cause of it.
Well, either way, they did manage to get back now. They do still have their Bloodlust available. This time around, they probably are not going to pull the eel pack on top. No, it looks like they are doing that. Okay, so Harudra is picking up the eel pack on their side. The Awaken mobs, both of them will respawn. So we have the Blob, and we also have Samurai, I believe, that they need to deal with on this boss fight as soon as they engage the fight. We see the Ring of Peace come out immediately to make sure Harudra does not get a lot of necrotic stacks on the pull. Again, Dwarf Racial is back up, so he can get rid of the initial necrotic stacks by the eels, but they want to make sure they down them quickly before Harudra goes down again, because there's not that many defensives that he's got available at this point.
Yeah, you do see Harudra. He did in fact use his Dwarf Racial there to be able to reset all of his stacks. The Awakened mobs are probably going to be stacking him up pretty quickly as well, so he needs to make sure he does a good job of leaping away to be able to start kiting them out. He has generated enough threat on them right now. Basically, Furo and Harudra's job right here is just to kite out all of these mobs. They're not really down there to be able to to try to do damage. In a live key scenario, your healer would just be hitting that Denizen the whole entire time. But right here, he knows that Harudra is not going to be having a bunch of threat. So Furo just sitting in melee with Harudra, healing him the whole entire time, or at the same time DPSing down the Blood of the Corruptor and Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes. Whenever Anda, Ashville, and Mikkel end up coming out, they are going to be downing those Awakened mobs first, and then taking all their damage into the Denizen, that Sunken Denizen that's trying to run at Harudra the whole entire time. It's just a little bit more safer of an approach than trying to quickly kill that Sunken Denizen and phase yourself into the normal realm where Anda, Ashville, and Mikkel are, like you see on live realms normally.
Yeah, they want to be careful though that they don't accidentally pull middle Denizen pack as soon as they come out of the space though, because they want to deal with these Awaken mobs before they engage that middle pack. You don't want to have the Spirit Breaker go out on Harudra, and they don't have the Hunter to taunt off that Spirit Breaker, and you cannot range it as a tank. You can just leap away from the cast and just kite it, but it's still just difficult to do when you have this limited space. That's why you see Harudra just taking that Spirit Breaker, using some defensives to survive. And yeah, at this point, Pain for Femme, they're on their way to the last boss area as well. It's still a huge difference in time just because of the death count. But still, if there's going to be any more mistakes coming out of Self-Reliance, then Pain for Femme actually has a realistic chance to win this. But Self-Reliance doesn't look like they're making any mistakes so far. They finished off the Awakened mobs. Now they need to deal with this middle Denizen pack. Of course, they need to interrupt all of those casts. One of the casts going through means Furo is going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Self-Reliance would have to have, like, multiple deaths. I think, like, a Furo death, and then, like, they miss the phase on the boss or something like that. They would have to have just a catastrophic failure at this point for them to not be able to get the one phase on the boss, especially since they don't have any eels with the boss that can potentially just, like, reset it. Or there's like, not a lot of inherent risk of the boss resetting or things going problematic.
Remember the caster curse.
As long as they don't die to tentacles, they should be okay.
Well, I mean, okay, so they can still just miss the one phase and then die in the intermission phase. But they do have the bloodlust available, and it would be very unlikely to miss it with all of their cooldowns up. We see the bloodlust being popped now. They do engage Volsif. They have their 100% trash. So all they have to do to win this series against Pain for Femme is finish off the boss here, and it's looking very good as they're just nuking the boss. And yeah, what a surprise! Self-Reliance actually gonna win against Pain for Femme 2-1.
Yep, and that is going to knock Paint for Femme out of the tournament. This is an elimination round, and Self-Reliance has sent the team that took a map off of Method EU home.
Wow.
Paint for Femme, that is the end of them. And hopefully we'll see them in the next cup here for the EU Asia realm. But congratulations to Self-Reliance. They will be moving on to the lower semifinals. They will be facing Deplete from Beyond. And as you guys were saying during this dungeon, Shrine is such an unforgiving map. And I mean, Zyro, how do you even recover from such an early wipe like we saw from Paint for Femme?
I mean, you just have to have that motivation in the back of your mind that Shrine of the Storm is a long dungeon. There's a lot that can go wrong, especially in this necrotic fortified affix where wipes can happen. And we did see wipes coming out from both teams here, but really just too many mistakes on the side of Pain for Femme. And I don't know what was off with them today. They just didn't seem like the team that we saw yesterday that took a map off of Method EU. I don't know if their vibe was off or if they just weren't gelling as well, but this is a team that we know the potential's there for them. But at this point in the year, they only have one more cup left to try to qualify for our finals, right? They really need to have a good showing in our next and final EU Asia Cup 2 weeks from now in order to have any chance of going to finals.
Yeah, I mean, as a competitor, that's definitely got to be a difficult place to be in. You have such a good day yesterday. They had some really great games that we saw from Paint for Femme, and now they're out of the entire tournament. Nagura and Tattles, you guys have both, been competitors before. What advice would you give them as a team to maybe come back even stronger for the next cup for them?
I mean, it's easy to say to just forget about this and move on, because that's really what they should be doing. But sometimes you just can't shake it off, especially when it's a heartbreaking loss here. And Pain for Femme has been around for so long. They've been trying they've been participating in the last MDI seasons. So I definitely do think they can come back next time for the third cup. But it must be heartbreaking for them, and they definitely took a hit on their morale to lose here in this lower quarter. In the end, Self-Reliance did put up a really good show, and consistency in the end is just what matters for them. Pain for Femme, a lot of times they're just their own worst enemies, and a lot of times they make a mistake and they are not able to recover from it and just increase the gap between them and the other team that is playing without any sort of mistake. So Pain for Femme just needs to stop playing against themselves in the future.
Yeah, and I mean, the boys got third place last EU Asia Cup. Deplete from Beyond is going to be facing off against Self-Reliance here. So there is still room for Paint for Femme to be able to kind of sneak in, but they're probably they're hoping that Self-Reliance will be able to take this next, not this next, but the series against Deplete from Beyond later on in the day. Mm-hmm. I think if you're Paint for Femme, you need like a third place. You need to come in third place next cup. So they need to show up, and like Nagura said, they need to shake off the nerves. Ultimately, they can't get upset with themselves. They had a pretty good weekend. Unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be at the last little bit of Shrine of the Storm.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate end for them. But again, congratulations to Self-Reliance. We'll see that lower semifinals play out later today. And we're going to go to a break. And after that break, we're going to come to Mdi Eu versus Perplexed. So definitely stick around for that, and we'll be right back. Earlier today, we saw two teams get knocked out of the tournament, and now we are moving back into the upper bracket, looking at Method EU versus Perplexed, and this is a match that I've been looking forward to all day, Dratnos. I think this is going to be a really intense one.
Yeah, this is a rematch of our grand finals from the first EU and Asia Cup, and these two teams are looking so consistently good, both of them, so I'm really excited to see what they can do against each other.
Yeah, but it looks like we're not going to be seeing Underrot or Siege. And given the rest of this map pool, do we want to take speculations on why maybe the Underrot and Siege Borealis have been banned, Zyro?
We talked a little bit about how difficult Siege is with the current affixes. The Sanguine and Grievous just both work together to be incredibly difficult to deal with, so I'm not too surprised to see that banned out. Underrot?
Method EU banned Underrot, so Method EU is actually number 2 in time trials for Underrot, only behind Perplexed. I think that's probably the only reason they would ban it, right?
Yeah, they had a pretty rough showing in Underrot yesterday as well. They almost lost to the lower bracket against Paint for Femme with a reset on Kragmaw that they were barely able to salvage and still win that match. But still, Underrot has not been looking too hot for Method EU, given that it was their worst time trial dungeon and it was their worst live dungeon yesterday.
Very true, and we're going to be going with Tyrannical, Explosive, and Raging alongside this Waycrest Manor. And this is our first and second team from the first EU Asia Cup. And, you know, given the last games that we saw yesterday, we saw some near upsets and some unexpected results. Tuttles, how do you think this is going to go? Do you think Perplexed can take Method EU on this one?
I mean, can they? Absolutely. I think both of these teams are so neck and neck that it's insane. I do think ultimately Method EU has probably a slight advantage, but if they were going to lose a series to any team, I think we would have to all place money on Perplexed being that team to be able to take a complete match off of Method EU. With Perplexed and the addition of Wolf Disco this season, they've looked really strong. If they can just make sure that they are super consistent through all of their runs. We saw them in Waycrest Manor yesterday. Their Waycrest Manor, while they lost to Deplete from Beyond, it was still a sick run, and I believe that they are more than capable of taking a series off of Method EU, and it has to be here and it has to be now if they are going to ever push up from that number 2 spot to that number 1 spot.
Absolutely. Well, the dungeon is about to start here on Waycrest Manor. It is Method EU versus Perplexed.
All right, so both Method EU and Perplexed running up that left-hand side towards the Heartsbane Triad area as to not proc that Witch. The Witch will actually global combat you, so all of these guys will end up like trying to stay out of combat as much as they can with all the trash mobs. So making sure that they don't pull that Witch is fairly important.
Yeah, that's if you're on that right-hand corridor, then the Witch spawns, but if you go the left-hand way, it doesn't. Both teams decided that one's not something they want to fight. Which makes sense, because it filters into the pack late and everything. And that's really unfortunate for damage efficiency.
Perplexed got Sister Selena down to 36%.
36%? Excuse me? Look at Wolf Disco there. He's just popping off.
Yeah, Mira's on the side of Method EU also popping off. Method EU kind of got the trash pack grouped up a little bit quicker, so they were able to pull Heartsbane
Well,
Triad.
Method EU has pulled more trash here, so their damage numbers are higher, whereas Perplexed is just hard focused these bosses. But actually, Method EU now pulling ahead in terms of their progression in the boss fight here. They have a little bit less damage on Sister Selena, but they've just been blowing everything up here.
Method EU also, it looks like they grabbed that garden, that captain patrol that was out in the courtyard, not in the courtyard, but in that hallway area that's right after Triad, and pulled them into the boss. That's fairly scary for your tank, I will admit, plus the frontals that go out from that guard. What is it, like Soul Cleave or something?
Shadow Cleave, yeah.
Shadow Cleave,
that's
what
a
it
nasty
is.
one.
That could be fairly scary, especially in a triple melee comp like both of these teams are running.
Yeah, I mean, they have, ways to play around it if they're confident. It just adds so much extra stuff they have to do to the fight. They have to have somebody looking to gouge those Shadow Cleaves and interrupt the captain's defensives and stuff. But, their Method EU, they decided that they could do that pretty easily, and it looks like it worked out well for them, and now they've got a lot more mob count than Perplexed, and they've got a lot less trash to pull in the rest of the dungeon. Although I think Perplexed actually may have picked up some trash during this boss fight as well, because they were at 4% earlier, and they're now at 7%.
How are you feeling about the Rogue versus, we've seen Demon Hunter in here before? Brings magic damage buff for both of the Death Knights. Whereas I think the notable utility of the Rogue is the ability to be able to kill explosives, plus that Tricks of the Trade to be able to redirect threat towards the tank. Do you have a preference over
the
either?
The tricks is definitely going to help a little bit, stopping the Death Knights from getting, we've seen it happen in this tournament before where those Death Knights just get auto-attacked because they've done 20 times as much damage as the Prot Warrior, and there's no way the Warrior's ever holding threat. Look at the snap coming out, though, from Method EU. They are snapping onto the fountain here.
Interesting.
And then,
Did they tricks him to the balls?
snap!
No
Look at that,
way, dude.
That's wild! So they
Okay. So for those who don't know, Gingy put Tricks of the Trade right on top of Now. Now gets in that snap spot. Gingy then walks up, tags Soulbound Goliath with that Tricks on him, teleports Now, and all of that trash that was sitting on top of the fountain, and snaps the whole entire pack onto it. Mirrors and Frag blow up that trash pack. Method EU is so far ahead now, and look at trash count differential. So Method EU is a solid 10% enemy forces count ahead of Perplexed, and while both of them are at 79% on the boss.
And they're going to pick up even more of these patrolling dogs that they missed the first time, bringing them into the fire along with the Soulbound Goliath. Look at that efficiency. They got the reset on the boss mechanic there, and they dragged the trash into the fire to have it take extra damage.
Not one bother given was about resetting Soulbound Goliath. That was the straight
Yeah,
up.
it was just for the dog damage.
Oh my goodness.
Now I bet we'll see them pull some more trash from the hallway as well here. Perplexed are cleaning up as well. They are going around with the Soulbound Goliath, pulling a bunch of trash. Looks like they got an unfortunate lightning strike there, though, onto the Soulbound Goliath. That can always happen where it just resets it when you were not planning.
Yeah, Zamak looked like he was getting prepared to get ready to pull a trash pack off to the side there, but that lightning strike right beneath that mob is going to kind of slow them down. Perplexed now does pull that double Thorn Shaper Thorn Guard pack.
Gingy now on a stealth mission. He popped his Vanish, I think, or a Lightfoot, and ran in, grabbed a bunch of mobs, and is coming back out now, bringing some extra enemies. And that's one of the things that Rogue brings for you as well. The ability to go with Tricks of the Trade and do that kind of stuff, and a huge suite of defensives as well. So even though he looks pretty low on the damage meters, he's providing all sorts of utility here, and he's handling all the explosives, so Fragments and Mirrors really don't have to worry about that at all.
Method U is playing this dungeon abnormally aggressive. I don't think we've seen a team play this dungeon this high octane before, where they're just slamming every single mob in a Soulbound Goliath. They're going to be at about 50% trash count after
Yeah,
this
they
boss.
have done 2 pulls this dungeon. They pulled onto the first boss, and then they pulled onto the second boss. Gingy about to go down, though, as that bleed really ramps up on him with the raging mob that applied it to him, but he's going to be saved by Xaylia there. Xaylia were looking a little bit low on mana, but I think they're going to be able to escape this boss fight and give him an opportunity to drink afterwards.
Next expansion, Rogues will have Shiv available to be able to dispel Enrage, but alas, not currently.
Yeah, that's good. That's what Rogues need. A little bit more utility, I feel like, is really what we've been requiring out of that class.
Yes. I 100% agree with Dratnos there. Xaylia's looking a bit parched, like you were saying. Gingy gets stunned by that Soul Thorns. Matthew does down Soulbound Goliath about the same time as Perplexed. But look at the enemy forces differential between these two teams. Perplexed is at 26%.
They are in the Huntsman's Lodge.
I like this pull by Perplexed.
Yeah, this is a large pull from Perplexed. It's going to get them a lot of count, but it's not onto any boss. What is Now up to? I think Now might be...
Oh
yeah,
my
this
goodness.
is...
Are they going into Raw?
Pull number 3 of the dungeon is going to be on to Rawl the Gluttonous. So 3 pulls, 3 bosses, and like 75% trash is what we're going to be seeing out of Method EU here. This is wild. Method EU have just advanced the game again here with their strategy. And look at the damage of those Death Knights as everything just evaporates.
So whenever you create like an MDT and you have somebody who doesn't like separate it up into pulls but instead clicks all of the pulls into
that's what Method EU's done.
Yeah, that's what Method EU's done. Literally 3 pulls, 3 bosses, and Dratnos was about right. Probably 75% of the trash count. I would suspect that they're going to pull the kitchen area as well to be able to get more than 75% trash count. Perplex is on to Rawl the Gluttonous as well, though, but it's taken 1 more pull to get here.
Yeah, Perplex decided to do a trash pull without fighting a boss at the same time. A little weird coming out of them there, but they are onto Rawl. A little bit higher on health on Rawl, but they're actually doing a pretty good job here of keeping pace with Method EU. Given how aggressive Method EU's pulling have been, they're only 20% behind on the boss, and they have a little bit more enemy forces, although Method EU are going to pick that up when all this trash that they're about to pull onto the boss joins the fun.
Yeah,
You'll
so
see now, He runs over during the Tenderize cast of Rawl the Gluttonous, because Rawl is not normally something you want your tank to walk away from, but while he's busy with that Tenderize, it is safe to do so.
I would still advise to not do that for all the lovely people at home. It's very dangerous, and if he casts his Consume All ability, then you're going to full wipe.
Yeah, that is not something you want to see. Method EU, though, getting further ahead on trash count as a result of this. They're keeping Roll the Gluttonous about 20% lower than Perplexed, but yeah, Perplexed actually, this is still very much anyone's game here.
Okay, so something that Perplexed did yesterday in their match versus Deplete from Beyond is after Roll the Gluttonous, they play double Obelisk together. So they play Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, and I believe it's Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos at the exact same time. That allows them to save some time and only play 2 Obelisks with the final boss. I think that made be like a big equalizer here, depending on what Method U's strategy is for how they're going to play some of their Obelisks.
Yeah, the boss is dying here. Let's see if anybody goes off in separate directions. Looks like they're going to finish off this witch here. I see Gingy sort of cheating towards that courtyard. Yeah, and he is going to run out towards the courtyard. So I think they may be doing double obelisk here as well, because Gingy is going to go and activate that one in the courtyard with Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes. And here they're going to activate Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos, and Method EU will be doing that double obelisk strategy as well. This is really efficient, right? It's kind of 2 obelisks for the price of 1, because you get to fight them at the same time, you get to cleave pretty efficiently. And you still get the benefit of now only having 2 obelisks with Goraktal, making that fight a lot easier.
I mean, Perplex is within 20 some odd seconds of Method EU there, with Raw going down. Both teams also having 0 deaths here. Quite impressive, I will say. Samrak, Beckoner, Chaos, and Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, both melee incredibly hard. So while doing double obelisk here, it does save you a lot of time. Very scary for your tank, I will admit.
Yeah, the tank, especially when that Spirit Breaker cast is going around. Neither team has a Beast Mastery Hunter to pet taunt every Spirit Breaker, so they're just having to face tank those, and that is not an easy thing to do. Method EU not bothering getting out of that Dark Fury cast. They're just going to tell Azalea to heal them.
Okay, so now Perplex is running down into the bottom area of the manor, where it looks like Method EU is still in that kitchen area. If they kill Urgroth here,
they're going to have to
be
shroud.
In a worse position. They're going to be a worse position though, in like relative to the map than Perplex is going to be. And
yes, but they're able to finish this quicker, right? So they're not doing, they're not inefficiently dragging a mob and trying to cleave it at the same time and like waiting for its cast, right? They're just killing it in one spot, and then they've got their Shroud and Lightfoot here, so they're doing this movement faster, and they did the pull faster, but they didn't get to do them at the same time.
Exactly. I think ultimately it's probably a little bit quicker to drag it, especially with like a triple melee comp. But
yeah, when you look Perplexed, I guess they've only killed one of their 2 enemies here. So yeah, Perplexed it's probably gonna keep the time gap about what it was before between the 2 teams.
Yeah,
maybe you has time a little bit saved though by Perplexed.
Yeah, Method EU has pulled Lord and Lady Wakecrest. Now with all of the trash inside of this room area, now you watch Mirrors and Fragrance's damage pop off as soon as all those mobs do get dragged out of those candles. Both of the DKs being very patient to make sure that all the mobs did get moved out of them. Otherwise, they would have wasted all of their damage. I think we've all been there, where we dump a lot of damage into the candles. Ooh, Mirrors dropped so low. Oh my goodness.
So does now as well. A lot of damage coming out on the side of Method EU.
Is that a 5 buff on that Rune Weaver, I think? Okay, so that Rune Weaver did go down while enraged, having a 5 buff. That was kind of scary.
You see Method EU pulling a little bit. I guess they're kind of losing some time here to Perplex. Perplexed are kind of blasting damage on this pull. They may have had a little bit less time spent inside those warding candles, as they are advancing to the same phase of the fight that Method EU are now. 30% separating the 2 Lord Wakecrest health totals.
Oh my
This is going to be so close.
Yeah. I can't say anything, but just watch. It's like, it's so insane that... Okay, so now Method EU is going to be spawning Lady Wakecrest right here, where Perplexed, once they do get get Lord Wakecrest to 30% health, then Lady Wakecrest will spawn herself. They're probably within, what, 15 to 20 seconds of one another?
Yeah, this is 15 seconds or so, I'd say, separating the 2 teams.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to see.
Wild, given like how is Perplexed able to keep up, given all of how much bigger Method EU was pulling without anything going wrong? I don't understand.
All right, so yesterday, let me take a look at what Perplexed's time was. So yesterday, Perplexed had a 15:25 run in Wakecrest Manor with 0 deaths, and they lost to Deplete from Beyond, who had a 15:21. Does this seems like it's going to be about on pace with that, right? The 15-20 range?
Yeah, I mean, 15 minutes even maybe. I guess it's a tyrannical Goraktal with some trash, but...
Exactly. with all the Gloom Horrors and with double
The
Obelisk.
spider and the blob, yeah.
The spider is notoriously annoying, especially to play with the blob, because the spider can get caught out into that that purple goop that blob does drop. But having double DK, access to 2 ranged kicks is fairly nice. Perplexed is going to be downing Lord Waycrest here momentarily. Method EU is already on to Gorak Tool. They Lightfoot Potion all the way in, pulling all of the Gloom Horrors in their path, pop Bloodlust, and now they are just nuking down all these mobs. It's really important to watch Now's health right here, as he is probably going to be the breaking point for something like this. In an enraging environment with all of these Gloom Horrors, it can be very scary as a prot warrior, so you need to make sure that he's looking pretty healthy. He's still sitting at 100% HP, and all those Gloom Horrors are already dead.
20 seconds later, Perplexed have pulled the same boss. They are popping their Bloodlust as well. They're going to need to do a lot more damage to catch up to Method EU, or something is going to have to go wrong on the side of Method EU. Neither of which is particularly typical of Method EU, but they have happened.
Yeah, so basically, once Gorak Tool dies for both sides, then the dungeon will end. There is no death differential here, bar some catastrophic failure. I don't suspect that anybody's going to die, so basically it's going to come down to just who ends up killing Gorak Tool first. And right now,
Perplexed
they're
have it
within
5%
of
behind. Yeah, they're focusing Gorak Tool, not even worrying about that Voidweaver Malthier at all.
At this point, you're screaming, please roll a 5 buff. Like, you're just
that could be the difference. Gingy doing... Wow, they're actually... Everybody's doing so much damage on both sides here. Those rogues and the tanks in just a completely another level, though, compared to those Death Knights. 2% now, 5%. 5% separating these two teams. Looks like Method EU have the slight edge, but it is going to come down to the wire here.
It's going to be a race to the finish. The gap
4%.
is... yeah, 4%. Oh my goodness.
3% separating these two teams. Perplexed. Second pots.
Okay, Fragnis and Mirrors both have just popped their cooldowns. They popped Blood of the Enemy as well. Gorak Tool should be going down here momentarily. Perplexed. Looks like they're going to be losing map 1.
14 minutes, 25 seconds.
Holy
Method EU finished Waycrest Manor. And Perplexed, with the second best run we've ever seen of Waycrest, are going to lose to that.
Wow, that was extremely close at the end there, but Method EU is going to take that first game over Perplexed. And Zyro, okay, Method EU had some really big pulls in the beginning there, but Perplexed, kept up pretty well throughout that dungeon.
I mean, I think the impressive thing about this dungeon in general that we're seeing here is not only did both of these teams throw out pretty much near perfect runs, but they also did it in different ways. We saw different pull strategies around Rawls Room. We even saw Method EU going for that bigger pull that we kind of just talked about potentially being a thing last week. Like, how can they make that roll pull even bigger? Well, let's just get some of the Hunter's Lodge in there too for fun, and they did that on Raw. This was just an incredibly impressive run from these two teams, and we still have potentially 2 more games in this series to go. It reminds me a lot of the Method and Complexity series from last week. Like, if these two teams are playing at their best, it's going to be an absolute bombshell of a series.
Yeah, Method EU, I mean, I don't think they killed a single trash mob outside of boss combat. I'm not sure, but I think they earned all 100 of their percent while fighting bosses.
They killed 2 Awakened mobs.
All right, 2 Awakened mobs. All right. Fine. You got me.
But still, Method EU really made it look easy. Tattles, how difficult of a strategy is that to pull off? I mean, it's Method EU. They were implementing it flawlessly, but talk about how that's super hard to pull off.
Okay, so whenever we were watching Ethical last weekend, they pulled the whole entire courtyard into Soulbound Goliath, except for that corner pack. Method EU did the logical conclusion and pulled the whole entire courtyard, including that corner pack, into Soulbound Goliath, but they did it in a way that we've never seen before with that snapping strategy, allowing all of those mobs that now had on top of him to be grouped up perfectly on top of Soulbound Goliath. And I think that would be just the differentiator, because it allows you to just have everything stacked so quickly. I think that that's going to be an innovative strategy that we're going to see far more frequently now that Method EU has debuted it.
And it's kind of unfortunate for Perplex. I mean, they had a really, really clean run. That had to have been... Was that their fastest Waycrest or close to their fastest Waycrest? I think you were saying, Dratnos?
I mean, it's definitely faster than we've seen out of them before. Yeah, if they've had faster runs, they've been off camera when they were practicing. And it's tough to imagine it being much faster than that. Everything went perfectly for them. Their damage looked so good. They were 7 seconds slower than Method EU's run with an extra pull in there. So... I don't know how it happened, but they were on pace to make up that gap.
definitely going to be a difficult turnaround for Perplexed here if they want to tie it out right now. This is best of 3. They're going to be moving on to Motherlode. Zyro, if you're Perplexed right now, where can they even see any room to take the edge over Method EU given that last game?
It's tough to say. We've seen Method EU's run. We saw them play against Paint for Femme yesterday, as a matter of fact, losing that Motherlode to Paint for Femme. So Method EU's definitely had an opportunity to look at a strategy that's better than theirs and potentially take some strategies from that, which is something that Method EU is particularly good at doing. We haven't seen it yet from Perplexed this week, but I mean, looking at the way these teams are playing, I'm sure they've got something good figured out here. Now, because it is bolstering Motherlode, we're going to see very particular polls coming out just to make sure that the teams are playing around those siege units in the first section of the dungeon. Can't remember what they're called off the top of my head right now, but you guys know what I'm talking about. They have to really make sure that they're not bolstering those up too much. Outside of that, there's not a whole lot that can go wrong. It's just about the bolstering, pretty much.
Yeah, those mechanized peacekeepers. We saw the really cool strategy from Paint for Femme involving, bringing them all to that first boss at once. I'm not sure if Method EU have decided or had the time to implement that into their strategy. But this is a dungeon where they have lost with a clean run. So that's good news for Perplexed, because that is what they were trying to pull off in Warcraft, right?
Yeah, well, we'll see if Perplexed can pull off a tie up against Method EU. Up 1 game already. The fixes are Tyrannical, Bolstering, and Grievous. 1-0 Method EU versus Perplexed.
You're seeing not very diverse compositions here. Triple Hunter coming out for both teams due to that bolstering affix.
Yeah, we actually saw Paint for Femme beat Method EU with the Rogue on their team, right?
Exactly. But Paint for Femme's, how they were pulling around the dungeon was very particular in, to having that Rogue as well, though. So it makes a lot of sense that since it is that bolstering environment that we are seeing both teams running Triple Hunter. I think that's going to be fairly common for the rest of the season, is that anytime you see bolstering, it's going to be favored for Triple Hunter, I suspect.
Yeah, especially bolstering, Tyrannical. That's really, I think, going to be a signal that Hunters are going to be really strong in that dungeon.
That's definitely the wheelhouse. Perplexed and Method, you do very similar pulls at the very beginning. You do see those Peacekeepers getting pretty high. Divine starts dropping.
Yeah, he had a stack of
low.
that poison from a Hired Assassin on him. That's usually something you want to interrupt if possible, but they are able to survive that. 15% enemy force is going to be earned by Perplexed on their first pull. Meanwhile, on the side of Method EU, we're seeing also 15% with, I believe, the same combination of enemies.
Slightly slower, though. So I wonder if Perplexed is going to pull that VMZ area that we saw from Method EU, which kind of puzzled you and Jack yesterday on the cast, right?
We are easily puzzled, though, to be fair.
Yes, I also am easily puzzled. I fall right in line with that. Perplexed and Method EU, I feel like I'm having deja vu and I'm watching the exact same matches. They pulled the same packs again.
Yeah, it seems like an extra Peacekeeper, though, maybe coming in on the side of Method EU. I think that's 4 that they're fighting, to 3 on the side of Perplexed, so slightly bigger pull. But yeah, as you mentioned, Method EU finished their first pull a little bit slower than Perplexed, so Perplexed may be opening up an advantage. And that kind of makes sense with what we saw from them in Warcraft, right? Where they were opening up a slight lead from doing maybe slightly higher damage over the course of the dungeon.
Okay, so as a point of reference for those at home, so say the Hired Assassin is like the normal mob in this dungeon. The Addled Thug has 50% more health than the Hired Assassin. The Peacekeeper has 200% more health than that.
And those off-duty laborers have like a third of the health, or
exactly,
half the health.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult to do what Method EU just did, since they had Assassins, Thugs, and Peacekeepers all in the same pack, yet the whole entire pack dies within seconds of one another. They make their way into the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler's room, where Perplexed here is still fighting off some more Peacekeepers. So they're electing to get more of their count in that first area, a more typical strategy than what we've seen, where Method EU is skipping a lot more of the trash that's in the front area and waiting for that RP to kind of time out, and in the meantime, they're going to be pulling some of those Earthshaper mobs.
Yeah, so we've seen Method EU do this before, where their plan is going to be to get almost all of their count from that final quarter of the dungeon, the VMZ, which is something that we hadn't seen before this weekend.
Yeah, Perplexed has now pulled coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, sitting at 45% enemy forces count. Method EU will be finishing up their pull momentarily, probably going to be sitting around the 50% enemy forces count range, and at that point they will be able to pull straight into coin-operated Crowd Pummeler as the RP on that mob has probably finished.
Yeah, that is not the longest RP in the world. It's no Alliance Siege of Borealis.
Yeah, that one notoriously long though. Okay, so Perplexed is now down to 75% on coin-operated crowd pummeler, while Method EU has just recently pulled it. Again, 5% trash count differentiates these two teams, and we know for a fact Method U's strategy will be pulling more mobs in the VMZ. I wonder where Perplexed is going to get their count from.
Yeah, Perplexed had a slightly less count than Method EU here, but they still have that trash in front of operated crowd pummeler, like on the other side, available to pull. So they'll presumably be a little bit ahead in count after that. It'll be interesting, though, to see where they choose to pick up the rest of their count. They could also backtrack, but I think that is not likely to be something that they are planning to do. It's something we've seen teams do sometimes, where they'll backtrack and get up to like 70% count from the first area. A Shine goes down.
Going down. I didn't see what it was to. Maybe it's to that charged claw. It looks like he's really far off to the right side over there. But yeah, so they're going to elect to not battle res him. Of course, once you do kill a coin-operated crowd pummeler, you do unlock a checkpoint right here. Perplexed is kind of ascended on this boss, killing it significantly quicker than Method EU, even though Method EU pulled it 25% behind.
Yeah, even with the death here, this is going to be time neutral at worst for Perplexed. Interestingly, their hunters are all playing dwarves, whereas Method EUs are all playing night elves.
What does it
Not
mean?
sure. So dwarf has some pretty cool utility in this dungeon in particular. On Rixa Flux Flame, you can stone form off the chemical burn. Although you can also shadow meld while it's being cast at you, but that requires a much faster reaction time.
So hear me out. Azarok bleed.
Yeah, Azarok bleed can be stone formed as well.
Exactly. So the hunters could stack in melee whenever Azarok's ads are fixated onto them, and just utilize that beast cleave and those hunter pets to be able to blow up those ads, and then they just stone form off that that dot that is on them. Fragnance played dwarf on this dungeon whenever we saw it yesterday.
Yeah, we saw the debut of Frag McLovin.
Yeah, Frag McLovin, but now he is on that Night Elf, which I think ultimately doesn't make that much of a difference. Like, sure, there would be some minor change in terms of like being able to dispel the dot on Rixa, like you were saying, but I think the full dwarf team makes a lot more sense on the side of Perplexed.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they choose to find a way to incorporate that racial into their strategies. We see, again, the teams differentiating a little bit here. Ooh. Perplexed pulling some trash, while Method EU are going straight into Azarok. 50% trash count. We know they'll be getting almost all the rest of theirs from the final quarter of the dungeon.
Okay, so here we go. Perplexed here. Something you can do with the extractors is those drillers don't give count whenever they come out of the extractor. So Perplexed there, they kill those double extractor, get both of those drillers, and then group meld / feign death off those two drillers to not be inefficient with their pulling. But notably, they are doing Void Weaver Malthier, where Method EU has elected to skip Void Weaver Malthier.
Yeah, we saw Method EU do this last time, where they were able to safely do Mogul Razdunk with the Void Weaver active. They did it with 3 obelisks, which is a lot for a tyrannical Mogul Razdunk. That is a tricky encounter. Perplexed gonna be probably doing 1 or 2 obelisks with last boss, depending on what they decide to do in the rest of the dungeon.
So they are at least doing 1 currently. I suspect that they will go through this R&D wing and grab the Blood of the Corruptor out of there and play him into that Rixa Flux Flame area, because playing him with Mogul Razdunk is notoriously hard.
Yeah, and then most teams will do the Fear guy as well on the obelisk rather than on the boss. That's the one that Method EU is even going to choose to not fight with the boss.
Look at this. Okay, Perplexed, like I was saying, they stand all the way in melee to be able to get all their targets that are fixated onto them, and then they, like, if they were to get melee, they are able to dwarf racial off that. A Shine, you see his dwarf racial is on cooldown, so presumably he got a stack and then was able to cleanse that off of him. Method EU has pulled is also on Azarok. They're going to be downing it here shortly. The difference in time is probably coming into that Void Weaver Malthier obelisk played by Perplexed versus Method EU, but Perplexed is ahead 18% on trash count.
Yeah, that was actually really cool what Perplexed did. So they grouped up and they stacked those ads, and then they used Binding Shot, and then they got out of range, and then they used their Stone Form on anybody who got a stack of that bleed.
I like that.
Yeah, it was really cool strategy coming out from Perplexed that I think allowed them to very efficiently cleave those things down. On the other hand, it doesn't really matter if they're being chased, given they're Beast Mastery Hunters, so they could have maybe also just ignored them and done boss damage instead.
So, Method EU yesterday played 3 Awakened mobs with the final boss, right? The only mob that they didn't play was that Samrek one, which is the mob that is the right after Rixa, correct?
Yeah, we just saw them meld past where they could have used the Blood of the Corruptor as an Awakened skip instead, but they've decided we can just do Blood of the Corruptor with Mogul Razdunk as long as it dies fairly quickly. It's not too much of a problem.
Yeah. Perplexed here is going to be downing Azrock here momentarily. Still making sure that they stay stacked up for those Earth Rager kites. They have pulled some trash into it. It looks like they pulled that Taskmaster Ascari pack into it, which does that shield. But Azrock notably has a pretty large hitbox, and it's hard to... Or like
bolstered Azrock there.
Yeah, okay, so he's starting to get bolstered, but he's at 2%, so it's not going to be too bad. Ascari is down sub 10. So
yeah, we actually saw Paint for Femme do a pretty cool thing where they pulled that in, and they just didn't focus Ascari himself at all, and then they melded him off at 70% health when the boss fight was done.
Yeah,
Alright,
so
Perplexed. We're going to be pulling on the right-hand side here of the Research and Development wing. This is what we saw out of Paint for Femme, this pull.
Yeah. So do you suspect that they're going to play the Blood of the Corruptor obelisk?
Yes. It seems likely that they're going to do that. It's definitely not guaranteed, but I think that they're probably going to choose to fight that thing.
Yeah. Method U here on Rixa Flux Flame. It looks like they have pulled that War Machine with the Specialists. The Specialists are the ones that do that big orange area of effect thing that you saw drop out of the sky. If you get touched by that, you're probably going to die fairly quickly. But doing a really good job of having efficient cleave with that War Machine into the bottom 10% of Rixa Flux Flame.
Those orange swirlies will get you as well, because they fire off much more quickly than the ones that are just part of the environment in the last area, and so you can just get tricked into thinking it's safe to stand in there for a sec.
Yeah, now is actually probably pretty scared by having that War Machine and this charge shot into Rixa, which does magic damage melees. That like versus a protection warrior seems fairly scary.
Right, I was mistaken on Perplexed side. Yeah, they are not going to be playing the Blood of the Corruptor until they get to Mogul Razdunk. That's going to be good. That's going to speed up their route, actually.
Look at the difference in trash count. So there's about a 30% trash count differential between these two teams. We know Method EU is going through the route that's less traveled in the VMZ area here.
Yeah, they're going to be doing 2 big trash pulls in here, whereas Perplexed are probably going to pull a little bit of trash onto Rixa, and then they'll have 1 medium-sized pull after the boss, and that'll be all they need. They may not even be pulling any trash into Rixa itself.
Who do you think
I
is
think
ahead
Method
right here?
slightly ahead. I think that on a Tyrannical, with Tyrannical as that active affix, I think that you'd rather have a large trash pull than a boss.
They still have to play the obelisk though.
Yeah, so does Perplexed, presumably.
Or Perplexed plays Samrak with Mogul Razdunk.
Samrak with Mogul Razdunk is particularly scary though, because there are a lot of spots you can get feared into something bad. I mean, maybe.
Method EU just made a minor mistake there. They accidentally bolstered some of the Sky Scorchers, so they had to group meld them off to be able to reset those bolstering stacks onto them before resuming play.
Yeah, that's going to cost them maybe 15-20 seconds, and that use of Shadow Meld, which means they won't be able to avoid mechanics with it for the next 2 minutes. I don't think they actually had any meld skips here. But yeah, okay, so they actually have a couple more pulls to do here. I was mistaken on the number of pulls. They have this pull, and then they have 1 more pull to do after this. So 2 total pulls left in the dungeon, plus the obelisk, and then the last boss for Method EU. Perplexed finishing off Rixa Flux Flame, and they probably have 1 or 2 pulls, and then the obelisk, and then the last boss as well.
Well, it comes down to if Perplexed
Zalia
wants to
goes
play
down
Samrak.
on the side of Method EU. And he's going to have to be running back here.
Bad.
That's not good. It's not the end of the world, though. It looks like everybody's able to stay fairly healthy.
How is Now's health bar not moving while not having a healer? Yet, whenever I go into LFG, my tank needs healing constantly.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Now has done to not ever take any damage. I think that it might have to do with that shield that he's holding and just keeping it up at all times.
Yes, the blocking ability. I see. Perplexed has actually pulled double War Machine on top of one another. These War Machines interact kind of interestingly with one another. If one of them is channeling a charged shot onto you...
Oh yeah, we're going to see it right now.
Yeah, the charged shot will go on the nearest melee DPS and not go onto the tank instead. Kind of a weird interaction, but Perplexed does a good job of trying to make sure that those are not...
Yeah, you have to desynchronize them, because if they're both casting at the same time, then it will do some nasty things to somebody else in your group. Method EU on their final pull of the dungeon. Perplexed, 97% count. They need to go activate this obelisk, unless maybe they're just going to meld.
Maybe count.
Yeah, maybe they're just melding. What are they up to here? It looks like they might be having a little think about what to do next. That's not something you really want to be doing. Maybe they're waiting for cooldowns.
They're opening up the Dratnus Expert route.
Yeah, opening up the MDT. Looks like they're going to be fighting one Sky. Okay, no, they're doing a big meld. Yes, they're going to run to boss, and they're going to fight Samrek with the last boss. Method EU also getting onto the last boss. And once again, we are going to see these two teams neck and neck as they will engage this last boss right around the same time.
Did I miss it? Or did Method EU not play Samrek?
I think they did not either. Yeah, so Method EU are playing 4 obelisks. They saw when they lost.
Zalia's getting all the mobs, man. He's gonna kite them like I was talking about yesterday.
Yes, they are doing it. They're kiting. They're kiting Awakened on this. I said that they were gonna maybe do this last time, and now they're actually doing it this time. I wonder if they. So at some point they may have made an audible to not do it yesterday, but this time they are doing it. So they've cleared out the whole VMZ. And that means that Zalia can now kite all these mobs. Does have to be careful to not activate any mines, as that would maybe cause him a little bit of... Oh, okay.
No, activating a mine is absolutely okay. He's going to be pretty far away from them. He needs to make sure that he is getting far enough out from these mobs, because if any of them get too close to him, or say he gets corruption slowed or whatever, he could go down pretty quickly. This is so scary that one of the corruptors right on his tail.
Yeah, he can't get too... He has to run in a little zigzag pattern, though, to make sure that the Urgroth stays caught up with the others, because Urgroth sits and casts that Dark Fury for so long, and if the mobs are too far away from each other, then you're going to be too far away from that back one, and it's going to snap to you and kill you.
Is that how it works? Can you get too far away and it snaps to you?
Yeah.
So
that's why you'll see them always kind of doing a little bit of a zigzag to keep Urgroth close to the others. And you'll see Zalia now yeeting around there, uses Transcendence, and is now running back towards where the boss fight is. Mogul Razdunk at 50% from Method EU as they are just dealing with the boss, and they've dealt with the intermission now, it looks like. They'll be bringing Mogul Razdunk down. Perplexed do have a healer available here. Method EU is like, you know what? We do not need that healer. Although, unfortunately, it looks like a cast went off on Miraz there from the Spider. I think the Spider snapped back to the rest of the team.
That is not what
That is not good. Miraz is now going to be dying as a result of that 4-stack of Grievous.
Miraz is going to die to Grievous, dude.
Yeah, there's no...
How are they doing this with Grievous?
Zalia is going to run back and maybe toss him a heal. Miraz is going to get try to get an injection of heal. No, they're not going to need it. They've killed the boss. The boss is dead. It's over. Oh my goodness.
Did they kill the boss?
Or did it reset?
I think it reset. I think it may have picked Zalia to do the crash down on.
Well, that is not good for Method EU. That's very bad for Method EU. That's the opposite of what they wanted to happen there.
Hey, Dreadnoughts, you see those 4 pillars? I think they contain Awakened mobs.
They do contain Awakened mobs still, and Method EU are going to have to try again here, and Perplexed are going to profit as a result of this. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Dreadnoughts, I think Perplexed is at 49% and have a healer.
That is really good to have. Healer's one of those really useful things. Zalia, though, gonna try again. So they're gonna try the same kiting strategy of the 4 awakened enemies here. But it is gonna be too late for them as Perplexed are looking great. Unless Perplexed wipes to just the boss, having dealt with all of those awakened enemies, they are gonna achieve victory here. And this strategy, the unreliability of it really coming to bite Method EU here as they fail to execute this properly the first time. The Spider somehow...
The Spider is...
Yeah, so the Spider somehow cast on Miraz. I'm not sure how it got back into the fight, or maybe it was still in range or something, and got a cast onto Miraz. And then when Zalia got too close to the boss arena, maybe trying to deliver a heal to Miraz, then it ended up causing him to get targeted by some boss mechanic, which caused the boss to then reset as he was out of the boss arena.
This is absolutely one of the scariest possible things because it is also Grievous. The fact that now is able to sustain himself with just spirit mins from those spirit beasts, and then like Zalia's died.
It's purely ridiculous, but Perplexed are going to take home the win here as they have killed their boss. They have reached their 100% trash count. It's going to be 17 minutes and 6 seconds for Perplexed to deal with the Motherload, and the time in this dungeon is just getting breathtakingly fast.
What is this dungeon?
Yeah, that is going to tie up this series 1-1 in this Method EU versus Perplexed match. And man, that really just goes to show you what happens when you take those really risky strategies. And, you know, in the end there, it really just didn't pay off, Zyro.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like, how that's even possible in this Grievous affix, right? Because every single time one of those hunters gets hit by a rocket, they're going to start ticking down to Grievous.
Well, you can avoid the rockets, because you can, if you feign death, the rocket will just explode.
You can feign them, and then I guess you can turtle if you get a second one. But then what do you do in the intermission when you get damage from all of the crash downs? right? There's just so much damage going on. I guess you have Exil and Health Pot for 2 of them.
No. You also have Meld. That's why they're running triple Meld.
I guess you have Meld as well. It just seems like it's such a risky strategy, and then getting the boss reset on top of that. I mean, I feel like it's definitely something you can pull off on non-Grievous.
Yeah.
But
Hunters also get they can play that duck and cover Azurite trait and get a huge amount of, so they can get that Feign Death shield.
It wouldn't surprise me if they have pulled this off in practice. You have to remember this is the team that 2 years ago did a 4 DPS no healer Grievous Neltharian's Lair as well. People tend to forget that happened too, but it still seems pretty ridiculous to pull off.
They are not playing duck and cover, but they are playing natural mending.
Well, they have a duck and cover on their helmet, right? At least Frag does.
Frag? Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. Yes, I do.
But yeah, they I guess just defensive Azurite traits and use of those health potions and stuff was how it was supposed to look. And I think they would have all been fine except for somebody got a spider cast on them. So I think the spider somehow got threat back on one of them and snapped back to the boss fight, and that was what caused all the problems.
So Mira is playing Resounding on his helmet. The other 2 hunters are playing that duck and cover.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Both are very useful for this, right? Either one can be extremely valuable.
Well,
yeah.
And we didn't see that strategy coming out from Method EU the first time that they played Motherload against, I think, Paint for Femme yesterday. I mean, Perplexed, they got second place last EU Asia tournament, and if they hadn't have ran that strategy, could they have maybe beat them?
So Method EU's previous Motherload without that strategy, which was clean and had 0 deaths, was 18 minutes or so. They lost to Paint for Femme's 17 minute and 49 second Motherload. Perplex just did it in like 17 minutes and a handful of seconds. So looks like they probably needed to speed up their route somehow.
But also in that Motherload, they were just going faster than Perplex in general. They could have gotten easily a sub 17 minute run if they just did it normally and they had their bloodlust available. They could have cleaved the Awakened mobs down.
Well,
Maybe,
normally
I don't know.
For them means they're playing Samrek, not with the final boss.
They had a lot more Awakened mobs as well.
Exactly. Normally for them would mean that they had to play that 4th and final Awakened Obelisk, which would have put them behind Perplexed.
Yeah.
But now we get to see an incredibly exciting Freehold, which we've seen from both teams this week. Method EU did end up opting to go for the kiting strat in this dungeon earlier on this week in the very first matchup of the day yesterday. They had a 1403 run. And Perplexed opted to not go for the kiting strategy that they
after inventing it. Yeah.
After inventing that strategy, they opted to go for the Cannon Barrage technique, which Tettles keeps mentioning should be better if you're able to pull it off, but their time was 8 seconds slower than Method EU, so these guys are just so close on this dungeon in their runs this weekend.
Well, you want to know something? Hold on, let me interject one second. Method EU's hunters were running the rebooting bit band, which allows them to heal 5 injured allies. So that's how they were doing it.
Do you think they'll run it again? Do you think they'll try that strategy again in a live tournament if we see them on Motherload again, Method EU?
Yeah.
I would love to see them pull that off. I mean,
what's the internal cooldown of that heal?
15 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. And it looks like, according to this, it's 13,000 to all 5 players.
Yeah, so they were just healed. That was providing thousands of HPS to the entire group there from each hunter.
Huh.
Wild.
What a wild strat.
What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive.
It's impressive for sure.
Well, we are going to be moving on to Freehold with Tyrannical, Raging, and Explosive. It is 1-1 in this Method EU Perplexed series. Loser of this game will be jumping down to the lower bracket.
This has just been the most insane series so far, and we are now on to Freehold, which is the closest map that the two teams have in terms of times so far recorded. We have a 14:05 from Method EU and a 14:11 from Perplexed, so 6 seconds separating the previous times we've seen from these two teams.
So Perplexed pioneered the Kite the Obelisk strategy in the Freehold last EU Asia Cup. Method EU kited the obelisks in the last time that we saw them in Freehold. Now goes down!
Now goes down!
This is going to be probably...
Nope, they get him back up. He doesn't have that AoE taunt available, though, so they're going to have to kite here.
Run,
I think
Frag?
they're going to be able to avoid... Yeah, Frag has all the threat here, of course. Oh my goodness, he gets slapped once. That plate armor, though, is going to save him, and eventually everything getting taunted back by now, but that is going to do horrific things to their timer here. That's going to cost them double digits of seconds, and Perplexed are now onto this first boss. With that battle res still available, they get their Bloodlust nice and on cooldown as well. Method EU going to be pulling this first boss maybe 30 seconds later than Perplexed. They do have 5% more enemy forces count, so that is a silver lining for them. But I believe that Perplexed has taken the lead early on here in this dungeon.
Yeah, ultimately, I think that 5% enemy forces count, is, like, the great equalizer with that is the fact that we know that Perplexed is going to Cannonball Barrage that final pack in the dungeon, and Method EU is going to kite those obelisks. So Method EU is going to be looking to pull a little bit bigger towards their middle part of this instance, where Perplexed is going to be looking to finish off those obelisk mobs and get that extra 10-ish% trash count from that middle pack.
Both teams, Method EU has actually done a pretty good job here of catching up on boss damage. They're now just 5% behind Perplexed on Skycap and Craig's health. They're missing 5 seconds because of that death, but they do have 5% more enemy forces count. But as you mentioned, comparing the teams based on enemy forces, we know that Method EU is going to need to get more before they can pull that last boss, as they're not getting count from Cannonball Barraging or even from the Awakened mobs themselves, and Perplexed is going to be getting all that count.
It kind of sucks too for Method U that they completely wasted their bloodlust. They didn't waste their bloodlust. If they would have bloodlusted that first pack, they would have completely wasted it. But they fortunately enough saved it, is what I meant, for the boss damage. Where I believe Perplexed may have used it on that first pull.
Yeah, Perplexed Lust is definitely is 1 minute earlier on cooldown, so it may well have been, and that would explain how Method EU caught up on the boss earlier. Although Perplexed hitting a second wind here, hitting a second set of cooldowns, it looks like, as Skycap and Crag is going to be dying for them. Substantially ahead of where Method EU is.
Yeah, a Shine you actually do see has already run off to the side. He's going to be starting that RP in that Council of Captains area and in that Ring of Booty area to be able to get that pig pre-spawned. He's going to already have drank his debuff. You can see it right there next to his sated debuff. So those are two things that he's looking to do. It's a little bit of a time save over the course of the whole entire dungeon than being there for the last 15% of Sky Captain Crag than running around with your teammates.
All right, it's going to be a 20-second split difference between these two first boss splits from the two teams. So the teams, Perplexed opening up a slight lead with that now death on the side of Method EU. Looked like that might have been to the grenade from the crack shot there that got him earlier on in that very first pull. And that is an uncharacteristic mistake for Method EU when everything is on the line here. They really do not want to be sent to that lower bracket as well, because I believe that they've... Like, if they do that, they're then going to be having to play back-to-back into the Grand Finals rather than getting a break and being able to just practice those Grand Finals maps, which are different than the maps in the lower bracket.
Look at Perplexed here doing a pretty sizable pull straight into Jolly and Raoul. It kind of sucks that Buccaneer wasn't in all the way for Wolf Disco's cleave. Look at Wolf Disco just skyrocketing on the meters, eclipsing almost 2 million DPS as all those trash mobs die fairly quickly there.
Method EU gonna try and do the same thing here. Frag also popping off here, gets above 2 mil as well. Will we see 3 mil? We see 3 mil.
Oh, 3? Give me 4?
Not a bad number. I believe we are not gonna see 4 though.
5?
I think we've actually seen 6 before in MDI earlier, and slightly more favorable pulls for the Death Knight with slightly more mobs.
I mean, at some point, if your one Death Knight's going to hit 6 million DPS, you probably want just the second Death Knight so that your first Death Knight is not hitting 6 million DPS.
True.
Perplexed here.
Pulling some trash here into the boss. Yeah, so again, Method U still 5% ahead on trash count. They are going to be pulling this Crusher in with the boss. That's going to turn on Miraz's rapid reload trait, which is nice. I mean, and it's going to set up that pull in future to be... So part of the reason they have to pull this is that this is a mob that will otherwise stop Zalia's race car route later with the kiting of the awakened enemies. So they need to pull pretty much everything in this area of the dungeon so that Zalia can have a clear racetrack to run around in.
I think that's probably a big differentiator between the two teams, too. I mean, it is fairly... It's still going to be fairly even, and the Crusher with the bosses is not exactly time inefficient. But it is something that you have to pull that Perplexed is probably otherwise not looking...
Well, Perplexed may be just about to pull it right now that we say that.
I may have spoken too soon.
Yeah, they're just grabbing everything here. Or they might just... Yeah, they are grabbing everything. Oh, Zamak gets yoinked back by that harpoon. Does make it into the boss arena, though.
Lost the explosives? Okay. Everything's looking A-okay here. This is actually fairly scary in terms of explosives, so that's why everybody has to Lightfoot as quickly as they do, because if anybody gets trapped behind them, they're going to get blown up by explosives. That is a lot of orbs that spawn for the side of Perplexed, but Shine doing a really good job of being able to deal with those. Method EU has now finished off their boss as well. Now they are making their way into that area where Ludwig von Tortollen here will be spawning momentarily.
Yes, signing up for one of these MDI teams as a rogue, there's all these promises of having all these fun pulls, and it turns out your job is pretty much just hitting explosive orbs.
Yeah, you just bring out the gun and you fire it at the explosives over and over again.
Yep.
Ludwig von Tortollen is really low on the side of Perplexed, where Method EU, he's almost 100% HP.
Yeah, Method EU certainly behind in terms of where they are in the dungeon, but they may be able to kill Harlan Sweet much faster than Perplexed as a result of their strategy of kiting those awakened enemies that Perplexed will not be doing. So that'll be something that we may see them accelerate towards the end of the dungeon by using.
Something interesting that I just noticed as well is that both of the Mistweaver monks from the side, from both of these teams, are running that Forbidden Obsidian Claw, presumably for the mana return. It also does decent damage, and then both of the tanks are also running that, Obsidian Claw, but they're both running Merecthus Fang for a maximum amount of DPS to be able to output.
Yeah, Merecthus Fang, great combination with that Strength of the Warden Major, as you can cast the Merecthus Fang and then use Strength of the Warden to amplify its damage, as it is a dot.
Oh, they are both running Strength of the Warden. That's a good call, Aldratnus.
Yeah, it's a massive damage source for these Prot Warriors, especially since they've moved away from that. Actually, they haven't even moved away from that Twilight Devastation, as now has a Twilight Devastation 3 on his gear, and I believe Divine does as well. No, Divine is playing no Twilight Devastation. Okay, so that is a difference between these two tank builds. Divine is on that pure versatility life.
And of course, you guys can check that out at mdi.gcd.tv. You can check it down in the description, or you can type it into your browser to be able to look at those as well. Perplexed at 35% lead on Trothak over Method EU here. Starting to build that lead even more. Although Method EU a little bit ahead in trash, but we know that that difference is going to be ultimately just coming down to kiting obelisks, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Method EU needs to get more trash now because they are not going to get any during that last boss fight. Whereas
Precisely.
Perplexed only need to get to like 80% because they will get all the remainder during that last boss encounter as they cannon the entire island over there plus the awakened enemies.
I don't think it's the entire island. I think it's most of
The entire island, Tunnels.
Cannonball Island. Okay, so now you actually see the boss is starting to equalize in health. Method EU is starting to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, Method EU blasting down Trothak, pulling some trash onto it as well, although so has Perplexed. Perplexed advancing to 70% now as Method EU closing in on 80%. Trothak will be dying probably again about 20 or 30 seconds slower for Method EU than it does for Perplexed.
So I think
Tyrannical is still our active affix in here.
does Perplexed need another trash pull in this area, or are they good to go, do you think?
I think they might be chilling.
So yeah, they're 72%. They're at 72% enemy forces count. Method EU at 80%. I have a strong suspicion that Perplexed is in the lead, even though we know that Method EU is going to save some time by not kiting those obelisks.
I mean, just with our prior information, right? We know that the two teams were within
Correct.
6 seconds of each other on their, perfect runs. Or not their perfect runs, but their previous runs, which both looked pretty good. And then Method EU has had a oopsie that cost more than 6 seconds. So by that count, Perplexed would seem to be ahead.
How do you feel about Frag doing tank damage currently?
That's a classic Unholy Death Knight phenomenon where sometimes you're the best damage by far and sometimes you're not visible on the damage meters.
I think we've all been there.
Yeah, you gotta pull out those binoculars and find the Death Knights when they don't have their cooldowns.
Yes, and on Trothak, notably, can't stand in melee because he doesn't have
Yeah,
long
also
arms.
gotta pull out the binoculars there to see Fragrance's remaining health. Does barely survive, but it was close to seeing another death on the board for Method EU. Perplexed are making their way to Harlan Sweet now, and they will be fighting Harlan Sweet and getting all of the remaining 28% count that they need to finish this dungeon.
So,
It's going to start off with awakened enemies, and then they're going to yeet right into that middle pack before Harlan phases below 60%. So they're going to only have one set of cannon barrages, but they don't care.
This is very scary. Ashan gets pretty low there, is able to be able to recover. Zamak is now popping his way to the crane right here. Basically, you're going to see the team standing in that Dark Fury. Is Voidweaver Mouthier snapped off to the side and free casting on the group?
Does kind of look like they just don't care about that for now.
No, I think Divine got hit by the Swiftwind Saber, and the Voidweaver Mouthier may have snapped into that spot and is not snapping out.
Uh-oh.
Voidweaver Mouthier, please come down.
That could do some very nasty things here to Perplexed. Looks like they're going to go and try and maybe outrange it. Yeah, they're getting over here to the edge of the room, hoping that it'll snap
This is
back
bad.
at them. And Harlan Sweet resets on the side of Perplexed as a result of that brutal interaction we just saw there.
They
where,
lost their Bloodlust too.
Yep, Voidweaver Mouthier caused that to happen by being... So Divine got knocked by the Swiftwind Saber. It snapped Voidweaver Mouthier onto that kind of midair spot where he was, and that just led to a full-blown disaster for Perplexed. They're going to have to pull this boss again, but now the ball is back in Method EU's court. If they can execute this kiting strategy on the Awakened mobs, then they will be able to win this series and continue in the upper bracket, despite Perplexed looking so good these past 2 dungeons. That
Dude.
one reset is going to cost them.
Perplexed lost a match to map to Method EU because the eel got dragged into the depths of I don't even know where and reset Volzith the Whisperer, and now Divine gets knocked into a random snap spot, snaps Voidweaver Mouthier into it. The mob doesn't come down and it resets Harlan. This is a tragedy.
Yeah, it's not out of they're not over yet though, as Method EU still does have to execute this kiting strategy.
They're mostly okay. So basically, the only way that Perplexed would win is if Method EU, if Xaylia does in fact go down. Perplexed still has a lot of count that they have to deal with by sitting at 83%. Obviously, they were going to Cannonball Barrage everything, but now with all of these Awakened mobs, it's taking a significantly longer period of time than they would like because they don't have Bloodlust available to them.
Yeah, this is really, really brutal. A Shine pops cheap death there. Rally comes out from Divine Field, but things are going poorly for Perplexed. Looks like they're going to be able to survive here, finish off these last 3 Awakened enemies, but this is just taking so much time. Method EU way ahead now on Harlan Sweet. They are at 100% enemy forces. They've gotten all the trash that they need. And Xaylia doing that kite there. As long as Xaylia doesn't die, that's the thing though. Xaylia could die in one auto attack, and then the mobs would all teleport back and wipe Method EU very rapidly thereafter.
Exactly. I mean, it really is a knife's edge there, and it can end at any given moment. This isn't like one of the strategies like normal Harlan Sweet. Once you get them sub 30%, you're kind of home free. This is one of those things that even at up to the last moment, it's still, oh goodness, what's happening here?
Yeah, I wonder if they practice this by just like coming in here and having Xaylia kite for a couple hours and just keep doing the circuit and seeing if he could keep it, you know, without dying.
Put it on like
reliably.
a 10.
Yeah. 20% now in Harlan Sweet. As he is in that double damage phase, he will be dying very rapidly on the side of Method EU. As long as Xaylia can live for a couple more seconds, this should be all they need to advance to the grand finals.
Ooh, man, what a series this has been. And there, Method EU has taken it 2-1 over Perplexed.
Yep, that is going to send Perplexed down to the lower bracket. That is not the end of them. They will be fighting it out in the lower finals. In that series, their competitor is going to be coming from that Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance series that we'll see pretty soon here. And Method EU has moved on to the grand finals. And Zyro, a couple deaths on the board for Method EU, but overall, a pretty clean run from them.
Yeah, it was overall a clean run, but how is it possible that 2 EU Cups in a row now, Perplexed has lost the upper bracket finals due to just bad positioning and resetting a boss or a boss mob with a snap? It's happened to them twice now.
Let's take a step back. The Shrine of the Storm one is very unlucky, and then that one that also happened, I would also classify as just super unlucky. Divine gets hit with a Swiftwind Saber into a wall on top of a cannon, and it snaps Voidweaver Mouthier, but not the rest of the Awakened mobs. And then Voidweaver Mouthier can't get kicked because she's spam evading to come out of the spot. I would classify that as unlucky. I don't think that's bad play.
Yeah, it's unlucky, but at the same time, there's a reason that whenever you pull this boss, you pull it to one of those 2 like platforms on the side, right? Because you can't really get knocked on top of anything at those points, and you don't have a potential of snapping anything. So I don't know. It's just really unlucky for them. That being said, Method EU did play this dungeon properly, and I think that it would have been pretty close in the favor of Method EU, even if that didn't happen to Perplexed, because they were still slightly ahead in their overall timing in the dungeon. It's just unfortunate to see.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate, but they will have a second chance as they're just moving down to the lower bracket. And looking at our bracket right now of how it's shaping up, is this going to be a difficult fight for Perplexed if they want to make it back up to that grand finals?
Yes.
Sorry, anybody can answer. That was a
They're gonna
nose.
play against the winner of Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance, and Deplete from Beyond has been showing some real signs of excellence in their series against the boys that opened up our day today. I think there's a very good chance that they will beat Self-Reliance and then pose a serious threat to Perplexed. But of course, Self-Reliance not out of this yet as well. They will have their say first as we go into the lower semifinals. And then we'll get to see, we've got 3 back-to-back elimination matches now that will determine the winner of our tournament.
Yep, now we're going to be going down to those lower bracket games. So from here on out until that grand final series, these teams will be knocked out of the tournament. And we are moving on to Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance. Now, Tuttles, anything you're looking forward to in this next series coming up here?
I want to see how Deplete from Beyond can be consistently. I think that their consistency is what's been called into question the most from me. Very similarly to how Self-Reliance is. I think Deplete from Beyond can battle versus Perplexed and Method EU for that top echelon in the European region. If they are consistent, like we saw them take that Waycrest Manor from Perplexed. Ultimately, it's going to be a close match between the two. I think if Self-Reliance will be able to pick themselves up and not have any just major catastrophic wipes like we've seen in the past in their King's Rest runs and something like that, then they should be able to compete versus Deplete from Beyond. I don't know if I expect them to necessarily be able to compete full on with a team of Deplete from Beyond's caliber. But ultimately, if both of these teams are consistent, it should be super close.
Yep, and we'll have to find out who is going to come out on top for that next series after this break. Stick around and we'll watch Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance coming right up. Unfortunate. Before this series, we saw a very intense matchup between Mdi Eu and Perplexed, but Perplexed has been dropped down to the lower bracket, and we are now in the lower semis. Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance, and it looks like we're going to be starting off with King's Rest. What can we expect coming from this series, Dratnos?
A lot of hunters are going to be present, at least here in King's Rest. That's that's something that we're going to see in this dungeon.
Hot take.
In the series in general, it's going to be interesting because we've seen some good times out of Self-Reliance in the past as well, but then we've seen some things go horribly wrong for them. Deplete from Beyond, kind of the same sort of team. I'd say these are two teams that have a high end and a low end, and it's kind of be those teams, not just battling against each other, but battling against themselves to make sure that they don't have those run-ending mistakes happen as often as they have happened in the past for these two teams.
I think that's a really good point as well, because Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance both had pretty disappointing performances in Week 1, and now Pain for Femme and the boys are both knocked out at this point, so this is the time for either of those teams to really step up and start gaining some momentum to solidify 3rd or 4th place overall in points.
It's a full-on reversal of roles because, the boys and Pain for Femme now are both out of this tournament early after getting 3rd and 4th last time, and Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance were those two teams in the first cup. So, yeah, the quest, though, for first place is not yet over for these two teams, as they can win out and win this tournament still.
I think there's also a lot of big expectations for Self-Reliance, if you think about it, because these guys came in number 3 seed in the very first week, had some high expectations, kind of poor performance. Then they come in this week lower seed, but they've been really doing what they need to be doing what needs to be done to get the wins. They haven't been the best and cleanest at it, but they've been doing what needs to be done, and Deplete from Beyond's also growing.
Indeed they are, and we will soon find out who's going to be sent home, knocked out of the tournament. It is Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance.
All right, so we see 6 hunters coming in here in King's Rest. Not a surprise. We've seen this comp being run by all the teams so far in the EU region. It has been a time trial map as well. So we see both teams actually dealing with those minions of Sul. They do get rid of them first, and then they make sure they shut them out off the aggro from these guardians to make sure they don't have to deal with them because they're pretty highly bolstered.
That's right, and I think we see the Guardians from Deplete from Beyond will pop up a little bit later whenever they're going through the gauntlet. So right now they're moving through and they're getting ready to grab everything in the room. You see Clicks, I believe, who took care of some of those minions of Zul early on, avoid the bolsters onto the rest of the group, and now we get to see them get started right now as both teams high-risk pulls, very high trash density coming in this one.
Yeah, you see both of the teams holding on to their Bloodlust, presumably for the first boss, because it is a tyrannical environment. But yeah, bolstering can cause so many issues on these specific pulls because there's all kinds of different HP pools on these mobs. You see the champions, they have the most HP, and you have the witch doctors who have a lot less, but the witch doctors are the most important mobs because they constantly cast this deathly chill. Furo going down, unfortunately, for Self-Reliance, and he does release, so we'll see if Haruta can actually kite this trash out before Furo is back.
That's right, we've seen a couple of times with the healers going down. They also had to deal with some of those minions of Zul, just popping them and tons of bolster stacks going up onto these mobs. They're running rampant as we speak. They gotta get a couple of them down. They're very low in terms of health percentage, but they still have thousands and thousands of health. We're not even able to see the nameplates right now because they're so large.
Oh no. Yeah,
there's more minions of Zul!
Yeah,
there's more. There's full health casters coming in on this one. Self-Reliance is going to have to just reset at least part of this pull. They might be able to get the Golem down. Yeah, okay, the Golem does go down, Harudra with it, but they might just be able to kill this really bolstered caster. Please don't. Okay, Furo going down, Feign Death's coming up. A little bit of cleave there as well from the Quaking, and they're just going to have a full wipe on this one. Self-Reliance, very disappointing first start into King's Rest. So rough.
Yeah, it looked like... okay, so Furo going down, of course, caused this chain reaction of the wipe, because Harudra tried to kite, but the minions were there, and he broke the CC. I believe there was a binding shot down from the Hunter, and Harudra had to jump in to kite, and it broke, and then getting rid of the minions bolsters all the mobs, and it's just a chain reaction. But the problem is, they finished off the pull, except the newly pulled mobs, and they could have de-aggroed them by Shadow Melting, but because Furo somehow got in combat, and he was the one not having Shadow Melt ready, he got all the other people in combat as well, and then they needed to have a full team wipe before going down again. So very unfortunate chain of events. While on the other side, Deplete from Beyond, 0 deaths on their end. They had a very clean room, and the Golden Serpent already on 35%.
Right, Deplete from Beyond is going to be looking to extend that lead, and it's always really cool to look at how Deplete from Beyond has changed, 1 week to the next. We kind of talked about Dr. J and Mr. Hyde with his team last year in Agura, but it really seems like this has been a very quick turnaround, a quick about face for Deplete from Beyond, as they're really moving through this tournament and moving through this first dungeon extremely well.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, last cup when they participated, we saw them struggle a little bit in some of the dungeons, making some mistakes here and there. And we talked about it might have been something to do with their synergy, because Dr. J just joining the team, maybe there were some disagreements between who's shot calling, who's saying what, because if you have 2 different kind of voices, shot callers in your group, then it can definitely cause some problems. But it looks like they have no more of these issues this time around, as they have a really clean performance so far up in this lower final here against Self-Reliance. We see Igloo here, he's going to pull those last 2 Guardians still from the entrance, and he's going to pull it on top of the gauntlet where the rest of his team is waiting for him.
That's right. It's just a more efficient way to make use of your time. I love that quick transcend to get back into the ring quickly. Because this gauntlet is just going to take a pretty decent chunk of time, they might as well combine it with something else to make it a bit more efficient. So I'm curious to see if they're going to get the kill on all of these mobs first, and if they'll have time, because the golems are slow, they're lumbering, they still cast their different abilities. Try to get them killed very quickly before the golems show up. There's the Ring of Peace to further make sure that the golems are out of range. Then they can bring them in as the next pack gets going. So I love that play there. Very, very good timing as well, just to show how much they've kind of set this up for exact precision. So everything's clumped together, everything's ready to go the second the next wave spawns.
Yeah, this timing is crucial. So this is why this the Guardian pull on top of the boss and on top of this gauntlet is actually pretty dangerous because of Goldstring, right? Because you can't actually stop the trash mobs here in this gauntlet from spawning. Once you finish off one trash group, the next one will spawn immediately after, or there will be a couple of seconds, but it will spawn and you can't stop it from spawning. So you need the Guardians to be pulled exactly in the right moment between 2 of the trash pack spawning, else you will bolster one of them, or you will have them be there too late or too early. And this is why all of the teams have this perfect timing coming in, also with the Ring of Peace helping out a little bit, of course. So well done by Deplete from Beyond. Self-Reliance now also managed to catch up. They did finish off the first boss, are fighting the first trash pack here. Seems like Furo is away, he's getting the Guardians for them as well.
Yeah, we're just seeing, mirror pulls, and we've seen this a lot of times as well, Naguro, where teams have just said, this is how the dungeons pull. This is how we're going to do Workshop. This is how we're going to do King's Rest. And even Underrata as well, a couple times today, we've seen just almost mirror strategies, and it comes down to, all right, who makes a mistake first? Who blinks first?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Self-Reliance do this dungeon earlier today, and unfortunately, they had this double wipe on Machimba, because they actually have a very difficult strategy coming in on that boss. They were pulling the Guardian at the bridge construct on top, and then on top of having the bridge construct, they were also having one of these skeletons that come out of the tombs if you click them without any person being inside. And it was just too much damage to handle for Heruda, and he went down twice in a row, unfortunately for them. I hope this time around they can pull this off, as Deplete from Beyond is done with this gauntlet. We see the Lightfoot potions being popped by everybody, and now they're gonna skip this mob here with their full Shadow Meld team that they have. And of course the Hunters can just feign death.
Yep, they're grabbing the golem. We've seen a lot of teams grab this golem on the middle of the bridge and start bringing it along into the rest of the pack, because it actually gives a surprising amount of percentage. I think it was 8-2 or 8-3 where they ended up buffing a couple of the different mobs in King's Rest, giving them substantially more percentage because everybody was just skipping them. So it's actually really worth to grab that middle golem on the bridge. And right now they just need to make sure they're taking their time, grabbing up all of the fluids, any of the incubation fluids, as well as the imprisonment golem as well. So the interment golem right here. And right now it's just trying to make sure that they're not over bolstering, as there's still tons of HP on these mobs.
Yeah, so they are indeed pulling that construct on top, interestingly enough. As you mentioned, we've seen some teams do this before as well, but it's still just an interesting thing to see because of bolstering, right? It seems like pulling a construct with so much more HP compared to the fluids, on top of the fluids, not a very good strat to do on bolstering, but because they have to deal with the constructs anyway that are in this room, who have very similar HP to the bridge one, it just seems to be worth it for them. They still have to do 2 pulls here, right side and left side separately, but yeah, it works out for them. It seems very clean so far. Self-Reliance actually dealing with that Awaken mob. So far, we saw Deplete from Beyond skipping all of the obelisks, while Self-Reliance actually choosing to do the Fear one.
It really looks like we have some ridiculously heavy bolsters on the construct, but they do bring it down as well, and that single target out of the Hunters is absolutely critical for a lot of these pulls. But Chimbo the Embalmer gets a set up here as Deplete from Beyond continues to further the lead. Self-Reliance just taking down the Obelisk mob we've seen thus far, and you know, this is a time trial dungeon. We've seen these teams play it quite a lot lately, and that's one of the most interesting things I think about some of these lower semis, these lower bracket games as well, Nagura, is it's kind of just like an endurance test. They know these dungeons, there shouldn't be any shocks or big surprises. It just becomes how well can your team buckle down, especially when you're facing elimination.
Yeah, and they have to play so many games back to back to back if they would come out of this loser bracket into the grand final, right? There's just so many games after another, and it's just so much pressure, and the amount of focus you require to play an MDI dungeon like that, every single second counts. You can't, if you make one mistake, it can cause a group wipe. That's why you need full focus for the whole duration of the dungeon, and if you have to play multiple series in a row, it can definitely be very exhausting. So kudos to those teams to be able to focus for that long, as the Deplete from Beyond is fighting Machimba here. We see them also not cast any abilities here in Machimba because they got the person out of the tomb immediately as soon as they got entombed.
Yeah, you see they're actually tossing a trap on one of the mummies, and it's so important to break out whoever gets imprisoned immediately, to the point where it's not that big of a deal if you let one of the mummies out of the coffin, right? As long as you're having crowd controls at your disposal. I'm kind of curious to see Deplete from Beyond if they've gotten any other mummies on the opposite side. You see they're moving into position by the gate, and even though Machimba's not doing any other abilities, his auto attacks can absolutely truck the tank, so kudos to the healer, to the tank as well, for just being able to sit in there and make sure that the positioning is as optimal as they possibly can. You know, right as the boss goes down, they're at the gate, they're ready to go. Full boss ahead of their opponents, and a little bit of trash percentage on top of it as well.
Yeah, it looks like Self-Reliance this time around not dealing with that construct anymore. Oh, never mind, they are pulling it. So we saw the beam come from the bridge on Self-Reliance side. So they are doing the same strategy again, pulling that construct on top of Machimba, and this is so dangerous just because this construct really doesn't like moving, and this beam has a very long range and it goes through walls and line of sight. So even though you're really far away from it, you're still gonna get hit by the beam, so that's a lot of healing for Furor to do. On top of that, Harudra is taking so much damage from the boss itself, so they want to make sure they pull this off properly because they've already struggled with this one the last time around.
They did indeed, and right now we're seeing Deplete from Beyond with just a very large pull, and again, watching on any of the bolsters that they have going out right now. It's so nice to have the flexibility, mobility of all of these hunters, as they're not having to worry too much about some of those hunting groups coming out. Surprised we're not seeing some more binding shots as well to help deal with it, but I guess they're not that worried about dropping them low, because right here we've got the Hulk that we have to be taking down as well, so it just becomes, you know, a new target as Rentari gets bumped up into the air, but instantly charges back down. And look at the HP on the Hulk right now. This guy is getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, they have so much damage. These hunters just have so much single target focus damage. This is why we see these full hunter comps specifically in a bolstering environment. And on top of that, King's Rest is just very single target heavy. You don't have these huge trash pulls like you see maybe in a Freehold or something like that. But specifically bolstering makes hunters incredibly good just because they can really focus down targets and they can focus all of their damage on the high HP ones. Some other classes, they just do AoE and they can't necessarily focus their damage onto one target, but hunters are very, very good at that. Clicks unfortunately going down, but they can just use an out of combat rest. Thankfully that Quaking did not interrupt the cast.
And that Quaking really brought half their team quite low onto that one. And it's one of those little things, but Quaking with 8-3, the cleaves become even more deadly if you have more than 2 people hitting each other. So, you know, you hate to see that little bit of extra time lost in the process. But right now we're seeing Deplete from Beyond. Looks like they're grabbing some of the Berserkers and start bringing them into the mix as well. So kind of interested to see how they're going to be handling this. I guess they're going to try to get some quick kills in on the Berserkers before the next boss transitions
Yeah, that's what they do, yeah.
and just get a bit of extra cleave. I thought they'd need 3 targets in order to get optimal cleave damage for the Hunters. I don't know. I didn't know that 1 would help out at all, though.
I don't think 1 helps out at all for their single target damage. I think they just do it for efficiency to get the extra little bit of trash percentage that they need. And maybe 2 Berserkers is just too much to handle to do at the same time, just because of the bleed that it applies. Now, you do have the pets who can take the bleeds off, so that would still be a possibility. But yeah, Click's unfortunately getting the Severing Axe, used his turtle a little bit too late. You can avoid that cast if you turtle in the right moment. Click's using it slightly too late. Either way, Igloo did manage to heal the debuff. And now to finish off the Berserker, meaning Sanazal did not get bolstered because it was just not attackable yet.
Yeah, look at that timing as well. They
Yeah.
had it dive right before Zanazal ended up spawning, so great to be able to see that. I'd imagine that they're just going to leave the Berserker CC'd and bring it into the final one with Akka Ali, so that they can just more easily switch targets to any of the totems and take those down rapidly. Self-Reliance trying to get themselves back into the game right now, as they are still a couple pulls behind with Deplete from Beyond halfway through the 3rd boss, continuing to build upon their lead and looking just very strong out the gate here in our lower semis matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Self-Reliance did recover now that it managed to finish off Machimba, and they are on their way to the 3rd boss as well. But for going down, unfortunately, on one of their skips, this is actually a huge problem because they do not have a rest. They don't have an out-of-combat rest. The only thing they have is a battle rest, well, an engineering rest, but you have to be right next to the character. Yeah, they both released because there's no way of the Hunters to get them back up.
Oh, well, it's disastrous right now on the side of Self-Reliance. Just one thing compounding onto another as Deplete from Beyond, starting Akka Ali, going to be grabbing that Berserker pretty soon, I'd imagine, as well. And Self-Reliance's Hunters, they just have to sit on their hands and wait. They're getting so far behind. I mean, at least they're going to have the pterodactyls to bring them just to the bridge, I'd imagine, yeah. So they can get just to the bridge.
They'll just have to do a Shadow Meld skip again.
Yeah, right. They're going to have to just run through. I guess they will end up having their speed potions back. They will have Shadow Meld back, which is so much more time wasted. You just have to sit there, watch them walk. And King's Rest, not a forgiving dungeon when it comes to checkpoints.
Definitely not. Either way, unfortunate for Self-Reliance. Deplete from Beyond, though, on the other hand, they don't have any of those mistakes. Of course, we saw 1 death by them so far, but it wasn't as huge of a deal. It was at the very end of this skip, and they could just rest him back up immediately after the skip was over. So Deplete from Beyond just looking very clean. They see Akali going down. They didn't actually deal with this Berserker. It still succeeded in the corner. Looks like they maybe just do not need the percentage from it. So therefore they can just Shadow Meld off the aggro when they do the skip here to Shadow of Soul. Looks like they only need Shadow of Soul plus all of the Awakened mobs that they skipped. They have to do all 4 of them at the last boss.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, I remember seeing Self-Reliance doing some, but I didn't see any from the from Beyond. So, yep, it looks like they're just going to handle that after they deal with Shadow of Zool. So, tons of obelisks, and I'm always very curious to start looking at how teams have been handling this, because I think Keystone Masters, the tournament before MDI, the community tournament, I feel like that really built everybody's confidence up a lot when they started seeing, okay, yeah, the keys are lower, but we're looking at how teams are able to deal with it, and they're like, oh, well, we could probably do that. Oh, well, okay, we'll deal with 2. Okay, we'll deal with 3. Now they're like, well, we really want to win this tournament, so now we're going to be dealing with 4 in some of these dungeons.
It really is incredible to see the 4 Awaken pull with the last boss, because even in the first weekend, in the first EU weekend, we've seen most teams only deal with 2, maybe 3, but we haven't seen 4 obelisks that much at all the first weekend. But the second weekend, EU and Asia region definitely got a lot more confidence to try these 4 Awaken pulls. And it just saves so much time, because these Awaken mobs, I mean, you can use them to do some sort of skips, but in the MDI, time is everything that matters. So doing a skip without the Awaken mobs, just using your Shadow Melt or a Shroud, is just so much faster compared to going inside, having to single target down an awakened mob with such high HP. And there's also just no efficiency you can use with these awakened mobs. There's no trash you can pull on top of them. Nothing like that to maybe get more efficiency out of it. And that's why most of these teams try to pull all of them with the last boss.
That's right. Here we go. Deplete from Beyond. All 4 obelisks. All pieces of Exodia put together. Fighting up against King Dazar as we've got tons of pressure onto the tank right off the bat. Even with all those hunters taunting off from our tank buster here, there's still a ton of work for him to do right now, and they are getting the first of the obelisk mobs taken down. I'd love to see that preliminary spread by those hunters as well. Makes their life very easy when any of the leaps are coming out from King Dazar. Also, I'd like to pick from Igloo taking Invoke Chi-Ji from the talent perspective. Because they're moving so much and they're going through the dungeon ridiculously quickly, it helps to be able to have a bit more spread healing from your little Chi-Ji, your little red bird, your red crane, to help out along the way. The tank healing is always nice from Statue, but I think with how spread out everybody is, it definitely benefits the group quite heavily. And right now we're seeing it on display. Almost all of the awakened mobs are done. That's the last one. Blood of the Corruptor, final one to go down. Boss is at 65%. Even while they're trying to laser down all of these obelisk mobs, they still are just dealing a ton of damage to the boss, and absolutely putting on a show right now. Deplete from Beyond looking to finish up this game, take an early lead in the series. Sala goes up. Everybody is absolutely trying to destroy this last Raptor, and Reliance trying to take down the final member of the Council of Tribes.
I just want to emphasize one more time just how difficult these 4 awakened bosses are with this last boss. I mean, it looks simple when a team like Deplete from Beyond pulls this off, but the amount of coordination they have to put into these pulls is immense. You need to interrupt all of the cast from a Void Weaver, you need to make sure you dispel all of the fears properly with the revival, then you have the Dwarf Rachel to dispel it afterwards, you need to turtle it, immune it in the right moment to be able that it doesn't apply to you, you need to taunt off the Spirit Breaker from the tank, otherwise he goes down if it leaves the damage increase debuff on them. Just so many small little things need to come together on this pull to make it happen. So I'm always very I think it's always awesome to see these teams pulling it off so perfectly. So well done by Deplete from Beyond. As King Dazar goes at 22% now, Reliance unfortunately struggled a little bit in this dungeon, and it seems not the first time that they're struggling here. It really just seems like King's Rest might not be their favorite dungeon to play.
Certainly has not been an easy one for Reliance. Deplete from Beyond, 8% left on the boss. They went all in, grabbing everything together with King Dazar, and it has paid off massively for them. Deplete from Beyond's growth this tournament has been incredible to see, and they're going to take game number 1 in King's Rest.
Incredible to see indeed, Jack. That is going to be a game number 1 win, as you said, and they're only 1 victory away from sending Reliance out of this tournament. This is a lower bracket round, and that was an incredible run from Deplete from Beyond. They had all 4 obelisks at the end. They blasted through a Machimba, which is a boss that we've seen teams really struggle on today, Dratnos, and this team is really on fire right now.
Yeah, the King's Rest is looking good from them. This is the kind of run that, you know, it may not be as fast as the top couple seeds best times, but it's certainly competitive with them. You know, 21 minutes and 9 seconds. That would be about on pace with Perplexed's earlier King's Rest run against Deplete from Beyond. So, yeah, this is a good run coming out from a squad that needed to have good runs to win this tournament for sure, and to win this series even.
Definitely, and Nagura, you were highlighting it at the end, but we can talk about it more, how difficult it is to pull off those, like saving those 4 obelisks for the last boss. What kind of coordination does that take in preparation to be able to do that cleanly?
I think it's just so important with these Awaken affix to be able to do as many obelisks as you can with the last boss, and I think that should always be the team's first priority when they practice a dungeon, right? They probably go in and see, okay, so how many obelisks can we do with the last boss realistically? Because that will be the biggest time save in any of those dungeons. And if you can pull off 4 with the last boss, as we've seen by Deplete from Beyond here, that's just immense. And we see some other teams, they're just not daring to do it. Maybe they don't have enough practice time to try it out or to pull it off properly, or they think it's just too much of a risk. That's why we saw Self-Reliance dealing with some of the Awaken mobs here, while Deplete from Beyond, they just went all in. And I do think it gets a little bit easier with the triple hunter setup, just because you have so many pets to taunt off the Spirit Breaker from the Tank Master, and they also have a lot of defensive abilities to get rid of the Fear, for example, and they're able to be a dwarf because they don't need the Shadow Meld because they have Feign Death. So I think the hunters make it a little bit easier, but it's still incredibly difficult to pull it off.
Yep, a difficult strategy to pull off indeed, but it's certainly paid off for Deplete from Beyond during that last game. Dratnos, it sounds like we had a couple of highlights during that last match. What was the one that you wanted to talk about today?
Yes, let's start with what went most wrong for Self-Reliance at the start of the dungeon, when they had, a little bit of an unfortunate death turn into a full wipe, turn into they couldn't even have anybody successfully, feign death and survive. Looked like a hunter pet was still there with some aggro, and led to that getting attacked, and that ended up causing the entire team to die rather than just a few of them. So that really set Self-Reliance back at the start of the dungeon, and it allowed Deplete from Beyond to capitalize with those later pulls. We saw that Berserker coming in on Kula the Butcher. I think they may have just missed a trap on it. I'm not sure if that was actually part of the plan to fight that thing with the boss. It ended up working out okay, but it looked a little bit sketchy to have that active at the same time there. And then, 4 obelisks with the last boss. Always an impressive thing to see executed well, even with those 3 hunters. It's the kind of thing you need to be able to do to hang with the Method EUs and the Perplexed of this tournament, and Deplete from Beyond have shown that they are capable of executing those kind of strategies.
Yeah, they certainly have, and it looks like we're going to be moving on to Shrine of the Storm, Underrot next, because Toldagor and Workshop have been banned from this map pool. So Shrine of the Storm, we have Fortified, Necrotic, and Volcanic. Jack, what are some of the things we're going to be looking to see these teams succeed at for this next game?
Well, I think we're looking at how the last boss has really been handled. Too many times that has been one of the deciding factors in this dungeon, is how they're able to handle and how they're able to mitigate mistakes on the last boss. We've seen some huge snaps going into Lord Stormsong's hot tub as well. Those have been great to see too. So I think a lot of it's going to be looking at how they're able to just avoid a lot of downtime. With this dungeon, there's a lot of mobs that you need to skip around, that you need to dodge around, and they need to be able to put it all together for that last boss and frankly not die. Simple.
Yeah, it is pretty simple, but we did see Paint for Femme sort of fall apart on Shrine of the Storm earlier today. It's a map that it can either go very, very wrong or fleetingly well, but it's definitely a difficult map, something that can fall apart super easily for these guys. Is Self-Reliance going to be able to turn this around, Nagor, or what is this going to be difficult for them?
Funnily enough, they played this exact game yesterday already. They played from Beyond against Self-Reliance, and they played Shrine, and Self-Reliance won. So yesterday they won this map. If they can repeat the same thing, then that would be a 1-1 and they can come back in the series. But earlier today, Deplete from Beyond had an incredible run in Shrine against the boys, and they had a 16:55 time with 0 deaths. So that's definitely faster than any of the runs we've seen from Self-Reliance so far.
Yeah, we're going to need to see something new out of Self-Reliance, or Deplete from Beyond with their bigger pulls. If something goes wrong there, that's going to be the opportunity that Self-Reliance will then need to capitalize on.
That is kind of a good point. I mean, do you think it would have been a smarter move for Shrine of the Storm to be banned from this map pool, Jack?
I think there's really the question of what dungeons are they going to be most confident with, and which dungeons do they think that their opponents have and have not practiced. I mean, one of the big things, if you're looking at Junkyard, nobody's really been having Junkyard go through throughout this tournament as an example, but you're also seeing dungeons like Toldagor getting banned quite frequently as well. So I think when you get into these matchups, especially like Nagura said, since Self-Reliance had won that previous matchup against them, there's got to be that level of confidence that, hey, we can do this again. We just need to be able to get it together.
Absolutely. So the dungeon is about to start here. We'll have to see if Self-Reliance can tie this up, or is Deplete from Beyond going to send this home with a 2-0?
All right, so we see the hunters actually turned into DKs and a Demon Hunter now. We see both teams are doing this snapping pull onto this lantern. We saw Pain for Femme earlier have a huge wipe coming in, so hopefully Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance can pull this huge pull off.
That's right. I mean, early in the dungeon, there's a lot of these extremely strenuous pulls as Snap Spot gets used to great advantage between these guys. We have a little bit of observer lag, but we do see Rentari going down on the side of Deplete from Beyond. Not that many mobs are left remaining, so they just need to be able to kite it out, finish it up, and hey, I mean, it's kind of a fast way of doing it. I mean, they have to go to the obelisk anyway, all right? He just lost his food and flask, or his food and his augment rune and all that stuff, you know?
I mean, do you really need that stuff? That's just for tryhards, right?
Exactly. They're chilling.
So, both teams are dealing with this Void Weaver here. We've seen some teams not do the Void Weaver and play with the last boss, but it's incredibly difficult because of how the last boss works with the intermission phase needing the interrupts. So you would have to like nuke down the Void Weaver really quickly before the intermission phase, and that's just incredibly risky. That's why we've seen most teams deal with the Void Weaver beforehand.
Thank you. Excuse me. Oh, I love muting my mic. There we go. Anyway, as you mentioned, the last bit of the Void Weaver Malthier is getting chipped down as both Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance are getting into Aquasur's room as we speak. And again, having to deal with Necrotic is ridiculously frustrating for a lot of these tanks. We've seen a number of times where people are just getting locked in Necrotic and running for their lives if they don't have that Dwarven ratio at their disposal. And we've also seen a number of times is they're kind of taking a moment to get everything in together until Aquasur spawns, and then just absolutely blasting it. Deplete from Beyond in particular had incredible damage on Aquasur first time we saw them today.
Yeah, but this time around, Self-Reliance actually spawning Aquasur a little bit earlier. They already popped their Bloodlust on top of all of this trash. And look at the amount of single targeted damage they have. They're already in their intermission phase here soon, as they're still dealing with the trash passively. Definitely want to make sure you interrupt all of those important casts. And one thing to note is as well that Deplete from Beyond, they were playing a Hunter in the time trials, and they now switched it to Demon Hunter for the tournament play. And one reason might just be having this offensive dispel from the Demon Hunter, which is really nice for those Templars who, in case a cast goes through, having that damage reduction on him is just very bad. So having the Demon Hunter, in case a cast goes through, definitely helps a lot.
Yeah, and when you're in these larger pulls, everything is ridiculously hectic as well. And not being in range to be able to get a kick because you're running around some of the Tempests, or you're just trying to avoid one of the charges from Aquasur. It's just a nice way of having a bit of backup as well, you know. And I'm sure there's a couple other small factors, but it's usually what it is. It's just a combination of small factors that come into play to say, all right, we're going to bring this class over another.
Yeah, I agree. And it also gives you, of course, the magic damage increase for the Unholy DKs who do mainly do magic damage, so that will help as well. Looks like Igloo is first pulled the droplets on the right side from the upper platform, then went to the left and pulled the initiates. So well done by Igloo to pulling all of the extra little trash they need to get a couple bit of enemy forces here to get the amount they need at the end. Aquasur is about to go down for Deplete from Beyond, but Self-Reliance already done. They're moving on. They got their 29% trash. So at this point, Self-Reliance a couple of seconds ahead, but still very close.
Yep, and as you saw, all the small initiates that were surrounding the Windspeaker Heldis, if you move to one of the braziers near the side of the room there, if you're looking at Windspeaker Heldis, you can actually stand inside the brazier, hit the bottom left initiate as you're looking at Windspeaker Heldis. They'll snap to you without pulling the Windspeaker, and then you can just grab those and bring them into Aquasur and just have some more damage to go out. So similar pulls coming out on the side of Self-Reliance and Deplete from Beyond, taking advantage of Runecarver Soren's debuff field, so that way they're going to be able to avoid taking a lot of damage for one, and I believe it also dispels the Necrotic. If it's used by the boss, it dispels Necrotic, but I don't think that this one does.
I think this one does not, no. I think it's only the boss
What
one,
a ripoff. It's a discount circle.
I agree. Dr. J going down for a Deplete from Beyond, unfortunately. But Self-Reliance, they pulled that one off really cleanly. They pulled not only the trash from the whole inside area, but they also pulled this trash pack in front of the bridge, all on top of Soren, as you mentioned. And what a clean way of dealing with this. Deplete from Beyond is still having some trash left. They didn't pull everything all at once like Self-Reliance did, but they first just pulled the inside area and then later on pulled the outside trash group on top. So their way a little bit slower and also a little bit worse of an execution from them. Self-Reliance already on the other side of the bridge, doing one of those demon. I think a demon hunter skipped it because they are not all night elves, because Harudra needs to be a dwarf for that dwarf racial. So it's a little bit harder to do those kind of skips. Otherwise, you would just run through and everyone shadow melts, but you really need the dwarf racial here because of necrotic.
Right, and seen Self-Reliance stacking up all of the enemies as we speak right here, and I guess they're just trying to get a very even stack as they're grabbing Brother Ironhall, Galecaller, Faye to to get all of the damage they possibly can onto them and very quickly try to get them burned down right now as Self-Reliance continuing to start expanding that lead. Watching for Igloo to get a good transcend here. Love to see it. He does get hit by the Guardian Elemental, but we will be able to see his Shadow Meld coming out. It's nice to see a little skip coming out by the Mistweavers. We don't really see them using it that often.
True. And one thing I want to note about Self-Reliance strategy, the reason why they can do this so incredibly fast is because Harudra does not need his dwarf racial for this pull they did beforehand, which is incredible. We saw this Soren pull where they pulled everything on top of each other. Harudra somehow manages to survive that pull without having to use his dwarf racial, and this is why they can immediately afterwards do this pull here into Brother Ironheart and Galecaller Faye, and he can use the dwarf racial to get rid of all of the initiate necrotic stacks. So incredible play by Self-Reliance. Deplete from Beyond now also engaged the boss, but they're just slightly behind here, and they also have no battle rest available, so they want to be very careful to not have any sort of deaths here.
That's right, and Rentari's taking a bit of damage. He needs to be able to drop his necrotic. As you see, he jumps into the defensive zone right there, but they're also having a lot of mobs staying in that field. They're kind of lingering around for quite a long period of time, so at this point it's just so much chaos because they're always kicking any of Galecaller Faye's debuffs, any of her AoE, spawning more tornadoes while she's buffed. So trying to get that reset, trying to get everything back in together, but that was incredibly nasty to deal with when you have all the tornadoes going all over the place, and you still have to watch out for some of the aggro while the mobs are running away in fear.
Yeah, and now Self-Reliance finishing off the boss. They'll be moving on, dealing with that Awaken mob here. They are using the Obelisk to go inside, deal with the Awaken mob, and also probably use the portal to get to the other side, because again, Harudra not being a Night Elf, meaning they can't do any of those Shadow Meld skips. I mean, they can theoretically do the skip and then rest Harudra back up, but it's just a huge time loss, not only because of the death that costs you 5 seconds, but you also need to cast that Mass Rest, which is just additional time, which you don't want to spend. That's why they deal with this Awaken up here, drag it all the way over to the bridge side, and then deal with the trash there.
Yep, and seen again, second of the obelisks going up around the side of Self-Reliance is Deplete from Jan. Is just trying to work on taking down Brother Ironhall and Galecaller Faye. They just seem to be going a little bit slower. I mean, this isn't really, I guess, the confidence that we were seeing out of Deplete from Beyond previously here. And they still got a lot of tricks up their sleeve, but this is where you start seeing a bit of the lead start edging more and more in favor of Self-Reliance, where they kind of grow their advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, we still know that Deplete from Beyond has this trick up their sleeves where they will snap a bunch of mobs onto the next boss. So that's just where they can make up the time they're missing. So right now they're, I would say, almost a minute behind, not only because of dungeon speed, but also the 10 seconds death timer. Maybe they can make it up with that snapping pull that we saw them do last time around. But in the end, there's still so many things that can happen in this shrine, because we still have the last boss, where so many things can go wrong, and we saw Self-Reliance wipe earlier on the last boss because Harudra went down because of the amount of damage that is incoming on that fight. So still, so many things that can happen, as Deplete from Beyond is pulling that Awaken mob up the bridge as well.
I mean, they didn't even need to worry about going into Stormsong's bathtub on that one. They just absolutely destroyed the entirety of the bridge right there. They're going to look to get a very quick trigger to any of the RP to start proccing the boss fight here as they're dealing with any of these eels. And they don't really have a ton of stuns to be able to start shutting them down. So they're kind of just looking at, and a DK going down right there as the eels, the little tentacles, just absolutely overwhelm them.
Yeah, sea turtles. I told him that these can
Sea
be very
turtles.
dangerous on a fortified environment. The thing with these dwellers is they have this lash cast. Now, as you mentioned, they don't have that many AoE stuns, and then you can get a little bit unlucky, and a lot of them focus you at the same time. And then it can definitely cause some issues, and people just get nuked down, basically. And on a fortified environment, they do quite a bit of damage. So undergoing down, unfortunately, meaning it's only
Just
a
look
5
at-
seconds advantage now.
Yeah, just look at like the difference between the two lash packs. First pack, they didn't really have that many AoE stuns. I think they only had the warriors, and it went down because he got targeted too many times. The second time, they had their DH's, what is it, Fury? Man, I'm missing the name on the AoE stun that they have. Anyway,
Chaos Nova.
Chaos Nova, thank you. Oh, why was I thinking it was Fury something? Anyway, they had Chaos Nova at their disposal. I think they also had like Sweep coming back as well. So it was just like super ridiculously easy when they had it, you know. And it also goes to show like the difference between having Wave of the Crane available or not. Rentari going down on the side of Deplete from Beyond. They do get him up very quickly, but that snapped the instant burst of damage that they had going out onto everybody. They're trying to be able to stabilize this pull. It looks like he's reestablishing threat, but there's a lot of damage from those Void Bolt casts going all over the place.
It looks like the boss reset as well, because I'm pretty sure they had the boss engaged, and maybe because of Rentari going down, maybe he was the only one in combat with it, and looked like the boss reset at least. But now Lord Stormsong is being re-engaged by them. The trash is pretty low, so they should be able to finish it off. But there's also some that still have high HP. Looks like some of them maybe didn't snap properly, or just some issues being caused by Rentari going down. Because if the snap target goes down, they might jump away, maybe evade, and then heal to full. So definitely some issues here because of the death. But on the other side, Self-Reliance, no issues at all as they finish off Lord Stormsong. They are on their way to get to the last boss area, and here is where it will become very difficult for them to pull this off because of the Awakened mobs and the
Dr. J
Necrotic
going
and the eels.
down now.
Sorry.
And
You go.
Wait, unless. Dr. J's going down, by the way, on the side of Deplete from Beyond, while Stormsong is sitting at 70% as we speak. And again, this is just further and further going to show how Self-Reliance has been pulling ahead, but like you were just saying, before I rudely interrupted, last boss is just everything. Last boss is just everything possible.
Yeah, so both of the teams do have those two Awakened mobs with the last boss, which doesn't sound like a lot, because we've seen other bosses being played with 4 Awakened mobs, but this specific boss just makes it so much more difficult because of the fact that the intermission phase splits the tank and the healer from the DPS, and even though the Awakened mobs are in both areas, so both of them, both areas can attack the Awakened mobs, but you can't heal the damage dealers because Furo is split from them. So it's a very weird interaction, and it makes it very difficult for those teams to handle. Now they did engage the boss. Seems like they're saving their Bloodlust for after the intermission phase, so let's see if they can pull this off.
Yep, you're seeing Volzith's HP is just trucking, it's just gone right now. We're seeing a lot of teams getting into that mid-60s%, as we're going to see Self-Reliance get to around the same point. Of course, they're going to save Bloodlust so that they can just force the one phase when they grab that middle pack on top of it. Now they've got the Tank Buster and Blood of the Corruptor, and they have to worry about one of the Dwellers downstairs. So right now, Harudra just fighting for his very life, as you see on the side of the DPS with Ashvale, Nickel, and Anda. They're just letting the first cast go through. Then they're going to be getting all the rest of the kicks. And at that point, it's just very, very quick focus to bring down one of the casters, so that way the DPS can come back and start helping Harudra and company with the last of the Blood of the Corruptor, last of the Obelisk mobs on top of it.
Yeah, and look how fast that blood is as well. It looks like it should be slow because it's a huge blob, but it's incredibly fast. Look how Harudra is trying to get away with it, but it keeps catching him and refreshing the necrotic stacks. So very unfortunate, as he has to deal with the necrotic, plus also having to deal with the spirit breaker here, because they're not running a hunter setup, so you don't have those hunter pets to taunt off that ability from the Tank Buster. Just needs to deal with it himself. He could theoretically outrange it, but he needs his movement abilities to reset his necrotic stacks. Now the blood finally going down, only the Tank Buster left to deal with, but that's still a difficult task to handle for Harudra.
Yeah, but I like how they're focusing on killing the Dweller downstairs first before they end up dealing with the last of the Obelisk mob. So they do have a couple people coming out right on the other side of the circle there, so very good to see that they're having everybody getting out of the Silence Field beforehand. Does look like they're going to be keeping up this Obelisk mob a little bit longer, as they're just going to kill it first, then they'll be able to grab up everything together and bring it in for that final burn that they'll have on boss. So right now, Self-Reliance in the driver's seat as Deplete from Beyond is about to go down for their first intermission, and they're getting the boss just a little bit lower than their opponents on the side of Self-Reliance, but there's going to need to be some big mistake here for Self-Reliance to lose.
Yeah, I mean, 59% on-ball Sith here for Deplete from Beyond before they got the intermission phase, but it's not going to matter because if both of the teams need to face this, there's not going to be a time difference at all. And on top of that, it's also 15 seconds in death in favor of Self-Reliance. Now, we see then they dealt with the Awaken mobs now. They still have to deal with this middle pack, though. So they have to deal with those 2 denizens, and with the middle one, looks like they actually engage the boss. Oh, okay, so just pulling everything on top. Very
That's
interesting.
Right.
This is incredibly difficult to handle because you need to make sure you interrupt the denizens as well. And you also have the tank denizen that just gets kited by Harudra.
At this point, what denizens?
Okay,
I like
they're
how
already
Furo
gone.
ended up dispelled himself there. That was great to see. He actually took off his promises of power buff as they started up the pull, so that way he could go into melee with Way of the Crane, start slamming some extra damage, and now he keeps his buff. Even though the boss has died, they're still in combat, so he's able to assist them with killing the last of the eels right there. Self-Reliance, bless you, is going to be taking game number 2 and tying up the series.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond had a pretty good first clean run, but they just weren't able to keep their momentum going into game 2. And Self-Reliance has managed to tie it up, and they only need one more win to continue on into the bracket. And Dratnos, this is a pretty big pull at the end there. Break down those final moments of their victory for us.
Yeah, Self-Reliance there ended up having a run, 17-minute run. That's the best we've seen out of them. And they were looking like a completely different team than we'd seen in some of the matches earlier, in that King's Rest even, where things are looking, smooth, well-oiled, and better than all their previous Shrine of the Storm runs as well. So they really showed up to play today.
Yeah, they certainly have, and there's only one more game, only one more win these guys need, and they can put Deplete from Beyond out of this tournament. This is an elimination round. Jack, can they keep this momentum going into the game 3, do you think?
I think they're going to have to at this point. I mean, we talked about how, there's differences in time trials, there's difference in quality of runs that we saw from, both teams, really, since Shrine has been run a ridiculous amount of times so far, and at this point we can't even really focus too hard on one time trial or another, because both of these teams have had extra time to practice. They know that their tournament life is on the line, and they came here to play.
Yeah, and it sounds also like, Dratnos, you have a replay that you wanted to highlight for us. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so Deplete from Beyond, they have the faster theoretical Shrine time that we've seen so far out of these two teams, but they were having these kind of random early deaths throughout the whole dungeon. They culminated with a really brutal death on Lord Stormsong that I think cost them the most time out of any of these things happening, and those small advantages really accumulated in favor of Self-Reliance, who, by contrast, they only had one death throughout this whole dungeon. Wasn't a huge deal as well. They didn't exhaust their battle res resources in the same way that Deplete from Beyond did, and that really was ended up being what cost Deplete from Beyond there, and that's something that we've seen out of this team before, where sometimes just runs can get pretty messy pretty quickly for them, and they can fall far behind. By contrast, in the third match, we could really be looking to see, the best of both these teams. When they're both firing with all cylinders, I think that this could be a really exciting final match of the series.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were talking about this before the series. These teams are kind of neck and neck, and given that we are tied right now, we're going to be moving on to Underrot. Sanguine is one of those affixes along with Tyrannical and Skittish, and Sanguine is an affix that a lot of teams have banned. They're kind of trying to avoid here. Nagura, how are these teams going to be looking to get the edge here with Sanguine and that difficult affix?
Yeah, Sanguine can cause so many issues in Underrot specifically, because in Underrot you want to do those huge pulls. We've seen the pulls by Method EU, for example, where they would pull almost all of the Kragmaw room on top of the boss. But then unfortunately, they healed the boss all the way to full HP, and it was basically for nothing. And that is definitely those kind of issues that you can have with Sanguine, because some mobs, they just really don't like moving. Some bosses specifically, they just cast an ability, can't be moved. You can't displace them with Typhoon or anything like that, of course. And then you can just look at the boss, heal themselves to full HP, and that's gonna be it. So hopefully both those teams are gonna handle that Sanguine well, but definitely lots of problems that it can cause for sure.
Yeah, and there's a couple different strategies that you could really do with these obelisks here coming from Underrot. Jack, how do you think that we're going to see these teams tackle that?
A lot of times we've seen, I believe, 3 obelisks being pulled more often than not. A lot of times we'll see, for example, I believe it's the Breaker of Heroes, a Tank Buster in the Kragmaw's room that's been pulled a number of times by some of the different teams. So I think that we've seen, I want to say Method EU has pulled 4, but most teams I've seen have been doing 3. So a lot of it really comes down to looking at Kragmaw's room and how big they can go without having the boss get healed by Andy the Sanguine.
Yeah, definitely interested to see how they handle those. And, you know, I think we touched on it a little bit, too. In KSM, we weren't seeing anybody handle those 4 obelisks at the same time. And now a lot of teams are going for it. The competition has really been raised quite a bit now that some of these teams are maybe more practiced at the Awakened mechanic, Dranos.
Yeah, the 4 obelisk with boss. You know, I was competing in that Keystone Masters tournament, and even at Keystone level 16, it was scary to do. And, you know, we tried it in a couple dungeons, and a couple of them we were like, oh, this is really, really tough. But these teams have had a couple months now to, you know, be practicing and be preparing, and they're much better than me. So they were able to figure out how to do these really tough boss fights with those 4 awakened enemies at once, which, you know, every single time we see that, there's a huge chance that something goes wrong, because every one of those mobs does something important on most boss fights.
Does the last boss in Underrot, I mean, you go down, you kind of have that tight space there to work with. If you have 4 obelisks, does the boss in Underrot, Nagura, make it a little bit more difficult to handle the 4 obelisks, or is it quite a bit the same as maybe some of the other maps that we're seeing these teams try and pull it off with?
I think this boss specifically makes it a lot more difficult to deal with 4 obelisks, just because of the huge area of denial that he has from his frontal cast. So positioning is very important for all the players, and position also matters for the awakened mobs. So if you get, if you need to run out of a Dark Fury cast, and then you bait the frontal in a bad way, it will cover half of the map, and then the spores will come from different kinds of directions and will cause lots of issues. So this is why we've seen most teams deal with at least one of the obelisks, because you don't want to have fear on top of Dark Fury cast, on top of Void Weaver that needs to be interrupted, and then you also need to make sure the Tank Buster does not go in the tank. So it's just too much of coordination, I think, so far for the teams. Maybe one of the teams will pull it off at some point, but yeah, I'm doubting it.
Well, we'll have to see how this next one plays out. Reminder, guys, the loser of this map is of this next game is knocked out of the tournament. The winner faces Perplexed in the lower finals, 1-1, Deplete from Beyond versus Self-Reliance.
All right, let's get our game 3 on, as we're seeing Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance starting it off with very similar pulls in the middle of the room. We're going to just see those Mistweaver Monks spike up, as well as the Unholy DK damage just go through the roof, as they're going to be trying to neutralize this as quick as they can. Haruja's dropping incredibly low, though. They really got to watch it and continue moving on through that Sanguine Kite. Hasn't been too much healing from these mobs, if any, so very well played by both of these teams, as the Matrons are just going down on both sides and they're wrapping things up.
Yeah, what an incredible pull by Deplete from Beyond, as they pulled both of the bridge patrols on top of this middle pack, so they're up to 21% because of this extra trash that they pulled on top. We saw Clicks actually getting hit by the frontal cleave by the Matron, but did manage to out-heal it because of the way of the crane that Igloo popped, doing 150k HPS. Everyone dropping incredibly low by Self-Reliance.
There's
going
Furrow
down. Looks like one of the Shadow Melt skips didn't work out properly. Now, I'm not really sure why Furrow did release, because I don't think there's a way for him to come back.
I think you kind of just burn a battle res there and you go.
Yeah,
right? I don't
there's
think
no
that
way
you
you can
can
come
really
back.
spin your tires and just wait the entire time.
Invis
Maybe
pot,
you
I
just
guess,
invis
yeah.
pot, yeah. But that's a lot of damage lost. I mean, it hurts super bad as well because you want to have a battle res just in case as you go into Kragmaw's room because there's always a lot of threat from it. I mean, we'll see if it's going to pay off for them, but starting the boss just a bit later and having your opponents getting a 20-30% lead on the boss, and it adds up quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I just unfortunate that this Shadow Meld skip didn't work out for them, costing them quite a bit of time. Deplete from Beyond, on the other hand, they're already very low on Elder Liaxa here, 30%. It is a tyrannical environment, so these bosses definitely have a lot of HP. Doesn't look like it because of the huge amount of damage those teams are doing, and you can see here really the difference between the Hunter damage and the rest of the damage dealers, and this is why you see Hunters in bolstering environments and in single target focused dungeons like King's Rest and Workshop because of this huge amount of single target focused damage they can put out.
Absolutely, and I'm always kind of interested to look at how quickly groups start adapting to the meta. It was almost like everybody had the same exact idea, and there's like an honor system of like, okay, if it's bolstering, we play 3 hunters.
Yeah.
And if it's any other dungeon, we play 1 hunter almost every single time, right?
Yeah.
And I was gonna say, there's a lot of trash mobs. We all play double DK. Let's go. They had their secret pact, and Deplete from Beyond grabbing every corner of this room right now. Love the angle from our observers as all of the mobs are going and just compiling into one big burst. Misty Igloo has got a ton of the Bloodstormers tanking onto him right now. 200k HPS going up for the healer. We're going to see those Unholy DKs explode in damage in just a sec. But Way of the Crane's going to be fading very soon, as Kragmaw should be exploding and getting hit by tons of it. There it is! There's the Unholy DK damage. We got a little bit of observer lag at the moment, but these guys do not, as they have executed that pull to perfection. I think that's every little mob. Yeah. Oh so my goodness.
They're up to 62% trash, and they've also
they missed one.
on top
Unbelievable.
Of it. So huge pull coming in by Deplete from Beyond here. And they managed to sanguine perfectly, which is so good to see, because this is what we've seen Method EU do as well, but unfortunately they healed up Kragma all the way to full. So well done by Deplete from Beyond to deal with the sanguine properly here. And yeah, just what a pull. Self-Reliance, on the other hand, taking a little bit of a different approach. They did pull a lot of trash in the Kragma's area, but chose to not pull Kragma on top. Now they're dealing with the Wake 'em Up here, the Tank Buster, and they will have to do the Kragma pull afterwards.
Yep, and it's going to be waiting, Self-Reliance just be waiting for a lot of their cooldowns to come back, because it's just so tedious and slow to deal with the Tank Buster by itself as they're going through it. So, Deplete from Beyond getting a great advantage right now with such a strong execution, and they really have such limited amounts of time as they put those pulls together. We're seeing Self-Reliance doing a smaller pull. They're getting the second section of the room, but they're also grabbing some of those skeletons on top of it. So we'll be looking to see how they deal with the big pull, as Kragmaw has been activated right now, and tons of damage once again going out onto the group. Almost 300k HPS by the Mistweaver Monk right now. Mikko goes down. They need that battle res. It's a good thing that they didn't use it. As well, right? And that's one of the things. It makes sense, right? This is such a deadly pull that goes forward. Thankfully, that charge didn't take them back into more sanguine, and they're around the same kind of HP on boss that we saw at a Deplete from Beyond when they pulled it off. They're around that 70-80% mark when all the mobs died.
Yeah, so well done by them to pull this initial trash pull off with Kragma on top as well. Not getting any sanguine heals on the boss at least. Very important. Now they're out of battle rests though, so they definitely want to make sure they take care, they don't have any more deaths, specifically from those things from Beyond. We saw Ashwell last time around had some issue here on this boss with 2 things from Beyond taking him down. So hopefully this time around this won't happen, as the Deplete from Beyond already really low on the boss, 4%.
Oh, that's a ton of ticks right now for Deplete from Beyond. They're just trying to finish off the boss before they got overwhelmed. So very well played there by the team. And looks like they're just going to be saddling up and running through and trying to grab everything in together as they look towards Sporecaller Zantia for their next pull.
Yeah, we'd probably see a Shadow Meld skip come through here. Actually, it doesn't seem like it. They just Seems like Rentari is just gathering up everything to pull it on top of Sancha. Yeah, they just pulled the whole room. They just really like big pulls with their double DK comp. You know what we haven't seen yet? Triple DKs.
I've heard stories of the triple DK. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a little overkill. I mean, who needs triple? Okay, just watch. Just take 3, 2, 1. Unholy DK, right? And you know they'll take care of everything for it. Okay, it's just all gone. Now
let me show you a magic trick.
I know, a third one, they're just gonna be 400k or something like it. They're gonna look like a hunter, unbelievable. Or worse, they look like a rogue, right? Kiri going down, but they do have a res for him. They gotta let the unholy DKs have their fun, you know.
Yeah, still cost them quite a bit of damage though, because after getting that huge AoE out, you get those faster might stacks, which increase your strength on that single target damage. So getting a death in there, definitely a little bit of a time loss because of that single target damage. It will be lost by Kuri, but they're still quite a bit ahead compared to Self-Reliance, who just now managed to finish off Kragmaw. Now they're probably going to gather up to do a very similar pull to what we see from Deplete from Beyond, but still quite a bit of time they have to catch up here. Both teams only 2 deaths and 1 death respectively, but still just a little bit of a difference here in strategy. Deplete from Beyond just doing everything slightly faster.
That's right, and as we speak, Deplete from Beyond's at 44% left on Sporecaller Zancha as Self-Reliance is setting up their Zancha pull as well, grabbing all the Guardians in together. And I kind of like what we saw from Deplete from Beyond, where they really waited to pull those Defilers, and they ended up kind of just almost wandering into them, really. They barely had to move to get the Defilers in very quickly, but it seems like they've almost already destroyed all of those trash mobs before they really encountered Zancha as well. So, hey, if they're able to have more single target, they're able to have more damage, then great, because this is what they need to get back into it, as they're almost in a dead heat. 7-8% difference in terms of trash going up between the two teams. I think that was just the difference between one of the skeleton packs, something along those lines.
And this extra patrol they pulled, the matron pack they pulled
right.
earlier in the first room. Either way, Self-Reliance did deal with an obelisk, right? While Deplete from Beyond did not. So probably we see a quadra obelisk pull with the last boss for Deplete from Beyond side, unless they deal with a different obelisk in this area. But we only have the Void Weaver here on the right side. I very highly doubt they deal with that one, because Void Weaver, not too difficult of a mob to deal with the last boss, because the boss itself does not need any interrupts. So probably gonna see 4 obelisk pull here for the Play from Beyond.
I think so, because they have the option of going with the caster, or they could go with the fear, but both of them you have to kill one of the noodles right next to it, and they're really inefficient to do if you're not pulling anything else on top of it. You saw Clix run into a bit of trouble there, so he does get the feigned death and drop combat. It's likely that we're going to see okay, they do have some of the skeleton mobs in there as well. All the nameplates are getting all stacked up right there, so they should be able to get their 100%, and even though they will be overcount, they need to hit 100% before the gate opens. What is that gate made out of? Just guano or flesh? Rot?
It looks like a huge spider web, but
I
don't see the spider.
I think Tettles would know.
Tettles would probably know. He's the lore expert of the Casa team, of course. But yeah, we see Self-Reliance. They're still working on Sancha. They do finish it off now. But with the amount of trash they need, they probably can't do it in one pull. We see Deplete from Beyond. They pulled everything on top of these last 2 mobs, finished it off in one pull. But yeah, I'm not sure if Self-Reliance can pull that off with their 21% that they need before the gate opens. All eyes on Deplete from Beyond now, though, as they have to pull off this last boss with 4 awakened mobs at the same time.
That's right, here comes the spawn as they all are running in together. 4 obelisks. Deplete from is all that really stand in the way from a Deplete from Beyond's victory and them moving to the lower finals right here, as we start seeing, value having that hunter as well, getting that off taunt to help support the tank. We see the group just doubling back as well, and I like this positioning a lot to make sure those vile explosions are moving away from the group, and then they kind of have to just do these U-turns. They run out of it, do a quick U-turn, push the boss towards where they were just coming from, And again, the damage control, nobody's playing too risky onto this one, and they're doing such a great job of positioning themselves and making sure they can immune off any of the debuffs, any of the fears that they have to deal with as well. So they've done good to, be close enough to the middle of the room that they could drop a lot of their puddles and have more space to work with, because that Blood of the Corruptor adds so many void zones to the floor, and Self-Reliance are getting the last of their trash taken care of, but they're not quite fast enough for Deplete from Beyond.
Ooh, they actually had another fear cast come out here. The last fear was not able to be dispelled by Igloo. Rentari did get rid of it, but Igloo itself got feared, had no dispel left, no revival. They did manage to recover though. Looks like they didn't get the clean zone off, so the debuff is stacking up, and another fear coming out. Unfortunately, we do have the turtle coming out by Clicks and the AMS by the DK, so lots of immunities they can use to get rid of that. But sooner or later they need to finish up that Awakened mob so they don't have to deal with any more of those fears, as it can cause quite a bit of issues. And there we go, the last zone coming out to clear the debuffs off from the group. So Igloo does have a little bit of a breathing room, as he's almost out of mana, having to deal with all of the incoming damage here from all of the Awakened mobs and the boss.
And that's always the scariest moment, is once the damage really starts falling off, you still have to deal with 3 Obelisk mobs at once, and you just don't have any damage to work with right there. So big kudos to the tank and the healer, really, for keeping their composure and making sure they can stabilize the group, because they'd already burned their revival, so they had no mass dispel, because they used that on the very first fear that went out, so they could have more damage to destroy some of the early obelisks. And right now they're playing clean, and it's just a 19 tyrannical unbound abomination by itself, as Self-Reliance pulling 2 obelisks in together. I think it was 3 to start, excuse me.
3, yeah.
At this point, they're just hoping for something to go wrong for the Deplete from Beyond side, but Deplete from Beyond about to hit that last energy checkpoint and about to be able to take down the boss, and with it, take the Self-Reliance down and out of the game.
Yeah, what a series between Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance here. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I thought Deplete from Beyond are the clear favorites here in this series, but Self-Reliance definitely put up a really good show. Even this last underdog game has been really close. I mean, it was only a matter difference of the 4 Obelisk versus the 3, and Deplete from Beyond winning against Self-Reliance 2-1.
Yep, and that is going to be sending Self-Reliance out of the tournament, unfortunately. But like you were saying, Nagura, they definitely should be proud of themselves. They had a really good run, and I definitely would like to see them play in the next EU Asia Cup. But Deplete from Beyond will be moving forward in the bracket. They're going to be playing Perplexed in the lower finals, excuse me. And, there was only 1 death from Deplete from Beyond, 2 from Self-Reliance. Dratnos, where was Deplete from Beyond able to find those moments of efficiency and pull ahead for that game victory?
So they managed to do the dungeon, in addition to, of course, having the fewer deaths and that being helpful. Mm-hmm. They were able to do the dungeon in slightly less pulls. They were able to pull more trash, primarily onto Kragma, and that was a big place where they saved some time. Other than that, really, the teams were not separated by too much time here, so a very competitive match we saw where all 3 of these games actually could have gone either way for most of those maps.
That's always cool to see as well, since we've looked at Deplete from Beyond, Self-Reliance really stepping it up. We were looking at Pain for Femme and the boys, especially yesterday, with how strong they were and how strong they were last week. It's just trying to figure out how these 4 teams really stack up all together as to which one's going to be the best, and which 2 of those 4, at least at the moment, are going to be going into the finals this summer.
Yeah, they're gonna have such close point totals to each other after this cup is over as well. All 4 of those teams, any 2 of them will be able to make it with a good performance in the final cup of the season.
Definitely, we've seen a lot of games go to a match, or series go to a match 3. These teams are just getting closer and closer, and we've talked about it a lot today. The level of competition is just getting higher and higher as these teams sort of get their base strategy down and get their synergy working very well. Dratnos, you had a replay that you wanted to highlight for us from that last game. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so let's take a look at that pull into Kragma from Deplete from Beyond. Something that we saw work out for the boys with a Vengeance Demon Hunter to facilitate it with all those sigils. Deplete from Beyond were able to just do it all with that Prot Warrior and just pull the entire Kragma room onto the boss. Then they continued with good execution of the last 2 boss fights as well, right? They were able to pull trash onto Sporecaller Xancha effectively, and they were able to deal with a bunch of obelisks on the last boss as well. 2 things that are difficult, especially the trash onto bosses that we're seeing with Sanguine active. Remarkably good play from Deplete from Beyond to minimize that Sanguine healing onto bosses, something that we've seen happen to teams as good as Method EU in previous Underrot matches. And the time that Deplete from Beyond came out of here with, that would have beaten Method EU if they played against Method EU's Underrot from their match against Pain for Femme. So, that's a good place to be if you're Deplete from Beyond. As they're looking now, they've got the lower finals and the grand finals ahead of them. That's going to be a tough series to do back to back to back, but they're definitely going to give it their best.
They definitely are. They are going to be moving on to face Perplexed, a team that has definitely been playing very well this series or this tournament. But Deplete from Beyond, given their last couple of games, they've been definitely stepping it up. Jack, do you think that they can take the next win here against Perplexed?
I think it's sort of the next step for Deplete from Beyond is to answer that question. We saw the boys were in this position against Perplexed the previous European Cup. They couldn't pull through, and now they've kind of struggled in this week. A lot is going to be on the line, and it's always incredibly tough for teams to start breaking into that 3rd and 4th place when they're not getting past 2nd place, and they're not getting past 3rd place, however, right? Deplete from Beyond has definitely stepped up in some specific dungeons, but they need to be able to do it across the board when they're facing up to a team with the caliber of Perplex. A lot of bones from 40k, a lot of bones from Abracadabra, but I think it's going to be very tough.
Yep, it's going to be very tough. That match is going to be Perplexed and versus Deplete from Beyond. We're going to watch that after this break, so stick around and we'll see if Deplete from Beyond steps it up or if Perplexed is going to move forward to the grand finals. Coming right up. Hey everyone, welcome back. Jack has left us to go find a tie, and now I am joined here by Tettles, Zyronic, and Dratnos. Welcome back, you guys. Given how the bracket has shaped up so far, Tettles, any surprising series you want to mention?
I thought that Self-Reliance versus Deplete from Beyond series was closer than I felt like it should have been. I felt like Self-Reliance, whenever they are super consistent, they can be a pretty good team. But whenever they falter, they have very interesting performances. And I feel like King's Rest may not be the map for them, all in all. I think that series was fairly surprising to me. Again, the Paint for Fem series versus Self-Reliance, again, pretty impressive on the weekend. I think both of those two were pretty cool. And, of course, the Mdi Eu versus Perplexed in the grand finals. That was the most amazing series that I've seen in a while.
That was definitely an intense series. Dratnos, what about you? Any highlight from today you want to mention?
Yeah, I mean, Deplete from Beyond, they were looking so good in their match that started the day off against the boys. Definitely a little bit less strong against Self-Reliance, but if they pull out the same performance that they did against the boys here against Perplexed, I think we could see a match as good as the Mdi Eu versus Perplexed match that Tettles mentioned earlier, which is certainly one of the highlights of the weekend.
I mean, it was just interesting to me because Self-Reliance did like 3 fewer pulls in the Underrot, yet the match was kind of close still.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond were looking, I don't know, like their pulls were sufficiently big and they were able to do them successfully, but somehow they were just losing, seconds here and there.
Yeah, definitely. And, we do have Mdi Eu. They're sitting there in the grand finals waiting for an opponent, and they've been doing that for most of the day. And now we have Perplexed versus Deplete from Beyond. Deplete from Beyond. Zyro, any predictions on how this series is going to play out?
I don't know. It's going to be a close one based off the way these teams have played today. Perplexed, they might still be a little tilted from that upper bracket match. I don't know. If I was them, I would be upset with how we played it because there were definitely opportunities to take that series and just go straight into the grand finals. But I think in general, overall, Perplexed has been a more consistent team and have had better strats overall. But I don't want to take anything away from Deplete from Beyond either. They've had a good performance all weekend. They definitely could take this series as well if they play to the standard that we were talking about against the boys. So it should be a close match in general.
I mean, they took Perplexed to 3 maps in the first time we saw them this weekend with a really tight Warcraft manner. I mean, Deplete from Beyond definitely has the potential to be able to compete versus Perplexed.
Yeah, Perplexed does have our weekend's fastest motherload time, I think. And that is a time that is faster than both Mdi Eu and a team that beat Mdi Eu. So starting off here in the motherload is going to be, I think, a favorable ground for Perplexed.
I mean, this is a scary series in general, with Motherload and Freehold both being Perplexed specialties in general. So it's looking scary for Deplete from Beyond for sure.
Yeah, we are going to be...
both of these are ones where things could go very, very wrong.
We'll expand on that a little bit. I mean, Motherload, it does have those difficult fixes that we've seen some definitely interesting strategies coming out. They have Tyrannical, Bolstering, and Grievous. Dratnos, why is this such a difficult map?
Bolstering in general in here is so technical to execute properly because almost every enemy has a massively different health pool than every other enemy in that pool. So you need to be assigning your damage proportionally to those things' health totals, and that's a tricky thing to do. It's especially tricky if stuff gets pulled in at random times or accidentally, which can happen in this place in a couple spots. So teams really have to make sure that they're playing around that bolstering affix, and if they play, the difference between playing that perfectly and playing it pretty good is going to be minutes over the course of this run.
In addition to that, the Peacekeepers can't really be face tanked by tanks because they do a significant amount of magic damage, and those harm Protection Warrior fairly heavily.
Yeah, yes they do.
Definitely. Well, this is the first game of Perplexed versus Deplete from Beyond. Loser of this series gets knocked out of the tournament, and winner of this series will go on to face Mdi Eu. Perplexed versus Deplete from Beyond.
Wow, and I think from Deplete from Beyond here, we're seeing something like what we saw out of Paint for Fem, I believe. Because we saw Rentari and Igloo there waiting before starting their run here, which I believe means that they're going to be trying to simultaneously activate a bunch of Peacekeepers alongside all those Hunters, but Dr. J goes down on the side of Deplete from Beyond. If something goes horribly wrong, That is going to be really, really bad, as now combat is still... Vitari's still in combat with all of these laborers.
They weren't able to reset combat. The Shadow Modes are already on cooldown, so this is just going to be 3 deaths on the board. Obviously, the Hunters can stay out of combat with the Feign deaths, and they can stay in position, but we're a minute into the dungeon now, right? Perplexed has already finished their first pull, and for them, that's 2 deaths on the board. Sorry, 3 deaths on the board, I forgot. Or timer on the bottom, or counter on the bottom is incorrect. And, you have to reset up this entire first pull. You know, your speed pots are on cooldown. Everyone's out of position. It's awful.
Yeah, and to compound that, the plan of this pull involves activating those Peacekeepers and then having them run to you in this first boss room. That's something that only works once. Those Peacekeepers can only be piloted once. Now that is too late to have that interaction work in their favor. And I think that they are going to have to completely change course here for Deplete from Beyond. They're going to be using a Battle Res on Igloo here. And that Battle Res is going to be followed by a Mass Res, so they'll get everybody up here, but it has taken them a very long time for this to be resolved. They're already 2 minutes into this dungeon with nothing to show for it.
Well, it makes sense, right? Your only other option was to wait for your Shadow Modes to come off cooldown and then go for the skip and pull again. And that even like we just mentioned, that's not going to work either because you can't do the Peacekeeper pull again. So it's a rough situation, and having to just go ahead and use that Battle Res, yeah, it gets you back in the situation where you can't start pulling trash again, but your entire route at this point is messed up. Your percentage that you're used to getting is going to be completely off. And then on top of that, I mean, you're just 2.5 minutes behind already. There's really no coming back from this unless Perplexed randomly decides to have 2 or 3 full team wipes, which is unlikely because they're a team that hasn't really done that at all this year.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond is in full improvisation mode now. They have to figure out a way to adjust their strategy to still get 100% count and kill all 4 of these bosses. It's going to be nowhere near as fast as their theoretical best run, but they still need to do that because they need to optimize their chance here in case Perplexed does have something go wrong, right? They want to be able to beat Perplexed wiping once rather than Perplexed wiping twice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah. Talk about probably the worst possible wipe you could have, or just the worst possible timing of a wipe that you could possibly have. They're on Crowd Pummeler at the same time, but they're just 40% trash behind.
40% less trash. That is quite a large number.
It's not great. And yeah, it's not great as putting it lightly.
They're also down a Battle Res. They do finally get their Bloodlust on cooldown, but it's not where they wanted it. They wanted it on that trash pull, I think. Perplexed, having used it there on their very first pull of the dungeon.
I think the main thing to talk about at this point, because at this, unless Perplexed starts feeding horrendously here, there's not really going to be that much of a competition in this dungeon. So the things you have to go into are, what's the mindset of Deplete from Beyond going to be at right now? Like, where are they mentally? You've been playing decently well all day. You had a fantastic series against the boys. You've had good dungeon showings earlier on in the tournament, but you were kind of iffy in that last series against Self-Reliance, and now this happens in game 1 against a team that really doesn't give you any... They don't really give you any slack. You have to play perfectly against Perplexed or you're not really going to get a chance to beat them. They really need to take the rest of this dungeon to just kind of get their head straight, right? Yeah, you messed up. It's in the past now. You need to really like regroup, regather your thoughts, and just start playing well. And it looks like that's what they're doing right now. They, all the trash that they should have done at this point, they're just, saying, forget that. Let's move on to the dungeon as if we didn't wipe. Let's just do the rest of our route. See if we can do it clean and get our heads in the right spot. That looks like what they're doing right now.
I mean, they certainly should still be trying to win this map.
Sure.
To put up the fastest reasonable time here. But I think that definitely keeping that mental game. Part of this also is just being in that lower bracket, right? Perplexed had time to prepare for this match, and they were, getting ready to do the Motherload. Deplete from Beyond had no such time. They were busy with their match against Self-Reliance until 10 minutes ago, so they didn't have any time to really get into the, last minute, what do we need to do to make this Motherload right kind of mindset. And whichever of these teams wins this series, they're going to be able to need to do that to win the grand finals against Mdi Eu because they will be in that exact same situation.
Yep. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, but you have to remember that is just the benefit of being a better team at the start of the tournament, right? If you win at the start of the weekend, you do get a benefit to that. So, I mean, yeah, it's something that's on, it's definitely benefiting Perplexed a little bit here, but they earned it.
Yeah, and they will have to deal with the disadvantage, even if they do win this series in that grand finals.
Mm-hmm. For sure. At this, I think Perplexed is really kind of just playing against themselves right now. I want to see if they're able to go for the sub 17-minute run, because we know that they have the very low 17-minute run if they play clean. I'm curious to see if this is just going to be like a hype up point for them, because you have to remember the streams are available for the teams. They can pop up in the stream on the second monitor. They can see where the other team is. They can see, hey, Deplete from Beyond literally cost themselves 2.5 minutes plus like a ridiculous amount of trash percentage, probably adding up to, if I had to guess, 3.5 of 4 minutes worth of time lost over the course of the entire.
Maybe even more.
Yeah, possibly more. For them, this is a field day. They get to go in and pretty much do whatever they want. They can do their normal strategy. Maybe they can even play it a little riskier if they want to, just to see what they can do. This is like a free pass for them, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that trying to get under that 17 minutes, put up just a great run here, even if they don't need a great run to win this map, is something that they should be trying to do to get in the right mindset for the rest of the day for them, hopefully.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And as we saw in that previous series, I mean, if you want to be able to compete with the Method E, you really have to be on top of your game. We saw how close that series was in all 3 games. Perplexed is playing incredibly well. I think this match is really just going to be them solidifying that.
We do have a death coming out on the side of Perplexed. It's not going to be the end of the world, but so their 17:05 was with 1 death. It'll be tough for them to get under 17 minutes with any deaths, I think, on the board, given how good that run was otherwise.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I'm curious. I'll take a look at the last series of the day. What is the last series of the day?
There's no mother loads.
There's no mother loads, so they don't really need to do anything crazy here. Then I was thinking maybe they could practice the guiding strat to get ready for that final match, but I doubt that's something that you could really do off the cuff with that much practice. I mean,
especially if you won the mother load against Method EU,
right?
And then you play him again. I don't think you want to change your strategy on the fly.
At the same time, it really wasn't that decisive, right? Like, I feel like
they won because Method wiped.
They won because Method threw, not because they particularly played better. Obviously, not wiping is playing better, I suppose, but Method E was firmly in the driver's seat and just kind of crashed, unfortunately. So you have to, if they were to play in Motherload in that final match, it would be something that you would probably consider banning, knowing that Method EU has that sort of all-in potential of winning the match just if they play properly. That's something interesting to think about. I think we've seen a lot more mind games this entire weekend with teams using bans in order to nullify other teams' good dungeons rather than just using their bans to ban out dungeons that they themselves are not good at. And I think that's an interesting metagame that's kind of come across because of this new rule set we're using this year.
Yeah, bans on maps is something that I agree has been really fantastic to see the teams kind of using it against each other. And we've seen teams like ban out maps that they've won their previous series on. A Shine gets stunned into a thing from Beyond. Luckily gets that turtle off in time, but that was nearly a death on the side of Perplexed. And Deplete from Beyond here actually are going to be killing Azarok ahead of where Perplexed is, but they are 50% behind on the enemy forces meter.
It's probably one of the first times ever that I've seen a Hunter take damage that they weren't supposed to take and actually live through. Of course, Hunter's notorious in Raid for being the first DPS just to die to anything. If there's massive raid damage or catastrophic raid damage that goes off, almost always the first DPS class that is dead is going to be a Hunter. Is that the same in your raids as well?
Yeah, well, we have yes, yes it is. I was going to flame one of my guildies, but I decided not to.
Go for it, why not? Just...
All right, well, in our raids, it's usually a Warlock, but that's not because of the class. That's because of the player.
Is it the one that I'm thinking of? Is it reactions?
There are a few of them that compete for that honor.
It's okay. It's a mutual friend making fun of. Obviously not saying his name because nice guys. No real flame. Perplexed still actually relatively clean run, and I think one of the more interesting strategies that we've seen this time around is teams actually pulling R&D mobs, pulling mobs in the second half of the instance. Obviously, Method making sure that they have room to kite for that final boss, which is a new thing that we've saw this week. But just teams in general pulling these teams.
Doing here?
What are they doing?
They're pulling test subjects one at a time. They've crowd controlled 4 of them. They're killing one rat. They're killing another rat. These are earning them 1 count each, not 1%. 1 count, of which you need many hundreds to complete the dungeon.
This is. What are you guys doing? This is absolutely perfect bolstering management from Team Deplete from Beyond, showing that they can, in fact, execute insane dungeon mechanics. Love to see that out of them. What do you think, Tranos?
Yeah, those rats stood no chance against the power and the might of Deplete from Beyond. They are now going to fight one assistant, and the assistant goes down. Will they pull in the next alchemist? They will pull the alchemist.
Oh, watch out for that mastermind, though. Okay, good
job of fighting exactly one enemy at a time here.
Going for the live key push strategy for bolstering dungeons. Of course, everyone knows the live key push strategy for bolstering dungeons is just to not play, but this is what you would do if you were playing those high keys.
Yes, this is definitely the move here. This is going to be the strategy to minimize their chances of wiping at the cost of the timer. Timer, though, being a resource that one could argue is a valuable thing in a speedrunning competition's ironic.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is fantastic. Now they're actually killing multiple tentacles off at the same time. I don't know, this might be outside of their skill range based off the pull we just saw from them, but I think they're going to pull it off here.
Yeah, worst case, they can always wipe and just kill one tentacle at a time and then come back and try again.
They do have that checkpoint at Azeroth as well, so they can death run this as well. So there's a lot of options here for this team.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, is they'll have to run through the minefield again, and that can be a tricky part of the dungeon, too.
We have seen some of our better teams have some issues in the minefield. Flashbacks to Method EU having about 4 deaths on their healer last year in one of their motherload runs. It happens to the best of us.
Igloo goes down on the side of Deplete from Beyond.
No!
That is bad.
Oh, you hate to see it.
That's not good. Perplexed, though, not having that happen. They're going to kill a boss without that.
Yep.
84% trash count for Perplexed against 23 for Deplete from Beyond. And Deplete from Beyond, you're absolutely right. The most important thing now for them is to make sure that they come into this next match, or the next map, unburdened from this map. They've got to just make sure that they don't get too much in their heads there. I think this is a team that we've seen, one bad map lead to another before, and that's something that they really can't afford to happen in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you keep this in. Okay, nice POV of the feign death there. That was great. Yeah, I mean, you have to have. We just mentioned it multiple times. You have to be on your A game to compete with the top 2 teams in this European region. Even though we have seen improvements in almost every single team in that 3 through 6 range in this European region this weekend, I think the main takeaway is that Perplexed and Method EU, their consistency is just on another level. Like the amount of times they've had full team wipes and have lost dungeons because of it is a lot lower than the other teams, and in some cases we've even seen them have situations that should be full team wipes and would be for other teams, like for instance for Method EU and Underrot when their tank died on Kragmaw, and somehow that was the only death for that pull. They managed to kite it out, get a reset, shadow melt off combat for the healer, and get a res off before anything else happened. I think that's something that a lot of these teams need to focus on being better at, wipe management or risk management. And for Method EU and Perplexed, because they're so because they're veteran players and they have so much experience, they're just used to making those plays on the fly, whereas I think some of these newer teams, some of these less experienced teams aren't quite there yet.
Yeah, and it's something that you can kind of address with how you practice, I think. If you practice, just doing the big pull and then resetting as soon as one little thing goes wrong with it, I think you're likely to end up with this kind of profile that Deplete from Beyond has, where sometimes they're excellent and sometimes things go wrong and then there's like a cascading disaster for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's so, I mean, I'm sure both of us have done that. We've done a lot of MDI practice in the past when we've been players, and sometimes when things go wrong in a dungeon, you're like, you know what, nah, just reset it. This is worthless information. But it really isn't, because most of the time in tournament play, you're not going to have a perfect run. You need to know how to react to problems, and perfect example of it going on right now.
Yeah, this is really catastrophic here. Deplete from Beyond, even if Perplexed wipes 3 or 4 times here to Mogul Razdunk, Deplete from Beyond still need to find a way to fill that enemy forces bar. I think what they might be trying to do here is going to go and kill that last boss, and then they will go and backtrack and find some good percent to pull. But that will only be relevant if Perplexed somehow fails to kill Mogul Razdunk here. Now, it's not a done deal, as there are 3 awakened enemies with Mogul Razdunk, but with that triple Beast Mastery Hunter composition, none of these should pose too much of a threat to Perplexed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they just have so many tools to deal with it. On top of that, because they have these ranged players, those missiles aren't really going to be that much of a damage issue as well. They can easily spread out around the room. And of course, with this particular comp, like you mentioned, Breaker of Heroes doesn't do anything. You pet taunt it. Blood of the Corruptor, I'm just going to focus it down so they have plenty of room in this room. And usually, like the two obelisk pull shouldn't be that much of an issue for them here.
Yeah, they're doing a good job now of taking care of these enemies. Yeah, the spider and the fear guy already killed during their pathing. They'll be able to get through this without too much difficulty, at least this first phase of the fight. Whew, this is, I think this is the quickest we've seen a team lose 5 minutes or 10 minutes in their route in the MDI, maybe. Like, within the first minute of the dungeon, it just evaporated for Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, and that's usually not the case too, right? Usually you have that outside chance of just, okay, well, we could keep going, we could keep playing, because there's always the opportunity, there's always the chance that the other team, makes a giant mistake, but there really isn't any particular mistake in this dungeon that even comes close to messing up the first pull of Motherload, right? I mean, it's just so all in, it's just so...
It depends on what the first pull looks like.
Yeah,
like,
true.
Perplexed's first pull was a lot less of an all-in, but Deplete from Beyond, they activated all those Peacekeepers, and they were committing to that being where they get 30% of their count, and it just did not work out for them.
Yeah, that's I mean, what more can we say on that at this point? That's just not the way you want to start out the series, and hopefully it's not something that tilts them too much. We have seen them having some fun in this dungeon in the time that they've been here. Obviously, it looks like they haven't really been particularly going all in as much. We've seen them pulling mobs individually, having fun with CC, but at the same time, they know that a team like Perplexed isn't really going to give them that opportunity to come back to the dungeons. Like we were talking about earlier, they'd probably need Perplexed to make something like 5 minutes worth of mistakes for there to be any chance of Deplete from Beyond to come back in. I think them kind of not necessarily trolling around, but they're just having fun, making sure they're keeping their spirits high so that they're not completely tilted going into the next match. I think that's a sign that they're kind of in that right mentality moving forward, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. If it were me, I would have advocated for, still just trying to optimize your time in this dungeon above all else, because, no matter how much time you give Perplexed, it's always better to give them 1 less minute or 30 less seconds. But, I think that you're right that they definitely had a very small shot after that first pull worked out. And I think that making some sacrifices maybe to increase the team morale, that could make sense.
Yep, and I mean, we could speculate about what they're thinking about all day long, right? But the one thing that we don't need to speculate about is that Perplex now has Mogul Razd on Final Boss of the Dungeon down to 10%, which means they're going to be finishing off this dungeon with, a relatively clean run by all standards. For them, it's been about a minute slower than their fastest time, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. When you win the game, you're up 1-0. You gotta like that moving into the next game of the series.
Absolutely, that is going to be a victory for Perplexed on Motherload, and definitely unfortunate with Deplete from Beyond and Tattles. It really goes to show how crucial those opening moments in a dungeon are.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they lost all of their trash count at the very beginning, just by, I think it was just a minor mistake by Igloo not being able to get out of combat with his meld quick enough. So the Peacekeepers weren't piloting correctly, then it proxy pulled a bunch of trash, and then they lost all of those Peacekeepers, and then basically the run was over, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That was an interesting one. I have to question the decision to RP walk through the instance, I must admit. I expected more from Deplete from Beyond, even if they do wipe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, like Zyro was saying, they're not going to take that first mistake too seriously. You definitely don't want to get that, tilted early on in a match. So maybe just have a little bit of fun with the bolstering mechanic there, like we saw before that, where they're doing them one at a time. Good to keep your spirits up as we move on in this series. They are going to be going into Freehold, a dungeon that is very well practiced by a lot of these teams, so maybe we'll see Deplete from Beyond step it up here. We have Tyrannical, Raging, and Explosive. And Tattles, we have a replay from you. What would you like to highlight from that last game?
I mean, Perplex looked pretty good. Perplex run inside of that Motherload looked overall pretty solid. Sure, they were a little bit slower than their match versus Method U, but it is to be expected. We're not going to see Motherload again for the rest of the tournament, as there is only one more series past this. Realistically, Perplex looked pretty good. Their strategy still holds true as to a strong strat just as a whole. That's all I really have to say about the Motherload. And if they can carry the momentum into Freehold, they look pretty solid in that ML. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and you know, like you guys were saying, they were about only a minute off, Perplexed only a minute off from their mother load time, so there's certainly room to improve their Zyro as they move on to Freehold.
I mean, there's all the room in the world to improve, right? Now, we've already seen this particular dungeon in a matchup between the two teams. Perplexed did take it pretty handily earlier on, but I feel like Deplete from Beyond didn't really play in that Freehold too well for what we know they can play it for. So this could actually end up being an incredibly close Freehold between these two teams.
Yeah, definitely. And so Deplete from Beyond, they chose to ban that Atoldazar map, and Perplexed has opted to ban Junkyard. Any speculation as to why maybe those teams chose those maps to ban? Drenos?
Yeah, Taldazar is something that we saw Perplexed actually lose on.
Yeah.
So Deplete from Beyond banning it out against them, a little bit interesting. I mean, I guess that they lost with a big snap wipe, as Tettles cursed them to, so maybe they determined that their out was still going to be superior to what Deplete from Beyond had.
It was like 14 minutes, but it was 6 deaths.
Yeah.
So
definitely not a clean run from Perplexed there, and maybe Deplete from Beyond knew that their clean run in Taldazar was not going to be sufficient against Perplexed's clean run. Junkyard is something we've been seeing a lot of teams choosing to ban this weekend. It's not actually that rough of a set of affixes. I think there's just kind of I don't know if any team really knows how good any other team is in this dungeon this week. And a lot of teams just choosing, I think, to ban it out to minimize that risk of something happening that they weren't expecting.
Why are teams banning Junkyard?
I was going to say, is it just because it's a newer map maybe, or?
Fortified Junkyard, there are a lot of trash pulls that will just kill you easily. Yeah. I mean, the left side of the dungeon, some of those slimes, some of the damage output on individual players in that trash is absolutely ridiculous. You add in bursting damage on top of that, I don't know if these teams are necessarily well practiced on that. I mean, we saw teams dying to it 2 weeks ago with much easier affixes.
I think a lot of teams looked at Junkyard and were like, you know what, we can just ban this throughout the whole dungeon, and this is the map that would cost us the most practice time to prepare. So we're gonna take that action as part of our tournament preparation. Junkyard's also one of those dungeons that can go like the Motherlode did, kind of for everybody, because of how important those robots are. One wipe sets you back much farther than it does in most other dungeons, and then you might see something happen like we did in that Motherlode, where just kind of the first wipe is all she wrote for one team.
I remember like the conversation we kept having every single time we saw a Junkyard in week 1 was, man, every single time we've seen teams run this dungeon, they've lost their bots and they haven't been able to get to the final boss with all of their zap bots, and it looked miserable just because of how much they had to reset and get bosses. They looked like it was a tough time in that dungeon because there was just so much difficult trash that they had to deal with.
Well, they've already done it on time trials, so I suspected that they had like a fundamental foundation for how to pull the dungeon, but maybe bursting throws more of a wrench into the dungeon than I originally anticipated it would.
Definitely, and if we look at Freehold in comparison, this is not one that I'm looking at the rest of the day or the previous day. I don't think it's been banned at all this week. Is this like a more straightforward, easier dungeon, Tuttles?
I mean, it's definitely something that's more familiar for a lot of these teams, I will say. Deplete from Beyond and Perplexed both have played the dungeon this weekend.
Yep.
I think Perplexed looked a little bit cleaner on the dungeon as a whole, the couple of times we have seen them run it. However, Deplete from Beyond did not look slow. I think both teams are going to elect to Cannonball Barrage the final pack of trash near Harlan Sweet and play all those obelisks together. So it'll definitely be a banger at about the 12 to 13 minute mark.
Absolutely. Well, Perplexed is up 1-0 against Deplete from Beyond. They only need one more victory to move on to the grand finals here in Freehold.
Both teams opening up with that bloodlust, or with the shroud. The bloodlust actually comes out during the shroud for Perplexed. Maybe they know that they're going to want it in exactly 10 minutes.
That was that had to have been a misclick, right? I mean,
maybe
you don't hit bloodlust while you're moving like that. That seems weird.
Yeah, not 100% sure what caused them to do it. I mean, it was only a couple seconds before I was expecting it, but yeah, that's pretty wild.
I mean, yeah, and to remind people, we have seen this exact matchup before. Earlier yesterday, in the upper bracket semifinals between these two teams, which Perplexed did end up taking down. But I mean, it's a new day, right? Deplete from Beyond has had a good lower bracket showing, and we know that they can compete here. They definitely have a shot to take this dungeon.
Yeah, so Perplexed starts off with that slightly bigger first pull, gets them into Skycap and Crag a little bit later, and they don't have Bloodlust available for Skycap and Crag. So Deplete from Beyond probably going to get out of this boss fight a little bit faster, but with a little bit less count.
Yeah, and we do know actually that they do end up pulling about 5% worth of trash on top of the boss here at the end. Just cleave it down with the boss. They'll end the boss with about 18% trash count, just a little bit behind Perplexed. And then also later on in the dungeon, we know Perplexed likes to go for bigger trash pulls with the boss than we usually see from Deplete from Beyond. But there's a lot of potential for mistakes to happen in this dungeon, especially in this explosive raging affix. You know, if a player goes down, like we see for the side of Deplete from Beyond, Curry going down, they won't have that battle res available later on in the dungeon, which means if one small thing goes wrong on one of those big setup pulls before a boss, maybe you get more explosives than usual and you're not able to deal with them, we can see catastrophic wipes.
Dude, Perplexed just nearly had it all slip away there for them as Sharkbait rammed into the whole team there during one of those charges, but luckily they were able to prevent the boss from going outside of his arena. And that was really, really close to being a boss reset, though, from Perplexed.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I think one of the scary things, too, is that you really can't afford to take any extra damage, and you also can't afford to have any of those bad baits from the green goo on the ground. If that goes in melee at the same time that a shot goes out, that player's probably getting one shot. You can see these individual shots, if they go on one of the players in the group that's not the tank, it's doing 70 or 80% of their health. So they really need to make sure that their hunters are properly baiting, and it looks like both teams are doing a relatively good job here. And we do see, of course, Deplete from Beyond did end up pulling that trash count that we mentioned earlier. They will finish the boss at about 18%.
Yeah, they're both teams here are going to be finishing this boss right around the exact same time. Battle res, though, committed by Deplete from Beyond. And once again, on the side of Perplexed, Sharkbait is gonna hit somebody.
Sharkbait's just eating some hunters today over on that side.
Yeah, these people have been maybe listening to too much Tettles. He is notorious for getting hit by that Sharkbait.
Why would you put a boomkin inside? Let them stand outside. Let them do their thing. They're already... Yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna flame boomkins anymore. There'll be two casters that are upset with me if I do that.
All right, Deplete from Beyond, with that 5 extra seconds that'll be deducted or penalized against them at the end of this run, are going to be getting a little bit ahead here in terms of where they are in the dungeon, but they're missing that 2% count.
Yeah, and of
Dr.
course...
J rejoining the team here after starting that RP.
For both teams, the rogues were off screen starting that RP for Trothex, so they'll have that available. And here's one of the big crux portions of the dungeon here. They're pulling a lot of trash, setting it up for a lot of damage on top of the council captains here. But because you're pulling so many mobs, there's going to be a lot of explosives spawning for both teams, so making sure both your rogue and your hunter are properly dealing with both of those explosives as they get it set up. But once everything's pulled in on top of each other, it's time for the Unholy DKs to do work. Both teams having the Unholy DKs shoot up to easily 2 million DPS and make short work of all of that trash. And then, as a short consolation prize, both tyrannical bosses are chunked down to about 3/4 of their health in the process. And I mean, wow, perfect clean execution from both teams there.
Yeah, these teams are neck and neck in this series. See Deplete from Beyond here, actually pulling an extra Buccaneer here into this pull. That's going to turn on Clix's rapid reload trait. They're going to kill that thing off, though. We'll see if they go and grab another trash mob to continue that. Perplexed at 39% now, enemy forces. Deplete from Beyond still sitting at 36. So a little bit behind there, but both teams at pretty much exactly the same boss totals.
Yeah, and almost the exact same boss percentage as well. Just slightly lower for Deplete from Beyond, doing a little bit more damage, but that could be just brew RNG, right?
Yes.
If you get one or more bad brews, that's pretty good for you. Looks like we just got one on the side of Perplexed.
Maybe another even on the side of Deplete from Beyond coming up.
Oh yeah. I mean,
there are those 3 different brews, and 1 out of 3 of them is a damage-dealing brew that will affect you or the bosses if you stand in it, and 2 out of 3 of them are buffs instead for stats.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of the how quickly you kill this fight off is manipulating the bosses, making sure that the tank kites both of them into that bad brew, because it'll do a decently high percentage of the boss's HP every single time they get hit by it.
Yeah, also avoid it, like making sure that you let the DPS grab the stat brews, also something that is important for the tanks to be able to do here. So a lot going on for them, especially on pull when they're trying to set up all that Death Knight nonsense and deal with the explosive orbs.
Oh yeah, and I mean, just good manipulation has given Deplete from Beyond an ever so slight lead in this dungeon. I mean, I'd say they're pretty much neck and neck at this point, Deplete from Beyond maybe being 10 seconds ahead in terms of their actual positioning in the dungeon, but of course Perplexed having that extra 2% on the board as well. So these guys really are just neck and neck right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this dungeon breaks in one direction as a result of some big mistake happening on either side, or if this is going to come all the way down to the wire.
Oh yeah.
Beyond pulling in Ludwig now. Perplexed, it is just becoming available. Those 5 seconds on the board also might have a chance of mattering here. The death penalty assessed against Deplete from Beyond for that one death during the first boss.
Yeah, and both teams doing a pretty good job of making sure they can keep that trash alive as long as possible and to let the... You can see that for both teams in the space of all of that AoE from the DK. Ludwig is down to about a third HP for both teams just from that Unholy DK cleave. And I mean, Perplexed has done such a good job in allowing their DK to abuse that cleave that they've pretty much caught up. They're probably within like 5% of the same HP on Ludwig right now.
Yeah, look at Swag's DPS here compared to Clix's. Swag is doing quite a lot less. That probably means he decided not to press his multi-shot against all those enemies, which meant that they were up for longer, which meant there were more wounds for Wolf Disco, which probably meant that they got to make up some time here against Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, that's just, clean execution. I mean, maybe even the rogues aren't hitting Blade Flurry there, just
to
really let the Unholy DK make sure that they're abusing that cleave as much as possible.
Yeah, it's interesting because both rogues and hunters have pretty much the same way of AoEing, right? You either press multi-shots or Blade Flurries, and then you do your single target stuff. And for both of them, they're playing Azurite traits that really encourage them to be pressing those AoE buttons, keep your wits about you and rapid reload, respectively.
And then they're doing the same thing right here. They're trying to do as little damage as possible right here so that they can let their Unholy DK get as much of this cleave damage on the boss. And you're going to see it right now. Once the boss is finally engaged, the DK will start ramping. You'll see him start exploding up the meters any second now. And there he goes. He's starting it up right now.
Yeah, there's that Death and Decay, which is always the first of many globals that will do very huge damage as Wolf Disco jumps up there, although Swag also doing tremendous damage on this pull too.
Yeah, he definitely hit multi-shot a couple times.
I believe he hit multi-shot on this pull, yeah. Wolf Disco gonna overtake though at the end.
Maybe a third time, possibly. But, of course, all efficient damage. I don't think the DK would have gotten that many stacks out, right?
No, they have another death now, and no battle res available right at the start of Trothak here. That is actually a full-blown tragedy for Deplete from Beyond.
And I mean, that's incredibly terrible, right? Like, you just pulled a boss.
That's a minute or so, maybe, yeah.
Possibly
maybe not
more.
A minute,
I mean, the DK's burst is gone, right? Once his burst is gone, once he loses that initial Festermite buff, his single target damage is pretty atrocious. The Hunter's really what ends up carrying you for the majority of these tyrannical bosses, and if the Hunter's dead, I'm kind of surprised they're not resetting the boss right now to get the Hunter up. Oh, you can't reset
you
can't
can't
really reset this
Trothak.
boss, though, right?
You
It's
walk out of the
difficult.
boss arena, you're gonna get food thrown at you. It is doable.
Could you quad shadow meld it?
Yes, you could.
Yeah, okay.
That probably was the play here for Deplete from Beyond. As soon as they finish killing that trash.
I think they're pretty committed at this point, right? So
Yes, at this point they've decided to just do the boss. And one thing to note is they will have their battle res coming up in like 30 seconds or so, it looks like. Yeah, 50 seconds.
Yeah, okay, so they will be able to use the battle res, so it won't be that big of a deal. I mean, it still is a big deal in general, right? 1 minute of not having single target 100 DPS, which could easily be over 100k, is a big deal in the grand scheme of things, but at least they will be able to get him up for the last probably 50% of the boss or so.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond now in the unfortunate position of no longer being in control of their own destiny. They will need something to go wrong on the side of Perplexed in order to win this map.
And as we've been saying all series, Perplexed is not a team that usually has things go wrong. I mean, we've seen what a clean run looks like for them in this dungeon. We know they have it in them. So, Deplete from Beyond is kind of living on a hope and prayer right now.
Yeah, although last time Perplexed was in Freehold, something did go horribly wrong for them that ended up allowing Method EU to win that series.
Did it? I've erased that from my memory.
I'm sure that you and Perplexed have both done that.
No caster cursing, Ratnus. No caster cursing.
Of course not. I would never.
Everyone has their first time.
Perplexed makes their way now at 71%. We know that they're going to get all the rest of their percent from this final island here. They're going to be doing it with the Cannonball Barrage from Harlan.
Oh yeah, and that's just the most efficient way to deal with the trash percentage, right? Each of those cannonball barrages will pretty much clear out an entire trash pack. So once they've dealt with the awakened mobs, they'll easily be able to use those cannonball barrages to finish off all of the rest of their trash percentage, and it'll come down to just clean execution.
The most dangerous part is this pull right here.
The beginning of this pull with all these awakened mobs, they really need to make sure that they focus their single target specifically onto the fear mob first, more than likely. Then they'll go for the blood of the corruptor afterwards, and then they're just going right in for the cannonball barrage too. I forgot they do this. This is really scary.
This is a bold play that we see Perplexed doing every time against this trash here, and it relies on it's kind of basically a hybrid of the cannons and the DK that are going to be used to kill everything here.
And make no mistake, the DK is doing 23 million damage right now. Oh, he goes down though. The DK going down is awful here. That's one of their melee DPS.
Also down.
Zamok also down means this is more than likely going to be a complete wipe because their DK, who is their main reser, is up. They can maybe get an engineering res off if they're able to kite this out, and they're going to try to get Wolf Disco up because once Wolf Disco goes alive, you can generate some RP and get the res off. But this is going to be close. Divinefield's going to have to somehow kite this out, but he's Divinefield going down.
And Wolf Disco takes the res and then immediately dies. That's going to be another -5 seconds and -1 battle res for Perplexed. And the ball is back in Deplete from Beyond's court. If they can execute where Perplexed failed to, they will be able to take us to a game 3 after that horrific turn of events for Perplexed.
So what's it like caster cursing for the first time, Bretnos?
Feels pretty good. You know, I'm using my powers for good, getting us game 3s like we all want.
Yep. Yes, sir. Now, I mean, we just saw how terribly wrong that pull can go. And Deplete from Beyond is now going for that pull right now. The Bloodlust is popped, and they are in on the trash. Keep in mind, if that DK goes down, there's going to be some major issues here. And the DK hasn't quite started popping off his damage yet. We're going to see him start going up the meters right now. There's the damage from the DK. Are they going to be able to pull this off?
Wolf is dead on the side of Perplexed. Oh, I guess they just ran back and rezzed him. Okay,
yeah.
And he didn't release. That makes sense as he doesn't have a good way. He'd already used his meld, so he didn't have a good way to get back. Heads up play by him not releasing. Deplete from Beyond, though, looks like they are going to be able to execute this. Clicks in trouble. Explosive. Barely killed there, but just in time.
And I mean, they're running out of room here as well. They need to get this Blood of the Corruptor down pretty soon, otherwise they're going to have some issues with room. But it looks like they're going to slowly start kiting things out of this room so they'll have more room to spread around. And it looks like they're going to be overall just fine. These last two mobs are down incredibly low. They have plenty of interrupts for all of Void Weaver Melther's casts. Good execution from Deplete from Beyond, and honestly, just new life for them here.
Yeah, I would not have guessed that between these two teams that this would have happened to the team that it did. I would have thought that the pull we saw happen for Perplexed was more characteristic of Deplete from Beyond, but a great performance from them, as they now just have 8% trash to get with Harlan here, and this shouldn't be too bad as they will have access to those quad barrages instead of just the single barrage once Harlan gets below 60% HP.
You gotta wonder if what happened to them in the upper bracket final against Method EU, if that was something that was like playing in the back of their mind as something that could be a possibility.
Yeah, if their brain power was spent on like avoiding an evade spot, you're saying?
If they were worried about, you know, an extra thing on top of what they were already worried about, and that just kind of like overloaded them and they just, you know, couldn't execute because of that. That'd be interesting to talk to them about if we get an opportunity to ask them about that afterwards.
Yeah, like they were juggling, you know, 50 things just fine, but that 51st thing that they were trying to juggle ends up causing it to all fall apart.
Yep, unfortunately for them. Wolf Disco did go down, but they had a battle res available for him, and their healer was left, so it wasn't that much of an issue to get him up. But Deplete from Beyond, firmly in the driver's seat here, only needs that 2% more trash, which we'll probably see from one of the Painful Motivation casts later on when the boss is lower. Of course, once Harlan's Sweet gets below 30%, he does take double damage, so at that point, the boss will be essentially dead because they'll kill him incredibly quickly. Deplete from Beyond, man, once again, not a clean run from them, but all you gotta do is be cleaner than your opponent, right?
And a great job from them not having things spiral out of control. You know, they did a good job here of doing exactly what we were talking about last dungeon, of making it so that they could put up a good but not great run. And that's something that, you know, from Deplete from Beyond, we've seen flashes of excellence and we've seen some dungeons go horribly wrong. I think this is going to be one of the first times that we see things go pretty good for them.
Yeah, it is important to mention, we say it all the time, clicks going down at the end here, not exactly what you want to see, but with Harlan Sweet at 10%, it should be fine.
Here.
Yeah, with Harlan that low, he'll go down, no problem. And it won't be that much of an issue. Just a little extra, like 5 seconds on the board for them. They don't get their best ever time, but they get a pretty solid time. And they'll get down this last 2% here at the last second with that Painful Motivation mob in the corner, of course. And it will be the second dungeon, won by Deplete from Beyond, taking us to a game 3.
Yeah, Yeah, Deplete from Beyond has managed to take a game off of Perplexed, tying up this series. And honestly, fairly, like you guys were saying during that game, not a perfect run, but generally a pretty clean run. And it seems honestly like Deplete from Beyond has definitely sort of found their footing here, Tettles, and they're starting to make a comeback here.
I mean, so after the motherload, that's why I said that I was kind of disappointed in their performance because I expected more out of them. That is what I expected. Like, that's not the best run we've ever seen. That is a good run, though. And it is very solid. They had just like a couple of individual deaths here and there, which ended up costing them, I don't know, was effectively like 45 seconds probably. But all in all, a pretty solid performance by Deplete from Beyond in that Freehold.
Yeah, definitely not something either that we would be expecting on the side of Perplexed to have a wipe like that on the final boss, especially in Freehold, a map that we saw them completely dominate in during the EU Asia Cup #1. I mean, they had that crazy strategy coming out, and they, it's Freehold, it's Perplexed. It's not something we'd expect to see. However, Tettles, it sounds like you have a replay from that last match for us.
Yeah, and it does involve the Perplexed wipe. I think so. Expanding off your thoughts there, I think realistically that pull that they do at the very end is so just tight in general. The fact that it ended up falling the way it did is not overly surprising to me. Both of the teams looked incredibly close even through the final boss, and I thought, like, whenever I was constructing the replay, I thought that Perplexed was going to win, so the final thing was supposed to be Perplexed pulls the final boss, but then Perplexed ended up wiping. Like,
yeah, when they wiped, we could hear you like leave the channel immediately, and I was like, oh, he's probably gonna go get that clip.
Yeah. So I think that they went into that trash pack in the middle area a little bit too quickly, which was like what Zyro and Dratnus were talking about, like juggling too many things. I think that they were so worried about like not accidentally snapping that spider onto the wall that they just like went in a little bit early into that middle pack, and it ultimately probably cost them. If not some damage, it cost them probably the deaths. I think that's probably where the deaths came through.
Yeah, this is, for Perplexed, this has got to really, really bite, as they've now lost 3 Freeholds in 2 tournaments to the last boss being catastrophically wrong. 2 of them were against Method EU as well. That's got to be a heartbreaker for them.
Definitely. I mean,
because they should have won those.
Yeah, right. They were ahead in all 3 of those games when they got to Harlan, and all 3 of them ended up going that way.
You think they're being too aggressive with their pulls? Because we saw Deplete from Beyond actually play that obelisk off to the side, the Erdroth Breaker of Heroes.
Yeah, they may. I don't know if too aggressive is. They like, would they have won against Deplete from Beyond if they had done an extra obelisk? I also don't know if it would have been really close then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll have to see if they can maybe pull that off a little bit of a cleaner next run, as we are going to be moving on to Shrine of the Storm and Zyro. Those fixes are Fortified, Necrotic, and Volcanic. What are some of the things that these teams are going to be tackling here in this coming game?
You're going to be tackling the fact that you've lost this dungeon twice this tournament already as Deplete from Beyond. They have not had good showings in Shrine of the Storm. Now,
No.
Both of them were against both of their losses were against Self-Reliance. They did have a relatively clean run against the boys, but I feel like that's just kind of our storyline for Deplete from Beyond. They've had some really good showings in some dungeons, and then they've also had some terrible showings. I feel like we're like re-explaining what we thought of Abracadabra last year when we talk about Deplete from Beyond, and we're not just saying that because it's Dr. J's team. That's just kind of a coincidence, but they're kind of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. They're having incredibly good runs sometimes and just atrocious runs other times. I don't really know any other way to put it.
Have we seen Perplexed play Shrine? Because they got the #2 time in time trials with 15:29. Deplete from Beyond got a 16:55, but we've seen their strategy, and like we roughly know how they make up that time. Where with it's like the Lord Storm Song snap. Where does Perplexed make up a minute and a half off of Deplete from Beyond?
Yep,
We haven't seen Perplexed or Method EU.
Yeah.
Like where do they just conjure up a minute and a half? That's so much time.
Guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, I guess we
let's
are.
find
And to move back a little bit, Deplete from Beyond, in Shrine of the Storm, we're going to be moving forward, and this team, like you were saying, faces some difficulties. Where are we going to see them trying to take over the edge? How can they beat Perplexed, a team that has been doing incredibly well this tournament? Where are they going to be looking to take that edge, Dratnos?
So this is just it's such a rough spot to be in for Deplete from Beyond, because you've had this dungeon where 2 out of 3 times your run has looked really sloppy, and the 1 out of 3 times that you had a great run, you were still a minute and a half behind Perplexed time trial time. So that's got to be really, really difficult. They've got to not only have their best run again, they also need to either find another minute and a half in there, which I don't know how they can do that, given how clean the run was when they put up that 16 minute and 55 second run earlier today. Or they need something to go wrong for Perplexed again, which, you know, maybe that can happen again. Maybe Perplexed strategy is precarious in this dungeon. We'll have to see. We don't know what it is yet, but it's not a good situation to be in for Deplete from Beyond for sure.
Well, if I'm Deplete from Beyond, I just play my strategy.
Yeah, you're not trying to go any
enough.
bigger.
Like I would not try to bust out anything. Trying a new strategy is not something you're looking to do in a necrotic Shrine of the Storm, I must say, because the odds of you messing it up and wiping catastrophically are far higher than you like being able to make up a minute and a half. Like where you can't just obtain that much time. Maybe Deplete from Beyond's like run, if it is perfect, is actually better than that 1655 that they put up in time trials, though.
Mm-hmm. The 1655 though that they did against the boys was pretty. I mean, I think it might have been 1657, but it was still premium. You know, things looked great for them. I didn't see any big areas to save many seconds.
And they pulled out of the stops too, right? Deplete from Beyond is the team that goes for that snap onto Lord Stormsong. So I feel like if they did have a faster time, that would be one of the things that they would like keep hidden. But it looks like we're ready to get into this Shrine of the Storm.
Yep, it is tied up here. 1-1. Loser of this is knocked out of the tournament. Winner goes to the grand finals to face Method EU. Perplexed versus Deplete from Beyond.
Both teams gearing up to do this normal first pull that we see from just about every team, snapping just about all of the mobs in the first section of this instance onto this brazier at the bottom of the staircase. Snaps are good for both teams. DKs are off doing damage, and here we go. As long as the tank stays alive and keeps track of those necrotic stacks, the DKs will be able to chew through the trash packs for both of these teams here just fine.
Yeah, Perplexed here playing that Hunter, whereas Deplete from Beyond have a Demon Hunter in their composition, so maybe the Hunter is how they're finding that extra minute and a half. Rentari, though, goes down for Deplete from Beyond, and things already not looking great for this team. That's going to mean...
Are they... Okay.
That's not the end of the world. No. That was not a bad death. That cost him maybe 10, 15.
Well,
Divine, though, goes down for Perplexed.
Yeah, I was wondering if... So I saw Swag dropped combat incredibly quickly and just went down to the boss to start the boss combat. I was thinking, just because he went so early, maybe he could do some snapping shenanigans, like snap their tank to the boss. But well, that's a little wishful thinking, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe this was an intentional death, because of course Divine is playing that Dwarf, does not have access to Shadow Meld. Dwarf is for the anti-necrotic capabilities of Stone Form, but that does mean that we have seen some spots where the tank does intentionally die in Shrine routes in the past. Although it is sometimes possible to get them through there without a death necessary, so I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but either way, there is now 1 death on the board for both teams, and for neither team was it catastrophic.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much just plain death. Well, not plain death for Deplete from Beyond, but definitely a plain death for Perplexed. They needed their tank to die there because like I mentioned, no Shadow Meld for the skip. But Perplexed opting to not go for the Voidweaver Mouth there. We've seen a lot of teams go for this choice as well, and it's worked out okay, because pretty much once you get through that transition phase on the final boss here, you'll have plenty of interrupts available, but you just kind of have to make sure that you interrupt the ones that target your healer, right? Because whenever your healer has that 90% reduced health buff, you kind of need to make sure they don't get targeted and have any successful cast go off on them. Otherwise, they'll just instantly die.
I think usually what we see is we see the teams just hard focus the spider if they leave it up with that last boss, because you know, even though you can let it do some free casting in that last, if you do have it survive against those non-healers, it's still a sketchy proposition. It is the most dangerous awakened enemy, so usually they try and DPS it down before phasing there.
They got Aquaster down to 32%. Is he just going to be dead when they come out of the transition?
Did they actually get that thing down to 32%?
Yeah, no, he's down to 32%. Yeah, they got him down in a cast. Look at Zamok right now, by the way, just standing out on the edge there, dodging the Aqualings blast. That's a spot that you don't normally see people choose to dodge the charges from. Playing with fire over there.
Very, very bold strategy.
Yeah.
Officer, yeah.
Oh,
down to 20. It is definitely going to die here on the Aqualings deaths.
That's
right?
cool. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Let's actually, I haven't seen this before either. Let's see what happens.
He's got to be dead, right?
1%. Okay, maybe he has 1 HP. Yeah, 1 HP.
Oh, just okay. Yeah, 1 HP instantly dies. I don't think you have to get a very specific cast sequence in order for that to happen, right? I don't think they tried to manipulate anything there. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was busy channeling an Undertow, so that was a long enough cast that they were able to. I'm sure that wasn't planned because like the time you'd spend waiting for that cast to come up would not be worth the time you gained from it.
But at the same time, they did specifically pull in trash mobs for some boss damage right then. They got a bunch of unholy DK cleave there at that exact point. I wonder if that actually is something that they planned, because we haven't seen a Shrine of the Storm from either Method EU or Perplexed so far. That is a pretty decent time save if you're able to pull that off, right? You don't have to worry about doing 15% normal single target damage to a tyrannical, sorry, it's fortified boss, but still, it's still probably about 20 or 30 seconds worth of time. But I need to stop talking here because Divine Field has gone down for Perplexed. They do have a battle res available, but I mean, there are 3 people dead now at this point, and Zamak is just going to try to Shadow Meld this off. He has to run all the way outside, though, unfortunately, because these mobs will reset.
Oh no, that is bad news for Perplexed. I was on the lookout for how they saved that extra minute and a half, but that is going to have to wait, as this is no longer going to be a perfect run from Perplexed. Deplete from Beyond, though, also having a death that requires a battle res on the side of Dr. J there. Rentari also dies here. This is really close for Deplete from Beyond now, whether or not they're going to be able to finish this boss off. They're going to have the boss at like 10% health. It's only fortified, not tyrannical, so they might be able to do this without a tank. It's going to be close. Deplete from Beyond. The question of whether or not they can win this dungeon absolutely hinges on whether or not they're able to finish this boss off here without wiping with a tank down.
Yeah, Perplexed is gearing up to do that exact same major pull here. They do have the battle res available if the tank goes down, but right now, all eyes are on Deplete from Beyond. If they even have a shot of staying alive in this dungeon, they need to be able to deal with this last 10% without a tank right now. Who's the aggro on right now?
It's a blur taunt from Clix.
It's on
followed
Clix.
by... Okay, the taunt comes out on Curry. Oh, Clix taunts back and gets slapped. Aquasur, though, is going to go down.
They've got it.
Good recovery from them.
Man, that's scary.
Zamak goes down on the side of Perplexed. Their battle res comes out. Divine Field at 12% health, 10% and falling with millions of necrotic stacks here. Zamak dies again. That is going to be a full team wipe from Perplexed.
What's going on for them?
This game is wild.
What is happening right now?
I'm not sure. This is ridiculous. Perplexed are going to be going back to the start of the dungeon, and I wonder what they're going to do to get back here. I think the best play for them is to activate that Awaken Spire at the start of the dungeon.
Well, yeah, they don't have Shadow Meld on, once again, either Divine Field or Zamak. It's still on cooldown for Zamak, so... I mean, it's off cooldown for Zamak in like, what, 20, 30 seconds, something like that, so they might end up having to wait on that. Divine Field will have to die here once again, and they'll probably just have to wait on the Shadow Meld.
Pull stuff to the side, and then they're going to do melds and deaths? I don't...
This
is a classic Shrine of the Storm experience. We've all been here, right? Where you wipe once in Shrine of the Storm, and you're just like, how do I get back here?
Nice POV of Divine getting shot to the heavens. Zamak has successfully skipped past the trash, so that pull to the side did work for them. Shadow Meld is still off cooldown for the probably eventual skip they'll have later on in the dungeon. But Wolf Disco did end up using that Shadow Meld, which is interesting, I think. He won't have that available if they try to skip the bridge in about 2 minutes.
He accidentally got in combat with that Living Current as they skipped past it, so that is going to require him to use that cooldown. Rentari, though, goes down on the side of Deplete from Beyond, and my goodness, we can't look at one side of this match without the other side immediately dying, apparently.
This is a slugfest. These teams are betting each other with over who's going to have more deaths. This is ridiculous right now. And of course, Perplexed going right back in for that massive pull. Clearly, this is important to their strategy. They need to make this work because they need all of this trash percentage here. But I mean, are they going to be able to make it work? People dropping incredibly low right now. Down to, oh my, they're just getting absolutely smashed by these AoE damage right now.
Yeah, Divine has all of those necrotic stacks as well, basically immune to healing at this point, but they are luckily able to get it down to just Runecarver Soren left. Divine drops stacks. Perplexed is going to be able to finally defeat this trash pull. So is Deplete from Beyond, though. Both teams here in the same position in the dungeon, same trash count. Deplete from Beyond have 2 advantages, though. They're not going to have to deal with that spider with the last boss, and they have an extra 35 seconds in their favor due to the death differential.
And important to mention, neither of the teams have their battle res available. They'll have one up in about probably 4 minutes, but I mean, actually less than that, about 2.5 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah, no battle res available for what we're probably going to see here being a big pull into the second boss for Perplexed. spooky moment.
Yeah, this is, so Deplete from Beyond still have to kill this 4-pack that Perplexed didn't, so Perplexed is actually going to be advancing a little bit ahead of where Deplete from Beyond is as a result of that. Yeah, this is interesting. You know, before this dungeon started, I saw Divine Field posting an LFG, you know, LFG, Shrine of the Storm plus 19, no levers, checking armory, checking gear score, and that is exactly the one we're seeing here. This is a key for completion now, as both teams are up against
Zmok has to bubble himself here, just taking so much damage, but this is necessary. They have to be able to stack everything up so that their DKs can get this cleave onto the boss. And I mean, considering that they're all still alive, they've done a pretty good job of it. Now it's all going to come down to the DKs. Can they burst this down before any major damage comes out in the group? And if they're able to, this will put them squarely in the lead, because clearly both of these teams are having problems with execution right now, and it looks like they're able to pull the pull off, and ball's in your court now, Deplete from Beyond. Can you pull that off?
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond still kind of, so if things go perfectly for them from here, they may be able to catch up to Perplexed, but likely they are going to need everything to go perfectly for them in order for that to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the strategy from Deplete from Beyond here, using that Ring of Peace to make sure everything stays stacked up, and then once the Ring of Peace is gone, everything will funnel nicely in on top of the boss here. We didn't see this from Perplexed, and it looks like it's paying off in spades right now, as the DKs are absolutely blasting the boss for them. Curry jumping up to over 3 million DPS, with Dr. J also, you know, adding in a nice little measly 2 million DPS on top of that. And the trash is once again absolutely getting destroyed for them. They have 2 of those apprentices alive, but once all of the casters are dead, the difficulty of the pull goes down drastically.
Yeah, clicks there, providing that 5% increased magic damage, and almost all of that Death Knight damage that you're seeing is magic at this point. So that is something that Deplete from Beyond gets that Perplexed does not have with the Beast Mastery Hunter. But Beast Mastery Hunter pretty good at sustained single target damage here, so that may be a way for Perplexed to open up this lead further. And
just looking at where the teams are in terms of their execution right now, pulling that 4-pack on the bridge on the side of Deplete from Beyond really cost them a lot of time here. Perplexed is going to be killing this boss probably about 30 to 45 seconds faster in the overall dungeon time than Deplete from Beyond, and because they didn't end up pulling that obelisk at the beginning of the dungeon, they will be able to cleave that down with the final boss, and if they're able to execute that might be the win for them.
Yeah, although as you said, 30 to 35 seconds,
yeah,
the death timer is a 35-second difference right now.
So if that is the difference in the timer, these teams are actually pretty much neck and neck right now.
Yeah, but it looks like this boss may be taking a little bit longer even than that for Deplete from Beyond.
It is actually,
still living for quite a while here.
You would expect a fortified boss when it's low to not take that much time, but you have to remember they do have to make sure they're properly positioning here in this corner. It's not easy to do. Their tank has to do a lot of kiting around, which means he isn't actually doing that much damage all the time. You can see the healers almost keeping up with him here, which is not something that we're used to seeing with Prot Warriors. Usually they can blast out some pretty decent damage, so they have to really keep an eye on their positioning here. But here we have the boss finally going down for Deplete from Beyond, actually a probably solid minute behind what we saw from Team Perplexed, so maybe just a slight advantage to Perplexed right now.
Samrak back in Nerve Chaos gonna go down, and we will see how Perplexed handles this bridge area. Let's see if they have something like Deplete from Beyond's snap strategy against these enemies.
I'm actually curious now. We can time it. Samrak went down at 12 minutes 15 seconds for Team Perplexed. Let's see when it goes down for Team Deplete from Beyond here.
All right, good note to keep in mind. 12 minutes 15 seconds. We are looking, yeah, so if they can kill it in the next 15 seconds, I don't think they can.
I don't think they're going to. I mean, the travel time alone is going to be longer than 15 seconds. So definitely a slight advantage in favor of Team Perplexed right now as they gear up for this major bridge pull, which we know that Deplete from Beyond prefers to pull into Lord Stormsong. So they are able to combine that all into one pull. But this is actually an even bigger pull than we normally see from most teams. This is a triple bridge pull. Every single pack on the bridge pulled into these tentacles. There's a lot of potential for mistakes going on here.
Yeah, these tendies do not mess around. Divine gets that life cocoon, and everything just destroyed by those Death Knights before anything happens. Whew. If that pull had gone on for another couple seconds, things would have started going bad for Perplexed, but their Death Knights made sure that did not happen, and Deplete from Beyond exiting their portal now, 12 minutes and 42 seconds. So they are less than 30 seconds behind where Perplexed was, but we know that the teams have divergent strategies starting from here. Deplete from Beyond are going to be doing a snap onto Lord Stormsong, where Perplexed decided to just fight this trash by itself. I believe this will give Deplete from Beyond an opportunity to save some. The swag goes down on the side of Perplexed. Okay, they have a battle res.
They don't need to use it here. They can just res them. In the grand scheme of things, that's not that big of a deal, right? They have to wait for the boss RP to start anyways. It's just the extra 5 seconds on the board. But we know that they're ahead in general in the dungeon right now. That being said, we do have this poll from Deplete from Beyond where it actually appears that they're going to be pulling Lord Stormsong within about 15 seconds of each other. So if Deplete from Beyond is able to pull off this pull and use that Unholy DK Cleave to get the boss even lower than what we're seeing from Perplexed, this could end up being an incredibly close match. Here it comes from Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, Rentari taking a little bath now in Lord Stormsong's jacuzzi. Boss now active. Curry gets autoed, I think, by the first boss auto there. And Dr. J now going off here, off of all of these extra enemies. And all of them disappear.
I think that's the best I've seen them do it so far.
Deplete from Beyond. Yes, that is absolutely the best we've ever seen out of Deplete from Beyond against that trash pull. And Lord Stormsong is now lower for them than it is for Perplexed. They are even on trash count roughly. I think they're going to need the same amount of pulls in the last boss room. And yeah, this is just great news for Deplete from Beyond. They are absolutely still in this series.
Ooh, Igloo getting clipped by one of the orbs there. You saw that stun
Some mobs
debuff
didn't
on him.
snap there, it looks like. Those two cultists coming in.
We spoke too
They're just
soon.
waddling on in.
Unfortunate.
They may have been busy, casting or something, so they did not snap earlier. That's still okay. They should be able to cleave these down, but yeah, if you look on the side of Perplexed, Lord Stormsong dying so much faster than it is for Deplete from Beyond now. Deplete from Beyond had that burst at the start, that acceleration, but Perplexed, not having to deal with those extra enemies, able to do quite a lot more damage to that boss.
Well, it's important to mention these Abyssal Cultists add an extra level of difficulty to the fight, right? Every single one of those mental assaults, if you get hit by that frontal stun, that's a 5-second stun on the board, as well as just a massive influx of damage. And we can see Igloo going down here. They have a battle rose available. They're going to instantly use it up. Igloo he can't take it right away because of the mental assault. Once that gets stunned, he is able to take the res. That was a scary moment, but everyone's alive. But the takeaway from this is that they no longer have that battle res available for the final boss, and that could be a huge deal for them. Swag does go down, but the boss is at 20%, and you have to make that the question in your mind is it worth using the battle res when the boss is so low?
Yeah, the question is, if you're going to need the battle res, that would, if the battle res saves a wipe later, that's going to be so many more seconds. But if you lose this dungeon by a few seconds, that battle res could have been the difference here on this boss fight if you save it.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like they're not going to be ending up using that res. I think that's a smart play. I think that's a good play. We know how difficult that final pull is on the final boss with the Awakened mobs, especially for this team where they add in the Voidweaver Malthair mob to what we normally see, those 2 Awakened mobs, so they'll actually have 3 obelisks for the final boss. They need to save the battle res for that point of the dungeon. So good heads up play.
Deplete from Beyond are going to be without that battle res, but they have hit the gas pedal here. They are now ahead of where Perplexed is by not just time and positioning in the dungeon, but that death differential has opened up further to 40 seconds in favor of Deplete from Beyond.
Stockshot still hasn't released here. I wonder. Oh yeah, does he have to wait for a certain amount of RP before the checkpoint?
Perhaps on the Alliance side? Yeah, I'm not sure. On the Horde side, it does not behave that way.
Yeah, he has now released. I think there is a certain amount of RP that you have to wait for before the checkpoint is actually available, and it's also a good heads up play to just absolutely make sure that the checkpoint is active, because if you release and you start at the start of the dungeon and you're like, team?
On live servers, you can zone out and back in to get to the new checkpoint. That's not actually allowed here in the tournament realm.
You are not allowed to zone out on the tournament realm. So yeah, good for them. Now, Rentari and Deplete from Beyond are already gearing up for this final pull on the final boss. He's setting up the eels. Got to make sure that they're kiting them in a very particular way so none of those eels, make their way underneath the platform, because we've seen what can happen if that happens. Both of these teams making absolute sure that they have perfect kiting execution, and into Volz at the Whisper. We're going to see some cleave out on the eels, get some single target damage in, try to get these Awakened mobs as low as possible without an Unholy DK cleave. So everyone's going complete bonkers AoE here, making sure they get everything low. But Rentari goes down, and they don't have the battle res available. They don't have it. This is going to be a wipe. There's nothing they can do to save this pull at this point. It's over for this pull.
And the ball goes back to Perplexed,
they committed the
now have
too.
the opportunity. Yeah, the Bloodlust and no battle res available for Deplete from Beyond. A very swift wipe coming out from them. Perplexed will now have the opportunity to try the same thing, plus a spider that Deplete from Beyond did not have to deal with. But they have the benefit of that battle res that Deplete from Beyond did not have. Out go those blood of the enemies, and look at the damage those Death Knights are putting out here.
But Ashine goes down, but they have the res. They can use the res. The res instantly comes out, and I have to imagine that they're going to burn down Voidweaver Malthair here, because they aren't going to have any extra interrupts to spread out. And yes, you can see it right now. Voidweaver Malthair is being absolutely burned down here. It's not quite dead though, and we're going to see that Crippling Pestilence cast go off. Actually, it looks like they did end up using the interrupt there, and it does end up dying off screen. So now we are in this transition phase. We're going to see a lot of kiting out from Divine Field, while his healer ends up dealing with the Sunken Denizen downstairs, and the DPS are dealing with their own Forgotten Denizens.
This is just the most ridiculous match I think I've seen. Such a close match with so many massive mistakes from both sides. Oh my goodness. Bullshit. Only at 82% for Perplexed as well. I wonder if they're going to be able to one-phase this thing.
They absolutely will be able to one-phase it. We were talking about this in a previous China of the Storm this week. A tyrannical boss at 70% is equal to a fortified boss at 100%, and we were seeing teams easily burn down a 70% tyrannical boss 2 weekends ago. So as long as they get this trash pull into the boss set up properly, they should have plenty of damage in order to DPS it down.
Still, that is by no means guaranteed, as there are a lot of moving parts here.
Absolutely, but it looks like they're doing a good job of kiting things out. And of course, the great part of having that hunter available is the Spirit Breaker casts aren't going to be that much of an issue. They can pet taunt every single one of them. So Divine Field's not actually in any major danger at any point here. They can kind of play it safe. And at this point, it's been about a minute and a half. They can probably see on the stream what's happened to Deplete from Beyond, and they know they can just play it safe and slowly whittle these mobs down.
Oh my, we have more than 25 deaths on the board here between these two teams. Perplexed are going to be finishing off Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, and then they will be going into the final pull onto the boss here. They need to get a bunch of eels, and they might even go into that mid-pack.
Yeah.
They're just going to do the mid-pack by itself. Not even going to bother doing any eels plus mid-pack plus boss nonsense. This is maximum safety here, and this may be an audible made based on knowing what has happened to Deplete from Beyond, knowing that it is their game to lose. Although this might give Deplete from Beyond enough time to go big and win as a result here at the end.
They still have to deal with both the Blood of the Corruptor and the Breaker of Heroes on their side. So they'd have to somehow manage to combine both of those mobs into a big pull with the boss, and I don't really see how that's even possible, considering they have to throw out interrupts on the dissonance to get to them to the boss. There's so much that have to go right for them.
Seconds, so it only needs to go right for them 20 seconds after Perplexed finishes the boss, but still, you're right. I think Perplexed has the lead here. Something needs to go wrong for them for Deplete from Beyond, not just Deplete from Beyond going bigger.
Absolutely. Now, the final denizen has been slain. Divine Field is rounding up some eels that his DKs can do some nice little AoE bursts on, and not to mention, Zamok has also kept his 9 stack of that damage buff perfectly throughout this entire phase. And all it's going to take for Perplexed to move on to their second grand finals of the year is one last DPS burn on Volzith as they interrupt that Grasp of the Sunken City and gear up for their unholy DKs to do a massive amount of burst damage to the boss here. Can they get this one phase in?
Even if they can't, Deplete from Beyond have just wiped. So Perplexed have a little bit of wiggle room here. Even if they can't get this one phase, they should be in okay shape. But Volzith dying so much faster than his energy bar is moving up here. And my goodness, did Perplexed have a sweat here. But I think they're going to be able to take home this win and go up against Method EU for the second time in the grand finals here.
It wasn't pretty, it wasn't clean, it wasn't the best run at all, and it certainly wouldn't suffice against Method EU, but it's got to feel good to be able to have a run that's not up to your standards like we're seeing from Perplex here, but still make it through this, a grueling 3-game series and go to your second grand finals of the year.
Yeah, definitely. That's probably the most back and forth match I've seen in a while. It's just like we didn't know who was going to come out on top there until the very end, until that last wipe that we saw coming out from Deplete from Beyond. And I mean, Perplex really better clean it up before they move on to this game against Method EU, Tettles.
That was 50% longer than their time trial run of this dungeon. That was a lot that went wrong.
Well, I mean, what happened there? Like, that is definitely
necrotic.
Yeah, that's not the type of performance that we would expect to see really coming from either of those teams. And I mean,
yeah, I think just about every major team wipe there was doing necrotic. It was hard. It was difficult. We can see how nasty that dungeon is with this affix. It's really difficult to deal with.
I mean, we also saw a lot of deaths though coming out on non-tanks, like DKs dying in random spots, healers dying. I don't think we can just point the finger at Necrotic here. There was a lot of mistakes made by, I think, probably all 10 competitors in this match.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that tilt played a factor with that after the first couple of massive catastrophic wipes?
Yeah, I mean, there was no further maps here. Neither team could just kind of concede the map and try and win the series still, like we may have seen in the Motherlode. And yeah, this Man, this is a brutal one.
Yeah, definitely a lot of moments there that we could unpack. However, Tettles, it sounds like you have one particular one you'd like to highlight for us. What have you got for us?
One particular one?
Is it
Honestly,
one? Or is it a
no,
bunch?
it's a highlight reel, but
Okay.
all in all, this so I don't even know how Perplexed is a minute and a half faster than Deplete from Beyond and Time Trials. Even still, I feel like every team that we're going to see moving here on out is going to also adopt that snap that Deplete from Beyond does, because if executed well, that Deplete from Beyond snap onto Lord Stormsong will end up saving you so much time. Also, as soon as this dungeon is no longer necrotic, I feel like the timer on this dungeon will somehow get even below 15 minutes, which is kind of surprising for a dungeon that's timer is 42 minutes on live. The fact that it will be under 15 minutes fairly easily, I feel like. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement in just in Shrine of the Storm in general. Perplex needs to be able to shake off this kind of dungeon and be able to retool themselves and prep themselves for the next match.
Definitely, and that is no easy competition that they're going to be facing up against. Next up is Method U for the grand finals. This is a place that they've been in before today and in the last tournament as well. This is the, how we saw the grand finals shape up as well for the first EU and Asia Cup. And given that last performance, I don't know. I don't think I want to bet on Perplexed. However, I'd like to hear your guys' opinions. How can Perplexed move on from that shrine and hopefully clear the mind a little bit? Dratnos, what can they do moving forward into this grand finals?
I mean, there's two different ways to be thinking about this. One is like, oh my goodness, everything's falling apart for us. We lost that Freehold. We should have lost that shrine. This is, that's the kind of mindset that you could have here. The better mindset is, okay, somehow we managed to escape that series with some very bad runs on our side of the field. That's good news, right? Somehow our bad runs still ended up in a series win for us. So let's bring our good runs now and try and take this against Method EU, because we know that at our best, we are competitive with Method EU.
Absolutely, indeed they are. And we will come to that grand finals after this break. Only 2 teams left in this tournament, so stick around. Quick break, and we'll see who will be the winner of this entire tournament. It is Method EU versus Perplexed coming up next. Before that last break, we saw Perplexed and Deplete from Beyond battle it out in the lower finals, and Perplexed came out on top with a 2-1 victory, and now they are squaring off in the grand finals against Method EU. It is Method EU versus Perplexed. And Nagura, welcome back. Any thoughts on the bracket and how it's shaped up so far? We've had some pretty interesting games, especially that last one. Any comments before we get into the grand final?
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it was expected that Method EU is going to be in the final and Perplexed as well, because last cup they played so well, both of those teams. But in the end, it was actually a much closer cup than it was to be expected, because we had so many close games, so many 3-game series today and yesterday, and we've seen Perplexed almost beat Method EU earlier. We see Deplete from Beyond almost beating Perplexed afterwards, and Reliance getting pretty far, even though we thought it's not their day. So lots of really interesting series coming out of today and yesterday. So I'm excited for Method EU versus Perplexed in this final here.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And like you were saying, a lot of these games have been really close. Tuttles, given that we've seen some near upset sets, is that an indication that these teams are kind of starting to find their stride within the teams, and they're going to be a little bit more competition into this next cup?
I mean, I feel like there's just a lot of competition in this cup even. I agree. I think that it also helps in the finals that they are no longer on that 20, that they're still on that 19, that they no longer, that now no longer incentivizes, it was so heavily punishing for teams who had to play through the lower bracket as opposed to teams who were playing through the upper bracket. So now Perplexed and let's say Method EU are on a little bit more even footing coming into this King's Rest as the first match.
Yeah, for sure. And, Method EU, they basically only played 3 series, and then they are now up into the grand final. So they've been sitting there for quite a while Perplexed has battled their way through the lower bracket back to fight Method EU. If you look at the bracket here, how it's shaped up over the last couple of days. And as you said, Tuttles, we are going to be moving on to King's Rest, as Siege of Borealis has been banned by Perplex and the Underrot has been banned by Method EU. Anything interesting to note about that, Zyronic? Why do we think that these 2 maps were banned in this pool?
Siege of Borealis being banned is pretty typical. We've seen the Siege of Borealis banned pretty much the entire weekend. I think it's only been played once, and the reasoning for that is simple. Sanguine and Grievous together, it's incredibly difficult to deal with. Sanguine puts a very high positioning stress on your tank, which then on top of that also has to worry about the extra damage intake on him from Grievous. Also makes your healer have to worry about it as well, and usually your healer is the only person in the group that has some form of displacement in the form of a Ring of Peace. So not only do they have to perfectly time the Ring of Peace to help out with Sanguine positioning, but they also have to make sure everyone stays alive through Grievous. It's just really difficult to deal with. On the other hand, the Underrot ban, it makes incredible sense for Method EU to ban out that Underrot, because it's Perplexed had a better time trial time in that dungeon, and they haven't had to show their strat all week, so they don't really know what makes Perplexed faster in that dungeon.
Absolutely. And with that King's Rest, they are going to be having those affixes be Tyrannical, Quaking, and Bolstering. Is this a difficult combination for them, Nagura?
I think the only affix that is causing a lot of problems here in King's Rest is Bolstering, just because some of the pulls they have to do have a lot of different kinds of HP pools, right? First of all, we see the minions causing some trouble, the minions that need to be dispelled at the start. They bolster the mobs around them if you get in combat, so that is causing some issues. And then we had huge amounts of problems in the Machimba room, where you have those tiny little fluids who have a lot less HP than the constructs they also need to pull on top. And all in all, I think bolstering is just the biggest wipe factor in King's Rest so far.
Definitely. And then we're going to be going on in that map pool is the Toldazar and Waycrest Manor, and given that we've seen these two teams face off against each other quite a bit, Tuttles already, is there a possibility that this is going to go to Game 3 and we're going to see Waycrest Manor here in this Grand Finals?
I would be incredibly scared if I were Method EU to go to a Game 3 into Waycrest Manor because of how good Perplex looked on there. Method U's strategy for Waycrest Manor, while theoretically faster, it is very dangerous and very precise to execute. If there is going to be any team that would be able to pull it off, it would be Method EU. I would be quite concerned going to a Game 3 if I were both teams. I mean, ideally you win the KR and then you take the momentum and you just end up powering through the Ataldazar. Both of these teams, honestly, are more than capable of winning in a 2-0, and it could and would still be a close series. Because MDI is weird like that, where a lot of times you'll see 2-0 and you're like, oh, that team slaughtered that other team. Not always the case, especially in something like an MDI.
No, definitely not. And given that Perplexed has had such a good Waycrest manner, do you think maybe that it would have been wise if Method EU opted to not ban that Underrot, however, instead chose to maybe ban that Waycrest manner? Or, Waycrest manner is ironic?
Well, no, I mean, it's better to take the known versus the unknown, right? They played a Waycrest manner earlier. They both essentially perfectly executed their strats, and Method barely eked it out by a hair, albeit having a little bit more of a difficult to pull off strategy. If they were to play Waycrest Manor again, and the same thing would be to happen again, they would both play perfectly, Method EU would more than likely win again. So I think they take that chance over the chance of going into an underrot where you really don't know what the other team has to offer. You don't know what makes them faster than you, so you can't really prepare for that at all. And they haven't been able to prepare for that at all. I mean, they've had all this practice time to maybe go over the Waycrest Manor to make it even better, maybe get that insane pull that they do in Raw's Room down a little bit more precisely, so it shouldn't be that major of an issue for them. And it makes sense that they go with that ban instead of the Waycrest Manor.
And you commented on a little bit. Do you think that there's Method EU, they haven't had a game being played in quite some time. Is there any issue of them maybe not being as fresh as Perplexed is coming out of that last game?
Absolutely not. I mean, Method EU is used to this. This is their wheelhouse. If you go back and you look at all of our cups from the past year, they were in the grand finals through the upper bracket 5 times. They're used to this. They win the upper finals. They get 2 matches to practice whatever they want for the final match, and then they go in and they win. They've won the grand finals 5 out of 6 times they've done this.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, but at the same time, momentum in some cases can be... It can keep you just a little bit more on point than necessarily playing through that upper bracket.
Sure, but can what you call Perplexed had in that lower finals match something that you can bring momentum into the grand finals with?
Okay. You know what? I think you're absolutely correct, and I redact that statement.
All right.
What about you, Nagura? Do you think they have any momentum going with Perplexed, or how is this going to shape up?
I think it might not have much to do with momentum here from the last game, but I think Perplex is going to be able to just shake it off, in my opinion. I think they can definitely go into this series fresh and not think about the last couple of problems they had in the Shrine particularly. And I think they're going to put up a great show against Method EU. Of course, Method EU, as Sarah mentioned, they're the ones who are used to this. They're definitely going to have... they had in the game and they know exactly what to do, but I still think Perplexed has a really good chance, as we've seen in the upper final before, right? Just a couple of games ago, Perplexed almost beat Method EU in a best of 3 series, so I definitely I'm looking forward to this, and I think it's just going to be really close.
Yeah, and something else to mention is a lot of this really is such a mental game. I mean, these guys Perplexed just came off of probably a difficult series for them to get around mentally, and like you've been saying, Nagura, they really just need to shake it off. And then Method EU, they've been sitting there in the grand finals waiting for a competitor for quite some time. Tuttles, how important is it to sort of stay positive, not get tilted in these sort of situations, especially when the pressure is really on in the grand finals?
I must say, it is quite hard to not just get frustrated with things that you deem not within your control, like mobs snapping on top of spots that you would not prefer them to, saying, hey, get down from there, and it just doesn't. It's really hard to not get tilted, but that's why I think that these the world first raters of Method EU and Perplex has some as well. I think that level of skill and the amount of practice that they put in allows them to be able to just overcome that, and it allows them to be able to jump back in, and even if they do have a wipe, they're able to recover super quickly, which is not this, a lot of teams can't recover if they have just a catastrophic failure, but for some reason the top couple of teams are able to just get back in there immediately and keep going where they left off. It's kind of impressive how quickly they're able to get back into it.
Yeah, definitely. It's super important for these top teams to keep their mental game just as strong as their in-game skills as well. And we're going to be hopping into this game in the Perplexed versus Deplete from Beyond series 1-1.
All right, so we are in King's Rest here in that final matchup. The numbers are, of course, not correct at the bottom. It is 0-0. This is the first game that we see.
I was like, wait a minute.
So we have the same comp from both of the teams, not a surprise as well. This is a time trial dungeon, and they have been running the triple hunter comp in the time trial as well.
And of course, these were our top 2 teams in time trials as well for King's Rest. So these are our 2 fastest teams overall in the tournament, as well as just fastest in time trials. So we know that both of these teams have what it takes in order to put the best time up on the board. Of course, Method EU posting a blazing fast sub 20 minutes in time trials. So we'll see if they're going to be able to pull it off here in the grand finals on the best stage that the MDI has to offer.
Yeah, Method EU already a little bit faster with their minions pool and the Shadow Melt coming out to get rid of those bolstered guardians. Now they immediately got rid of those minions and pulled 2 of the trash packs that spawned here immediately on top of each other. We see Perplexed doing the exactly same thing. This pull is very difficult just because these mobs all have different kinds of HP pools, so bolstering is very dangerous, and then you have these witch doctors who constantly cast Deathly Chill, doing a huge amount of magic damage to the tank if not interrupted.
Fortunately, one of the best things that hunters have available is very, very even cleave, which they can focus on everything. And then you have 1 or 2 single target abilities that you can put a little bit of extra damage into the main target, right? That's the best thing that they have going for them. So you can see just pretty much perfect bolstering management from both teams on that first pull. That being said, Method EU went for just a slightly larger pull and got more percentage out of their first pack, and they're just dealing with the bolstering way better so far. They only have this 4-pack to deal with, it looks like.
Yeah, I think bolstering management is really going to be the one thing that will be the difference between Method EU and Perplexed here. The better you deal with bolstering, the less time you have to waste dealing with the extra HP that the bolstering stacks apply to those mobs. And we see Method EU finishing off that last pack here, while Perplexed, as you mentioned, just dealing with the other trash pack. And actually both of them at 20% at the very exact same second. We see both of the tanks going backwards to pull those 2 guardians on top of the golden serpent. We see them do this kind of strategy just because they get extra damage from the hunters having 3 targets up because of the cooldown reduction on their CDs. And of course it is bolstering, so they don't want to finish them off before the boss though.
Yep, I mean, this is neck and neck already, and I thought that Method would be slightly in the lead just because of the way they pulled that first pack. But like you said, both of the trash packs going in at the exact same times for both of these groups, and the pluses are even on just about the same percentage as well. So this is really just going to come down to a DPS competition in this particular instance right now. And as we know, both of these teams have top-end players, world-class players on their teams. So it's just going to be exciting to see how close these teams are going to be, and we saw a little inkling of that in the upper finals with these teams, right? They were within seconds of each other in every single one of the dungeons.
Yeah, what a close series it was, this upper final that they played before. I really hope this one's going to be just as close, and it looks like it so far in this King's Rest. We did change the number now, so it is a 19 they're playing. They're not actually playing at 20, which is a mistake with the graphic. It's the same level as all the other queues they've played before. Now, Method EU slightly ahead on the boss, but just, I mean, it's not noticeable, barely. This is going to be so close between those 2, and all the small things will matter, like how you move from one trash pack to the other, how you use your Lightfoot potions. Just any small little second can matter, so it's going to be so interesting between those 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and we know that both of these teams are just pretty much perfect with how they go for an execution. We've highlighted so many different times what these teams will do in order to make sure their movement throughout the dungeon is absolutely perfect. Not only how they're dealing with the trash, but making sure that their actual movement from pole to pole to pole is incredibly fluid, knowing when to use those Lightfoots, like you mentioned. And just in general, like things like the Freehold skip, right, where the rogue will be like, okay, boss is at 5%, I'm going to go ahead and run on, start the Trothak RP, and then meet up with the group by the time they do the next pull. Things like that are things that we saw Method EU and Perplexed when they were Abracadabra do first last year. These were the teams that set those standards, and to see them pull all together at the end of this expansion in this final season of the BFA MDI, this is pretty much as good as it gets for MDI right now.
Yeah, and then we also see small adaptations as well from these teams from one tournament day to the other. We've seen some teams, they just stick to their initial strategy and they just go with it for the rest of the tournament. But we see Method EU and Perplexed, both of them, they have an initial strategy for a specific dungeon, but if they see another team do something that they like, they will just adapt it and put it into their strat, or change their strategy completely if they think it's not good enough, or it's not good enough to beat another team's strat. So I like that kind of thing coming out of Mdi Eu and Perplexed. Both of them are in this gauntlet area now that is not RNG on tournament realms. It will always be the top left trash pack first, and then it will go counterclockwise.
And I mean, you can just see how ridiculously close these teams are right now. The same things are happening at the same time. The animated guardians running at the same time. The second trash pack spawning within seconds of each other. And I'm sure these trash packs are going to go down probably within 5 to 10 seconds of each other as well. These teams are just matched when it comes to skill and execution. And I mean, I just think that this is really what the MDI has to offer in terms of competition. Seeing teams at the top of their level executing this well is so fun, so exciting to see.
I agree. Perplexed, unfortunately, though, having a little bit of trouble with those Guardians. They did bolster them quite a bit there, but thankfully managed to finish them off before the next trash pack spawned. This is really important because if you mismanage your bolstering on these Guardians and you already get the next trash group spawn before you finish them off, then you need to either keep them alive until that trash pack is gone, otherwise you will bolster them with full HP, or you bolster them, right? So you definitely want to make sure you manage this properly, and Perplexed did just barely manage to finish up the Guardians before the next trash pack spawned.
Yeah, and it would not surprise me to see pretty much the exact same strategy coming out from both teams here. If you look at the time trial times, Mdi Eu had a 19:57, so just barely sub 20 minutes. But Perplexed had a 20-minute and 14-second time, only 17 seconds slower than Mdi Eu. So I would be very surprised if there was actually any major differences in their strategy. I think we're probably going to see both of these teams go for 4 obelisks with the final boss, which definitely is scary, but we know that they're of the caliber to pull that kind of thing off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure both of those teams are going to do that for obelisk strat, as you mentioned. Now, Perplexed actually had the very first trash group of this gauntlet spawn 2 or 3 seconds earlier compared to Method, but Method managed to spawn this last trash group 2 to 3 seconds earlier. So Method Eu, slight advantage for this gauntlet here. They did finish off a little bit more efficiently, dealing with bolstering more efficiently and just having more execution damage compared to Perplex. But it's just a couple of seconds. As you can see, Mdi Eu is moving on to the Machimba room now. And this Machimba room is also going to matter quite a bit because of the bolstering management. Can cost you so much time here.
Yeah, absolutely. And both teams opt in to go for a very similar strategy here, pulling one half of the room with one of the constructs, focusing most of their single target damage onto that construct while slowly keep cleaving down the rest of the embalming fluids. But actually, I spoke too soon. Mdi Eu is just pulling into this second pack here. I wonder. Oh, they had to go over there because of the coffin placement, the sarcophagus placement. Unfortunately, they're really going to have to focus down this construct. A lot of single target damage needs to go out on both the skull and the X marker there. Otherwise, those embalming fluids' health is going to get out of hand. And also, you have to realize that the bolstering is going to get pretty ridiculous here as well, because they're going to have 2 bolstering sacks on top of everything, and then it's going to exponentially advance further up when these embalming fluids start bolstering each other. So they have to worry about that. A little bit unfortunate for them, whereas Perplex has already dealt with their half of the room and is moving on to the second half here.
Yeah, so this is 1 pull on Mdi Eu side versus 2 pulls on Perplex side, but because of the bolstering, like you mentioned, both pulls seem to be pretty equal time-wise, as both of them are finishing up this pull on basically the same second. So 1 pull versus 2 pull, in other dungeons you would say obviously doing it in 1 pull is much faster, but because of bolstering here it's pretty equal in time. Mdi Eu actually taking longer to finish off their pull. Perplexed already engaging the boss here. We will see them very likely do this tomb strategy where everyone just clicks the tomb immediately at the same time to get the person out, and then we will see the traps, the hunter traps and the incaps coming out to see those skeletons once they spawn. Now we also see a construct of the bridge being pulled on the Mdi Eu side.
Yep, the construct is coming, and we've seen that purification beam absolutely mow people down, unfortunately, for a lot of teams. So we're gonna have to see how Mdi Eu is planning on dealing with that. I don't think it's been pulled for Perplexed, or if it has, we don't have a POV of it coming in. The mummies have already been dealt with for Team Perplexed, so it looks like they're through that portion of the fight. Mdi Eu just now dealing with that portion of the fight. There is a mummy that's loose, but they do finally get some CC on it down by that middle coffin in the middle of the room, so they should be fine. Jimmy dropping incredibly low there on the Hunter. Fraggy Haunt is scary to see him go low, but Zillia is able to heal him back up, and it looks like they've just barely been able to stabilize, but they do have that mummy in the group. You can see it's marked with a skull. They're going to have to single target focus that down because of the amount of damage it does to the tank. You got to remember, Majima the Embalmer does a lot of tank damage. There's a lot of just pure melee physical damage going on this warrior tank here, and getting that mummy down is going to lower the intake that he's getting dealt here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact same pull we've seen Reliance do earlier, and they've wiped twice to this same pull just because of the huge amount of damage on the tank. Not only do you have to tank Majima, which already does a lot of damage by itself, but you also have this purification construct hitting you, and the skeleton that not only does it need to be tanked, but it also needs to be interrupted constantly by the hunters. We see the beam come out as well, doing huge amounts of damage to everybody, if not dodge. And actually an AoE going out, thankfully Saelia did revival immediately as soon as that cast went off. But I definitely want to make sure they interrupt all of them from now on, because now we don't have that revival from Saelia anymore.
I wonder if they're pulling these mummies on purpose, right? Because they had this particular mummy CC'd in the middle of the room. Hold on here, now dropping incredibly low. It can't opt to take that purification beam when it's at 10%, but the purification construct does go down. That does mean the boss gets bolstered, unfortunately, but with the boss only at 5%, it shouldn't be that major of an issue as they cleave it down. Yeah, they did have that mummy CC'd in the middle of the room, but I wonder if they just cleaved it on top of the boss for that 3-target rapid reload cleave for the hunters that we keep talking about. Just a little bit more single target damage.
The reason why, yeah. Because all it needs to be is interrupted. As long as Now can tank it, right? As long as he survives the damage, he's definitely going to be a damage increase. But because sometimes you really got to think about it this way, because the more things you give the people to handle, the more damage you're going to lose. Even if they're really good players, and we know Mdi Eu are really good players, but if they have to interrupt and add constantly, they need to worry about a beam coming around, the tank needs to use the defensives properly to not die, you're just going to lose a little bit of damage on everybody just because of the defensives and the control they need to pull out. Maybe you just use one button wrong in one moment, and that's why I don't think this might be worth it. But Mdi Eu actually having Gingy go down, unfortunately.
Yep, 1 death on the board from Mdi Eu. They will be able to just res him out of combat here, but that is 5 seconds on the board for them. And when these teams have such similar potential in their maximum dungeon time, that 5 seconds is going to be a major factor, especially considering Perplexed is technically ahead in the dungeon right now. They're already engaging the third boss, and they're also that 1% of trash ahead of Mdi Eu. So definitely in the driver's seat is Perplexed right now.
Yeah, Perplexed are already fighting Kula on their side. They're on 81% trash. So they're going to be a little bit behind compared to Mdi Eu, who's dealing with this trash right now. They did bolster the Brood, but very likely are going to Shadow Melt off the aggro once they get to that council fight as well on their side. So slight difference in trash between those two, but otherwise in pure dungeon speed, Perplex is ahead right now as they're already on the boss.
Oh yeah, Mdi Eu is now going for that trash pull here. They are skipping all of the trash. Looks like the skip went off perfectly. No deaths on the board, as you would expect from Mdi Eu. And only just now engaging the council boss. At the same time that Kula is just about to go down for Perplex. So they're about a third of this boss's HP behind on Tyrannical, which is a pretty significant amount of time. I'd say probably in the realm of 40 to 45 seconds behind on this boss right now.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen Divine Field here waiting for the next boss to spawn. We saw one cool thing that you can do in this boss is actually drop boss combat, and then you can use a potion that will not trigger the it will trigger the cooldown immediately if you use it in between bosses. If you use a Shadow Melt or a Feign Death or any sort of combat dropping ability, and that's why we saw the Feign Death come out from the Hunters in between Kula and Zenazal here. So slight optimization for DPS, getting an extra pot in without triggering the cooldown as well. Now, this one death we see on Mdi Eu side, even though it didn't cost them too much because it was at the end of the pack, it's still 5 seconds, right? And how close these teams are, it can really matter at the end.
And I mean, when we're talking about how close they are, once again, not only the 5 seconds, but the cast time as well. Just the reawaken cast time from the Mistweaver Monk is probably another 5 to 6 seconds on the board. So probably 10 seconds for that death. Now, they have actually managed to catch up in pure single target damage here. Zen is otherwise down to 60% from Mdi Eu, whereas I believe when they pulled the boss, they were 85% behind on the boss, so now only 60% behind. Catching up in single target damage is Mdi Eu here.
Yeah, I mean, Mdi Eu's players, they were actually really known to be great Hunter players, right? Mirrors and Gingy, of course, being Hunter mains for a very long time. Of course, they're multi-classers, but they have been maining Hunter on live servers for a long time. And Fragnance, of course, known to be an incredible good multi-classer, has been playing almost all classes on live servers, all DPS classes. So of course, no surprise that they're doing a lot of damage here. Perplexed, of course, also keeping up with their Hunter DPS, but sometimes on the bosses you can really tell that there's a small difference between those two.
I mean, really, the Hunters are kind of pretty even in damage across the board. The major difference is that now is doing about 13k more single target DPS on the Prot Warrior versus Divine Field right now. So got to keep an eye on that one. Definitely, I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty big gap in terms of damage when your tank is doing that much more damage than the other tank, right? It's pretty important in the grand scheme of things.
Corruption setup. Not really sure.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Either way, I think tanks have so much pressure in them to do well in these kind of MDI environments because their number one importance is to survive the pools, of course. But the riskier they can play with their corruption setup and their essences and their just gear in general, the more damage they can output and the faster they're going to be in a dungeon. So the risk-reward kind of thing that a tank has to think about is really important for those keys, especially when you have such a close matchup between Method EU and Perplexed. The more offensive of a setup you can run, the faster you're going to kill those bosses, as you can see with the amount of damage that now can put out.
And it is a difference in setup here. Divine Field opting to go for the versatility stacking with the percentage versatility as well as the surging vitality, so he has a ridiculous amount of versatility most of the time. Whereas now is opting to go for the Twilight Devastation rank 3 with a couple of other smaller corruptions, usually an ineffable truth or percentage versatility as well. So it makes sense that now is pumping out more of that single target damage with Twilight Devastation procs, and that is slowly catching them back up in this dungeon. As Perplexed is just gearing up for a massive pull, but they aren't pulling it into Shadow of Zul, which it looks like what we're seeing from Method EU. They're doing the same massive pull, but it looks like they're pulling it just into Shadow of Zul here. This is ridiculous.
Wow. Okay, that's actually crazy. I don't think we have any other team that pulled something on top of Shadow of Zul. Shadow of Zul is already such an incredible, difficult mini boss to deal with because of the huge amount of damage that it does to those Prot Warriors. But yeah, we see Method EU not only doing the mini boss, but also just dealing with the Beastmaster pack plus Raptor pack at the same time. You see how low now is dropping it. He has to use all of his defensives for this pull, actually, not going to have them available for the Awaken pull.
Well, of course, the Prot Warrior's major defensive ability here is going to be that blue bar underneath the Monk Healer's health bar. Once that depletes, you're in danger. But with Shadow of Zul already dead for Method EU, the danger of your tank dying goes away the second that final little shadow debuff goes gone. And now that it's gone and the trash is dead, they're already on to King Dazar, while Perplexed is just now engaging Shadow of Zul. Method EU putting together that pull as well as dealing with the Purification Construct on Majimba has just catapulted them ahead in this dungeon right now. But of course, we are not even close to done yet because we have a 19 tyrannical King Dazar with 4 Awakened mobs. Let's see how Method EU is planning on dealing with this.
Wow, and we've talked about that there's probably not a lot of differences between those strategies, and there were not, except this one thing that Method EU does, pulling everything on top of Shadow of Zul, just gaining so much time, probably close to 20-30 seconds here compared to Perplexed, as they just now finished off that mini-boss. And Method EU dealing with these 4 Awakened mobs, we see no dwarf racials actually on those hunters. That means they can't get rid of that debuff with the dwarf racial. They can use their turtle once to get rid of it, and we saw Zalia already use the revival to get rid of the other fear buff. And we see also the hunters just taunting off that Spirit Breaker cast from the tank buster, but you see the amount of damage coming in on the whole group.
I mean, but now is absolutely popping off. He is just getting Twilight Dev proc after Twilight Dev proc, even beating Miras on this AoE pull here, and they're absolutely shredding through these Awakened mobs. They only have the Blood of the Corruptor and the Breaker of Heroes left, and they've just made it look easy. This is ridiculous, but I gotta keep an eye on Perplexed now. They're not out of it yet. Any problems from Method EU, and they're right back in this. They are now dealing with that exact same pull, but you can already see the difference right now. Divine Field lagging far behind the Hunters in terms of that AoE damage.
Yeah, and then, I mean, you do have the 5 seconds difference, right? So any more deaths at 10 to 20 seconds difference right now in boss DPS, I'd say. So any more trouble that Method EU will have might just be the one thing that Perplexed needs to catch up here. They're almost done with their Awaken mobs as well, but the Smok having a debuff dropping really low on their side did manage to dispel himself. But yeah, having some trouble on their side as the Divine Field going down, actually. This is going to be a huge disaster as they don't have an instant battle res coming out. They need to use that engineering res, which will take quite a while to cast.
Did they get it off, though? They did get it off there. The Dark Fury coming out of that moment there was really useful for them. They were also able to pet taunt the Blood of the Corruptor, and Divine Field's able to accept the res. As long as it gets aggro and everything, they should be okay here in terms of overall wiping. They do have a battle res available for Wolf Disco if Swag is able to be healed up, and it looks like they're just barely able to get through. They'll be able to battle res Wolf Disco. But all this time, Method EU has been trucking through the rest of this boss here. They already have King Desire down to 20%. It is tyrannical, but there's nothing left to do. All they have to do is dodge those slow spears moving around the room. And Method EU, I don't know how they keep doing it, but they had a sub 20-minute run in time trials. They're going to have a 20-minute and probably 15-second run here on live. They are absolutely ridiculous with how they play this game. That was almost perfection outside of that one random death in the middle of the dungeon. Unbelievable from Method EU.
Yeah, an incredible first game from Method U. They're going to be taking that victory in this best of 3 grand finals. You guys, they only need one more victory to take this entire tournament and send Perplexed home, or not home, but, you know, out of the bracket, second place. And they pull that off. They pulled off the 4 obelisks at the end there so cleanly, Tuttles. How is it that Method U is able to stay so consistent in these super tough series?
I mean, the 4 obelisks was insane. What was even more insane to me was that trash pull in the Shadow of Zul. I must admit, that is quite a scary thing to be able to pull off, even though it is tyrannical. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's bolstering. If you accidentally get 1 stack of bolstering on Shadow of Zul, you're just dead. If any of your hunters get hit by the cleave from the Raptor, they just die too. Zalia normally needs to focus 100% of his healing into the tank on Shadow of Zul, so you're really reliant on your healers not taking any additional incidental damage. That was just perfection.
Yeah, and you know, that is Shadow of Zul. It's a place where we've seen quite a bit of teams struggle on that last year. I think you guys remember that one tournament that I'm talking about. Why is it that Shadow of Zul is such a difficult, you know, little mini boss there before that last boss? Or Tuttles, whoever.
I mean, it just comes down to the tank that people are playing. Like,
yeah.
Well, it just does do a lot of magic damage, right? And some tanks, they struggle with magic damage incoming because they might be really good at mitigating physical damage, which most trash mobs do, and most bosses do physical damage. You do have magic damage once in a while as well on other bosses / trash pulls, but it only happens once in a while, and then you can use the one mitigation you have for magic damage. But Shadow of Zul and some other bosses like Rixa Flux playing, for example, they constantly do magic damage, and at some point they just run out of mitigation. The only thing Prot Warrior really has is Spell Reflect that gives you a little bit of a DR, magic DR, and they have Shield Wall, of course, and some HP amplifiers, but that's it. They just take the full magic damage without too much mitigation, and that's why the amount of healing the healer needs to do, pump into the tank to stay alive, is just incredible.
And a couple things I want to point out about that dungeon before we talk about anything else. 2 things. First, I want to talk about the confidence that Method EU has. We mistakenly said that they just hard-rezzed Genji when he died in that hallway before the council boss. They just used a battle res on him because it's a slightly faster cast time. I didn't even realize until we were on the final boss. They had 1 less battle res available. They used a battle res cast, even though it's still a 4-second cast. Whereas what's a reawaken cast time? 6-7 seconds? You save 2 or 3 seconds by using the battle res there. But the amount of confidence we don't need the battle res. Just use it.
The implications of that if they end up needing it down the line, which just shows
that?
4 seconds.
Yeah,
they actually did that over 4 seconds.
Also, the difference between the Twilight dev versus the versatility setup and overall damage in that dungeon, on details at the end of the dungeon, now had done 97k overall DPS versus the 72k overall DPS of Divine Field. That's actually super significant. 25k overall DPS over the course of the dungeon is a pretty ridiculous stat.
Mm-hmm. Definitely looking good on King's Rest for Method EU in that first map. And Tuttles, before we move on to talk about Atel'Dazar, this next map, what do you have for us for the replay?
I mean, I think both teams just look spectacular. Through the Golden Serpent, it was dead even. I think the biggest differentiator between these 2 teams is Method EU actually playing the Purification Construct in a Machemba, where Perplexed elects to not to. Then Perplexed starts to build their own little bit of lead, but Method EU has a little bit ahead of an advantage in terms of count. Then that begins to matter whenever Method EU pulls that trash pack into Shadow of Zul, Perplexed is doing a double trash pack pull at that point, where Method EU is only doing one trash pack, so they can merge that with Shadow of Zul because only one pack with him is fairly doable, whereas two is just like pretty much insane. So both teams there had insane runs. Perplexed and Method EU, both of their death skips all the way into the Council of Tribes area. That, for people who don't understand how hard that is so wild to be able to pull off. All the hunters have to pop turtle. The Mist Reaver monks end up life cocooning themselves, and they're just like sprinting all the way down the hallway and just praying that they don't die, pre-trapping mobs and stuff like that. The whole entire run from both teams was executed perfectly. And if you guys end up seeing a perfect run in Ataldazar again, oh, I just love Ataldazar whenever it's done to perfection. It just looks so sick.
Yeah, definitely. And Tol'Dazar, as we've seen previously, is going to be fortified, skittish, and bursting. And this is definitely one of those matches where things can start to go very wrong. What are some of the difficulties, Ironic, that we're going to be facing off here in Tol'Dazar?
I mean, I feel like this is a scary dungeon in general for the comp that Perplex likes to run here. We talked about it earlier in this tournament, both the times that they've run it. They don't run with either a Misdirect or a Tricks of the Trade, so Divine Field has to do all the snapping pulls on his own with no help, which can be dangerous. And we've seen them lose to the 7th seed in Couch Pepega, who, albeit was a pretty strong team, but you don't expect to see a 2 seed go down to a 7 seed like that. And we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off here.
We will have to see. Indeed, it is Method EU versus Perplexed in the grand finals. Method EU only need one more victory to win this entire tournament. Here they go.
What is Method EU doing?
So we see a huge snap pull here by Method EU as they actually went to the right side, grabbing all of that trash here, and then we saw the misdirect from Gingy onto Now, pulling Rasan, and then the mobs now immediately get snapped towards Rasan because he's the one having aggro, and he takes all of this trash with him. So interesting pull coming out of Method EU. This is exactly the one thing we've seen was last weekend, right? It was last weekend that we've seen this by Angry Toast, I believe. So
yeah.
Well done by Method EU to just copy this strategy and make use of it themselves.
Shout out to Angry Toast, 10th seed of the first American/Australian Cup from last week, showing that this particular type of pull is possible, where you could snap a bunch of trash to the boss by misdirecting your tank to Razan after he's pulled trash. And we talked about this last week. We're like, I don't know, this is cool, but I don't know if we're going to use it. But Method EU putting it to work right here. The thing that this gains you, when we talked about this last week, you get to use your Bloodlust on a boss right away. Because of how quick a key Ataldazar is, if you save your Bloodlust until about 2 minutes in, there's a chance that it might not be up when you engage Yasma with the Awakened mobs at the end of the dungeon, which is what we're seeing Perplexed do right now. They're saving that Bloodlust until they engage Priestess Alunza, which could be a problem for them. So Method EU being able to use that Bloodlust on the pull is actually a pretty big gain here, and they'll still be able to go up and do that same massive AoE pack and just go along the route that we normally see from most teams here.
Yeah, okay, this is going to be such an interesting game now to watch, just because both of the teams are going to be in completely different areas of this dungeon now until the very end, until they reach Yasma, right? Because they chose a completely different route. We see the normal route, quote unquote, being played by Perplexed as they go up the left side. They are on Priestess Alunza now. They did manage to clear off all of this room here on top of Priestess Alunza, so very well done by them. They have not committed their Bloodlust because of the very reason that Saro mentioned, because of how fast Atel is being played by these MDI teams. Fragment's actually going down here. They have some trouble with bursting. Did manage to recover for the rest of the teams, but Fragment's releasing as well, it looks like. So they're going to lose a little bit of time waiting for him to come back. Yeah, some trouble here for Method EU.
And they're also just not going into the Awakened realm. They're going to Shadow Meld past this trash instead. Also, not that big of a deal. They had to wait for Zalia's Shadow Meld to come off cooldown, so they didn't actually end up losing that much major time from that. It just came off cooldown as he hit it there, so they would have had to wait for it anyways, so the release and run back wasn't that big of an issue. But yeah, I'm just really interested to see how close this is actually going to end up being. They will have the Bloodlust up way sooner, and that's going to be a big advantage. This snap pull is an issue that we've seen from Perplexed earlier on in the tournament here. Let's see how it goes for them. The initial snap is down. They're able to deal with all the swords, and of course, once all those swords down, we're going to see the rest of the group drop down after the bursting is gone. Everything is snapped to the ground, and then they're going to finally engage with Rezon and cleave the rest of that trash on top of the boss. So snap number 1 for Perplexed, this important snap that they've kind of had problems with before, is down, and they're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, and what I wanted to mention with the Bloodlust, just because Perplexed did not have a way of using the Bloodlust immediately on pull, they just saved it. They said, okay, we need the Bloodlust on pull for the Awakened mobs later for Yasma, and therefore we're just not going to use it at all because we're going to reach Yasma at around 10 minutes in the dungeon, so that's why they don't want to use it immediately at the start. While Method U doing the snapping pull on Razan, as you said, they might now just have an extra Bloodlust, which really can be the difference in this game. But Method U now downing Priestess Alunsa, as Perplexed is still on 46% on Razan. Slight trash difference here in favor of Perplexed. Let's see what kind of snapping pull Method U is going to pull off.
Now, of course, Perplexed has already dealt with this trash pull that we're about to see Method EU pull off. Going for this pretty massive snap here. Let's see if they also get that center pull in on here. Looks like they're having an issue with the snap, though, as one of the honor guards has decided to go on down to Razan's room, where we know Razan isn't quite there yet, but it looks like he's actually been finally pulled back up to the tank here, re-snapped to the tank. But look at that honor guard. There's some issues there. He's not quite on top of the tank here. This is something that can happen with snap mobs.
Yeah, Divine Shield unfortunately went down here for Perplexed. They did have a battle rest to get him back up immediately, so they should be able to recover. Well done by them, because having a tank go down on a boss fight, you definitely need to react super quickly to use your defensives immediately to not have anyone else die. So well done by Perplexed to recover here. Still, now the time is going to be equal between those two, both having 1 death, 5 seconds on the board.
Did one of the DKs just jump off? I think Mira's just fell off the platform. Yeah, he definitely just jumped off. 100%. Look at his health. He took fall damage. Yeah. What's going on, Mirez? My man, what's happening?
There's a sword pack, right? And he needs to jump around the sword pack now. It will cost him quite a bit of time.
Can he get it? One down?
Can he?
They're going to have to pull that sword pack to let him by. They're going to have to pull that sword pack. There it is. They're going to misdirect that sword pack with a Sky Screamer, get everything snapped together with the middle pull. This is a massive pull, and he will just now join the group. Not that big of a time loss, but I mean, that has allowed Perplexed to catch up to the point in the dungeon. But unfortunately, Swag has gone down for Perplexed. They don't have a battle res available for him. He'll have to run back now, and he might have the same issue. He might have to get past that sword pack. Now, he is in a better class to deal with it. Demon Hunters do have a lot more mobility. He'll be able to double jump around, glide, fell rush to get back with the group. But he is gaining all these bursting stacks out of range of the healer. The Netherwalk is popped, but he's going to go down whenever the entire group's going to go down, actually. That's a full team win for Perplexed.
Yeah. This is actually the exact same thing that happened to them the last time as well. They did have already a wipe on this snapping pull. To be fair, the last time they wiped because someone ripped the aggro and then they jumped and killed them. And this time we had Swag go down again, which could have been aggro as well, right? It is skittish and they do not have a rogue or a hunter for the misdirect. So having the Demon Hunter rip aggro can easily happen, and someone going down can cause so many issues, as you've seen, just causing a huge full team wipe for them. Now Method U definitely in the lead, as they're 100% trash now. All they have to do left is Volkal and Yasma, and this basically means that they're going to be kiting the Awakened mobs, as they already have 100% trash HP.
And I mean, that could have just been a cascading effect where they might have even, like, committed. They probably would use his darkness there at that point to help them heal through through that massive bursting stack, because they were at 16 bursting stacks there. Although at the end they might have just said, you know what, we're probably dead anyways, just kill what we can. But that's usually not something you want to do, right? Bursting, if it just blocks darkness, if it just blocks 1 tick of bursting, it can save a person's life. So him not being there was even worse than what it might have initially seemed. Method EU now on to Volkal already with all of these totems down below 30%. Let's see if they can execute properly and not let them heal. Looks like they're all low enough to the point where they can start killing them off. And we shouldn't have any totem heals coming out of Method EU. Yep, perfect once again. Moving on to the second phase, and I'm pretty sure Method EU hasn't yet pulled an obelisk this dungeon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to be kiting them because they have 100% enemy forces. So I very highly doubt they miscounted their trash and they're just going to overkill the Awakened mobs. Now, one thing to note as well about their Bloodlust now, the fact that they're kiting the mobs means they don't need the Bloodlust on pull of the last boss, right? So this is also something that is in the favor of the kiting strat here, specifically for Atel'Dassar, because if you don't have to deal with the Awakened mobs, if your healer is kiting them, you don't need the Bloodlust. You can just use it later in the fight. You don't have to use it on pull, and just get the extra usage and get the extra damage that Bloodlust provides. While Perplexed, on the other hand, still holding on to their Bloodlust, of course. They haven't used it all dungeon long, just because they probably are dealing with those Awaken mobs in the last boss, so they need the Bloodlust for that pull.
How fast is this going to be? Because if they aren't
Really
killing any of the
fast.
Awaken mobs and they're actually just full kiting everything, the Bloodlust
10
will come up
minutes?
it'll come up at some
11?
point on Yasma, right? For sure.
Yeah, it will come up at some point.
But this is so ridiculously fast. I don't know where you can improve the strategy at all from this. Like, this has to be just the way to do a Taldazar at this point, right?
I think so. I mean, you're also going to think about they lost quite a bit of time with mirrors falling off.
True.
And they had a death as well, fragments releasing. The Shadow Melt wasn't ready. Australia, they had to wait. So if they would have optimized that as well, it would be even quicker. It would be even like 30 seconds quicker approximately. So this is an incredible strategy coming out of Method EU, as they now have to wait for this RP to start. Now, there's still things that can go wrong, right? We've seen this kiting strategy being done by teams before, even by Method EU, and so many things can go wrong. I mean, the healer can go down, we can have the Awaken mobs snap back to the group or snap to the healer and kill him. So let's see what Zalia does here to be able to kite these mobs.
Yep, let's see how they actually get up, set it up here. Looks like all the melee DPS are going to go into this corner here, where we're going to misdirect from Gigi on top of onto Zalia, and off Zalia goes to the races. We're going to get a nice little POV of him running around in circles for probably about a solid minute here. Now, of course, he is going to paralyze that one first soul rend mob from Yasma, so that he doesn't have to worry about that getting anywhere near the boss for the next minute, and it shouldn't be an issue for the entire group, of course. We're gonna have a nice little line from him for the entire duration of his kiting because of that. Bloodlust is now popped for Method EU. We see the army that is coming out from both DKs, and Yasma's about to get melted.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't have to focus their strength on any of those Awaken mobs, they can just focus on putting all of the damage into Yasma. You see how fast it drops, especially with that Bloodlust available. And yeah, look how far Zalia already went with those Awaken mobs. The only thing Zalia really needs to take care of is to not go on any spot that snaps the mob to him. That is very deadly. And the other thing is to not walk too far away from some of these mobs, because they're casting a lot, like for example the Tank Breaker, which constantly casts the Dark Fury and the Spirit Breaker.
And you see he set up his Transcendence on the stairs there so that he can port back once all of the mobs are at the top of the stairs, and that'll give him plenty of room to kite back down. But Yasma already down below 20%. As long as Zalia stays alive, this is going to be Method EU taking the second tournament of the year. That crippling debuff has gone on to Zalia, and he hasn't dispelled it quite yet, but once that's gone, he'll be fine, and it looks like he's going to be fine. Healing himself back up to full here as Yasma drops below 10%. He has to wait for the final flame vent, but once that's gone, he is in the clear. And with Yasma below 5%, Method EU will be claiming a dominant victory once again, just going through the upper bracket, not losing to anyone, and taking our second cup of the year. Man, Method EU, what a dominating performance.
What a dominating performance indeed. Method EU has 2-0'd Perplexed in the grand finals. Perplexed has played really strongly this cup, but it just wasn't enough, and Method EU is going to take this entire thing. So very well done by them. Congratulations to Method EU. And I want to talk about that last bit there. Zalia was pulling off that kiting strategy. Super risky for them. However, it seems like it was worth it in the end for them, Tuttles.
I definitely agree that it's worth time-wise. I am not a huge fan of the path that he took. Going anywhere
risky,
near those,
right?
Going near those flame totems is such a gamble. I am not huge on that. I much preferred the ethical strategy that Chompy did, where he was running down in the Razan area.
Yeah, and then the part where Mears fell off. I don't think they meant it. That's the only death they had, really. But otherwise, I guess you could say that was a near perfect run for them, Zyro.
I mean, yeah, that was that's so fast. I don't think we've seen a sub 12-minute run on the Taldazar or anywhere close to that so far. They didn't have their Bloodlust up when they initially pulled the final boss. That's how fast they were going. I mean, this was pretty ridiculous. And
okay,
also
so as a point
using
of
the Angry
reference,
Toast text too. That using the snap from Angry Toast. I think that's pretty cool too.
Method NA last weekend in time trials had an 11:43 in a Taldazar. They did not kite obelisk mobs, where Method U had 11:34.
Well?
Was it fortified or tyrannical for them?
Fortified teaming, quaking. So teaming is definitely. I think teaming is slower than bursting, right?
I would say teaming is actually faster because of the extra damage you get from the Enola DKs.
I'm sure we could just pick at straws on that one.
Sure. Probably close.
Well, I mean, once again, well done to Method EU as well. And Perplexed as well. They put up a very good fight. They fought their way down from the lower bracket, but there were definitely places that they could clean up. And hopefully, coming to this next Cup, Nagura, we can see them sort of clean up their strategy and maybe have a different result next time.
I think so as well. I mean, Perplexed is just a really top tier team. They can really keep up with Method EU. I mean, maybe not. It wasn't as close this time around in this final as it was in the game previously that they played earlier today. It was a lot closer then with that 2-1 that they almost won. But I think for the next cup, for the third cup, we see Perplexed. They're just going to be improving from here. They're such a great team. Method EU, of course, consistent as always. They show that they are the best each time, each cup. They show those new strategies. They don't just lay back and keep their strategy they had last week. No, they always invent new strategies. They always think about those small things they can improve on. And this is really what makes Method EU the best. And I just hope Perplexed will just continue to improve, and maybe once they will be able to beat Method EU in this grand final.
Absolutely. Implementing those new strategies with the consistency that Method EU manages to do it is what it's going to take that crown from Method EU. And Tettles, you have some replays for us. What have you got to share?
So we have the Angry Toast tech adopted by our friend Mdi Eu Asia of Method EU. He actually runs immediately to the right, pulls a bunch of those mobs, and then gets snapped straight to Razan. That strategy just gives you, I think, the most optimal bloodlust in the dungeon. And then they take that and then they go and do the exact same first pull as what we see normal teams do, except they do it without bloodlust. I ultimately think that sets Method EU up to be able to position themselves for a super fast run. And so say Miraz doesn't fall off the platform. I think that 11:34 probably turns into about an 11-minute run if done with almost perfection. 11 minutes in a Taldazar is definitely a mark that would be hard to beat by most teams that aren't going to be doing that snap that you did see from now at the very beginning. Honestly, Method EU played lights out this whole entire tournament. Big shout out to them. Big shout out to Perplexed as well. Shout out to all the rest of the European teams. This whole entire region is very tight, even all the way through the 7th seed. Couch Pepega is super sick. No Snitch. I think if they put in enough time and practice, they could also be fairly strong. But all the teams this weekend for the European region were very good.
Yeah, they No Snitch was actually messaging me and telling me that they're going to be going back to the drawing board and practicing a whole bunch. So hopefully we'll see them in this next coming EU and Asia Cup as well. But yes, Tettles, like you said, these teams have definitely been shaping up this weekend, definitely seeing some really strong performances. And I'm super looking forward to how the rest of this season places off. And you can see on our screen here, EU and Asia standings. We have Method EU there at the top with 420 points, followed by Perplexed at 300 and Deplete from Beyond at 180. So definitely a solid top three there. And any takeaways from this weekend? Any closing thoughts, maybe Zyronic or Nagura, of these teams and the performance we've seen from them?
Good luck, America and Australian teams for next weekend. After seeing this cup, they might have to adjust some of their strategies and maybe learn how to play Triple Hunter.
Also, look at the standings. So basically, if Paint for Femme or Self-Reliance come in 3rd place next weekend, then it would force a 3-way tie from the boys and Deplete from Beyond, I think.
If they get 4th place, right?
Yeah, exactly. If one of those gets 4th place, rather.
Well, there's a lot of just 30-point differences, right? Because I'm pretty sure our 4th place, 5th, 6th place, and 7th, 6th place are all 30 points apart, so it's 90, 60, 30, right? So if any combination of those places happens, we could even have a 4-way tie, I think.
We could have a 4-way tie.
There's a lot of possibilities going in. I'm pretty sure Method EU is locked in. I'm not sure if Perplexed is quite locked in just yet, although I'm pretty sure they're a lock if they continue to play the way they are for our grand finals for this season later on in the year. But I mean, yeah, those standings are pretty close for the 3rd, 4th slots right there.
Yeah, for sure. And we've saw like a couple of new strategies this weekend as well. Do we think that any of the next Cups contenders are going to be implementing those new strats that we saw coming out of today, Zyro?
It's tough to say, right? I mean, I'm sure some of those higher end strategies that we see, like probably the Lord Stormsong Snap and maybe some of the more easier to deal with kiting strategies for the Awakened mobs will be implemented by some of the higher teams just so they can compete with these top 2 teams. Otherwise, they're really not going to be able to, right? I mean, how are you going to even try to compete with a team if you can't pull off the same strategies as them? So I'd be pretty surprised if we didn't see some of those middling teams pick up those strats. And on top of that, it could just be the difference between those middling teams, right? If one of those 3 through 6 place teams picks up those strats and can do them well, they'll find themselves moving up above the others.
Yeah, it's almost like if you don't implement these new strategies coming out from these teams from this weekend, it's like you're falling a little bit behind Nagura if you don't step up to the occasion.
Yeah, I think those MDI teams, they constantly have to improve their strategy, constantly look at what other teams are doing, get an edge here or there. It really is almost a full-time job to compete in these MDIs. You gotta play the time trial one weekend, prepare for the time trial. The next weekend you have to prepare for their tournaments, and you constantly need to update your strategy, as I mentioned. So I think there's lots of those small little things they can take from this weekend and apply it to their games. Even if the affixes change, you always have to take a look at the affixes, of course. You can't just apply a fortified strategy to a tyrannical dungeon, for example.
Yeah, for sure. And it's exciting too, as each cup happens, we're seeing these teams, all of them being so innovative, and every week we're just seeing these really interesting things that we're seeing coming out of these teams. Even though, you know, we have seen a lot of these maps played before, it seems like these teams are always innovating and coming up with new ways to tackle them.
So a couple things that probably are going to change between now and the European Cup. I bet more teams are going to be kiting the Motherlode obelisks.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's going to become
so?
a fairly common strategy. I think.
Well.
I don't know, man. I think it looked like it was going to be decent. I think without bolstering, I think that's probably the premier strategy for that dungeon, right?
Without Grievous? Yeah, without Grievous, it's definitely doable.
Grievous,
Without both, yeah. People are going to start kiting the Ataldazar obelisk with more frequency. I think the Freehold strat about kiting the obelisks is kind of affix dependent. Ultimately, it just depends on like whether or not you can get count. Those are the 3 things that kind of stand out. Oh, I think that Ataldazar misdirection snap is going to be pretty common. Oh, the Waycrest Manor, how you're going to do that courtyard. All of that.
Do you have a list of these on your other monitor?
Nope. I'm coming with those off the top of my head right now. I suspect all of those are probably going to be adopted fairly quickly. All of those, whenever they're executed perfectly, look so sick, though.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. So looking forward to seeing what new strategies we might see coming out of next week. And that wraps up the tournament. Once again, congratulations to Method EU, as well as the rest of these teams that played so hard this weekend. And we'll see you guys not tomorrow, but next week. Thank you guys so much.